Big thank you to Misplay for sponsoring this video. Welcome to the entire iceberg of The Sims. I don't know everything about the lore, but I'm a really big fan of it and I love to learn more. I did not come up with the iceberg, it's by a Reddit user, I will put the credit here. This video is inspired by some of the people that inspire me the most, and I just think that they're creative geniuses and I love everything that they do. Jenny Nicholson, Mike's Mike, and Izzy.
This is Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga, Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga, Lady freaking Gaga.
No, it's true. It's true.
I had a great time. I hope you have a great time watching it. If you don't know what an iceberg is, obviously it's what killed the Titanic. Rest in peace, Jack. I will never let go of you or your memory, although you would be so devastated to learn who Leonardo DiCaprio turned into. Honestly, this is essentially an iceberg. At the tip of the iceberg is things that everybody knows. People who are aware of the Sims franchise are probably aware that in The Sims 2, Bella Goth was abducted. If you play The Sims and you don't know that Bella Goth is abducted, you are literally, I cannot help you, babe. Like it's literally page 1 of the Sims lore textbook. But if you do want to know about it, I do have an entire video dedicated to it, and we'll also be covering it today, so actually I can help you. Stick around. Second is something that's a little bit more hidden, and then right at the bottom we've got you are too deep into the franchise. First off, we're going to start just at the top. Abduction of Bella Goth. Bella is abducted by aliens in Pleasant View. Boom, 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 boom. Sorry, that's a little bit slow. That's quite anticlimactic, actually. I really expected more from that, and I'm sorry that I could not deliver. The abduction of, case in point, Bella Goth is, in my opinion, well, and honestly just generally, one of the most infamous stories of the Sims franchise. If you've played The Sims, like I said, you will probably know this one. The original Sims game, as we can see, featured Bella, Mortimer, and Cassandra, and they lived in a really gothic house, which is really appropriate because they are goths. That is their last name. That is their loyalty. That is their legacy. They literally designed the Sims 4 goth kit. Players were expecting the same family just a little bit further on in the Sims 2. As we can see, did not happen. Where is Bella? We have Alexander, who was born. Obviously, that is how babies come into this world. We have Cassandra and we've got Mortimer. He's an old man. And this family are, I mean, they're apparently torn apart by the missing family member, but they all look very happy, especially Alexander here, who literally is like his favorite day on earth. These three live in this house here in Pleasant View, the base game neighborhood of The Sims 2. The last sighting of Bella Goth, where we known to have seen her, Don Lothario's house, specifically Don Lothario's rooftop. Jonathan, which I believe is his full name, has a memory of trying to lay the moves on Bella Goth, which instantly seems very suspicious because who is Don engaged to? Bella's daughter, Cassandra Goth, which seems a little bit suspicious. It seems like he got rejected, as he should. I love to support women's rights and wrongs. That does not make any sense. She's not quite had a wrong yet. She can do no wrong. She's my angel, my rotten soldier, my good time pal. But Bella actually gave an interview, funnily enough, with the Sims team to explain her reasoning for being on the rooftop that night. Chair492 said, "Did you cheat on poor old Morty?" Bella, of course not. I love my husband. I love my family. They are everything to me. I've never loved anyone like I love Mortimer Goth. He's just so silly, so cute, a side of him most people don't see. Most of our neighbours think he was too smart or boring and that he couldn't possibly be fun. Simology022 said, "What exactly were you doing on Don Lothario's roof the night you disappeared? How do you feel about your daughter's romantic relationship with Don?" Bella, I think Don Lothario is a misunderstood man. I think I understand him perfectly, actually. Never trust a Lothario. If you like this, it is on my shop, lunarisle.co.uk. He moved into town and seemed so lonely. That is, Bella, that is not how I would describe that man.
The behavior that you exhibited was whore-like. The whore jumped out, and then it jumped back in.
He was so different and urban that the neighbours wouldn't accept him. He needed a friend and we welcomed him into our lives. I think Cassandra had a crush on him from the very start, and unfortunately, I think he had a bit of a crush on me. I don't really think Don is right for Cassandra, but she should follow her heart. Don't tell Mortimer I said that. The night I left Pleasant View, I was over at Don's house talking to him about life, love, and how he was feeling being the new guy. It was a nice, warm, starry evening, so we were outside on the roof looking at the stars. All I remember is the flash of light and waking up in a strange place. So the incriminating object, as we can see, is this telescope on Don Lothario's rooftop. Based on this, and obviously Don and Bella literally looking through a telescope, bright flash of white, we can basically summarise Bella Goth was kidnapped by aliens. SimGirl said, "What happened the night we were abducted? Did the saucer crash?" Bella, I'm not sure about all the details, but I've had dreams of being in some kind of ship. I don't think there was a crash or I wouldn't have woken up. I remember green men with big black eyes. It didn't make much sense then, and it certainly doesn't now. Seems like only moments now, somewhere entirely different. Speaking of aliens, I think it's important important to just go back and let's speak about family trees. It's important to understand the context because as well as being engaged to Cassandra, Don is also in a relationship with 3 other women. So let's go about it.
Challenge everything.
Red signifies marriage, relationships. Black signifies family relationships, siblings, parents, daughters. So we've got Mortimer and Bella who are married. Mortimer and Bella have a son, Alexander, and a daughter, Cassandra. This right here is Michael Batchelor. Michael Batchelor is Bella's brother. Why is he relevant? Why is he mentioned in here? Michael hasn't been mentioned in any of the events that night. Michael was married to Dina, but Michael is now deceased. He is dead. Dina is also in a relationship with Don, but Nina is Dina's sister. Are you staying with me? This is all very incestuous, if I'm going to be honest with you. And incest is actually a topic that we cover on this video. Wish it wasn't, but there was accidental incest in The Sims 4. Nina is also dating Don. Talk about sibling rivalry, am I right? Don is also engaged to Cassandra. Also, just for shits and giggles, Don is also romancing Kaylin Langerak, the maid, who was also romancing Daniel Pleasant, but he isn't part of this love triangle.
Some of these bitches need dick, like she needed the wiener.
Not only that, but now that Bella Goth has gone missing, suspicion increases further because Dina or Nina, I think it's Dina, who is she with right now? No one other than Mortimer Goth. The plot thickens. And how does this have to do with aliens? Well, Your Honor, I'll explain that right now. Because these two, right here, part alien. I'll write that down so you can copy it on your notes. Part alien. And where do they live? Well, I've moved the pictures now so you can't see that they lived up there. Their house, Dina, is here. Don's house is right there. They're also smashing him. I mean, to be fair, he's smashing everybody. But the majority of people he's smashing are the Calientes. And the Caliente, take off the C, take off the T, take off the T, alien.
Oh, just got diagnosed.
I know, honestly. Part alien arrived into town not long before Bella Goth, rest her soul, love you darling, went missing. Especially now that Nina and/or Dina is dating Mortimer, suspicions arise. Was she killed off for simoleons? Because Nina and/or Dina, obviously having been married to Michael Batchelor, already knew Bella, already knew of the Goth's riches. They've got a long line of riches. And she got what she could from him. Now she's moving on. I mean, they're practically sibling-in-laws. Honestly, the scandal, the outrage. But honestly, girl, get that coin. We are in the cosy lives. Do you know what I mean? Do what you gotta do, my darling. But because of these reasons that I've mentioned, obviously the Calientes have come under fire for the disappearance of Bella Goth. And I would say kind of based, honestly, because they do have alien blood. But do you know, does that mean that they're necessarily going to go intergalactically just to get Bella Goth missing when really they could have just removed the pool ladder? I don't know, but it's a story and I'm living for it. I don't know if anybody else watches Vina. You've got to come to the station, pet. I feel like I'm living it out right now. But Bella was actually quizzed about this. I don't know how they managed to get Bella in an interview considering she's literally missing, but she's just that powerful. But Pooch Dog said, I'd like to know if Dina Caliente was in on this. I've noticed she's related to some aliens and she came on the eve of your disappearance. And now she's after your husband. So where is Dina in on the plot? Bella said, I don't know about Dina, but it makes sense. I'll probably never know for sure, but here's what I think. When Dina and Nina moved into town, they were certainly very forward with my husband. In fact, it was almost insulting how openly they were trying to win him over. As if I didn't notice. I think someone sent Dina to town specifically to pull Mortimer away from me. I know he's a genius and his work is important to a lot of people. I couldn't have possibly imagined that trying to create a life elixir that could help everyone would ever push someone to ruin our marriage. And why take me away from him? Perhaps they thought I was a distraction and believed that taking me away from the love of my life would make him stop his work. So, yeah, Dina was very forward, but from that interview, Mortimer is working on a life elixir, which don't come at me, right? Because it kind of looks like that in The Sims 2, okay? And he has life elixir in his house. So from the sounds of it, it sounds like these two were sent to try and manage this, and they came with the purpose of getting rid of Bella for it. So then why go to the extent of then marrying Mortimer afterwards, unless maybe an alien overlord, potentially pollination technician number 7, Smash. So they could have been working in cahoots. Or maybe Don. Maybe Don was the one that sent these into town because he likes to be, you know, he likes to be the youngest man around. Maybe he wanted to live for, I don't know. But can Bella actually remember anything? Baby girl 814916 said, how come you don't have any memories of Mortimer, Cassandra and Alex? Bella said, I couldn't remember anything for months after the abduction, just a flash and then nothing. But with the help of my diary and my therapist, the memories are slowly starting to come back. It's hard to remember things that happened longer, like Cassandra being born or even my wedding, but I remember my family and how much I love them. I even remember some of the work Mortimer was doing before I was taken. He was getting very close to creating a permanent life-extending elixir. I was worried he was spending too much time on it. He'd already been successful with a temporary version and it had become wildly popular throughout the town. I guess everybody wants to live forever. Is it just for love? Because the elixir seems to be playing a pretty prominent thing, especially because apparently it's really popular around the town. In the town we have the Goths, we have the Calientes, the Lotharios, we also have the Broke family, and here we also have the Dreamer family. So it's kind of within those families if it is within the town. But also there's the question of, here, Mortimer and Bella are pretty much the same age, right? They're the same age there. Here, Mortimer is a little old man, and Bella is still that age when she goes missing. And she does turn up in the game, you can find her, and she looks like this. So there is questions, why does she look so young and he looks so old? And Bella, during this elusive interview where they managed to interview her despite the fact she's missing, said that maybe the elixir backfired on him and made Bella young or him just really, really, really old. And I love using analytical skills. Like, Bella, I love that, you know what, like, your husband can do no wrong and stuff like that for you. Like, I wish I had love like that, but actually Mr. Darcy, he can do no wrong. Well, he did do wrong, that's the whole point of the film, actually. I mean, come on. It's in the name, do you know what I mean? Caliente. It's like Don Lothario. They live up to what they are. Poor Kaelin, do you know what you've got yourself into, my love? This meme was very, very appropriate. Just so I had another spanner into the works. A picture of Mortimer looking at a telescope thinking of Bella. How do you know she was kidnapped via telescope, Mortimer? To be fair, the man made like a lifelong living elixir. I'm sure he could put the pieces together of Bella being on a rooftop and then a ship coming down and a bright light, do you know what I mean? Maybe Mortimer could have put the pieces together that maybe getting in a relationship with your currently missing wife's dead brother's widowed wife would be a bad idea. Would it not? That's the tip of the iceberg of Bella Goth being missing. So we've covered the abduction of Bella Goth. Next up, we are going to cover the story of my favourite sim, Olive Spectre, being a serial killer. She has killed 20 sims in her lifetime, although may I just let you all know this is alleged. She is innocent until proven guilty, thank you. Need to watch my fucking head. Boom! This is a crime scene. Do not enter. I did go all out for this video. I could have really focused this out a bit. This is very focused in the middle. This is Olive Spectre. This is Ophelia Nigmos. She's in a relationship with Johnny. That's not really relevant to the plot. She is the main. You could have done so much more if you only had time. And I really do believe that. And I support women's rights, but more importantly, I not only support, but also love to see and encourage women's wrongs. And Olive Spectre is the perfect candidate for me to lay my affections on, because this woman, she might be a serial killer. All right, she might have killed 20 sims, but me, she's good at what she does. And I'm sure she had her reasons. She's got trauma, Your Honour. If we start from the beginning, her spiral into crime and killing all began, innocent until proven guilty though, all the way back with her first love, Earl E. Demise. He has this grave here. He's quite close to a chair. She uses his chair to sit and watch over all of her victims. They are known to return to the scene of the crime, you know. Early Demise. Olive was engaged to Early Demise, and on the wedding day, he left her at the altar. Oh, just tell the lass before you go get married, I don't think this is for me. For me, being left at the altar is a really cruel and unusual punishment. So Early Demise really lived up to his name. Although, to be honest, he died from electrocution, so she could still plead innocent, you know what I mean? Electrocution, schmelectrocution. That doesn't necessarily mean it was her. At least she done the decency of burying him in a graveyard. She literally made a graveyard for him, and she didn't want him to be lonely. So she killed all these people. Her heart was broken, as it would be if you got left by the altar. I will defend you. If she's got 0 fans, I am dead. She would be my pen pal in prison. She would be the one actually, she wouldn't be in prison because she was innocent. It would be me. I killed him for Olive. I would do anything for that woman. But yeah, she proceeded through life marrying men, and then those men suspiciously turn up dead. Euthanasia. To be fair, did they really stand a chance with names like that? Not to victim blame, but he did kind of bring that one on himself. Oh, you know what? Maybe not Hugh. His parents. He died by fire, unfortunately. They do say he was hot. Then after him, we've got Rigor Mortis, whose grave is, again, quite close. Her husband's, well, lovers' graves are all quite close. Rigor Mortis also died by fire, but let me all remind you that twice does not a pattern make. And then lastly, Ichabod Spectre, who literally has pride of place right next to her seat. Although that seat concerns me because that does look like it's fabric upholstery and that would not do well in the rain. Thankfully, they do live in a desert. Maybe the whole point of deserts are the fact that they don't get rain. I think that's the point of deserts actually. So maybe she's fine with that fabric upholstery, but still lizards and Now, how do I explain like the overall 20 graves on the lot? You can't really. I mean, Willow Nigmos is Ophelia's mum. We do have, I'm assuming, lovers here, Peponi Mwenda and Larato Mwenda. Some of them are like delivery drivers. I do have an entire video of my theories and opinions of what happened to every single sim, because I actually think my theory is that she actually saw her parents kill people, because the house that she's got, it has an empty room, and people theorize that that's to torture Sims in it before they kill them. And I theorize that she watched her parents kill somebody, because in her memories it does allude to that. So she saw death when she was really young and therefore got desensitized to it. So it's honestly, it's like her natural reaction if a lover crosses her, you know? And then she just got so obsessed with death that she fell in love with the man. Maybe she's killing them all to summon death. Your husband can't die if he's already dead. We do get into this a little bit more later on. She's a very hurt woman, right? Instead of home renovation in the form of a graveyard, therapy could have potentially been better for her. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsor. They have not sponsored this video. The woman has aims. She's got goals. She succeeds in those goals. She took in her niece after her parents died, once again, suspiciously probably, may or may not have had anything to do with it. But even if she did, still took her in. She's got her own bedroom. Shouldn't even give her the small room, the torture room. No. Own bedroom. Although she did start growing up badly when she moved in with Olive, but is that Olive's fault? Or is it the fact that her parents are dead? Do you know what I mean? Two truths can be true at the same time. So that's Abduction of Bella Goth and Olive Spectre as a serial killer covered. The next one we're going to do is Don's affairs. Don seeing multiple women in Pleasant View. We do already kind of know about this because the abduction of Bella Goth is very relevant to Don and his affairs, but still, let's have a gander. I've kept the crime scene tape up from the last one because I do believe that this man is a crime against nature. I do think that he is a crime against romance. I think he's a crime against Pleasant View. That man, if he even warrants the name, is kind of iconic though. I would let myself get donned. I would don a white dress and just see where the night takes us, you know. And then I'd go to his house and I'd see the open pizza boxes left around and I'd think, oh, you dirty pig. So maybe we wouldn't last long, but last long enough for me to have a look through his telescope, if you know what I mean. All those jokes are funny because if a man came up to me and genuinely tried to flirt with me, I think I'd be that shocked because I would just run 100 meters in the other direction. So it's not to say it will happen, but it potentially, if the positive. Anyway, right, moving on. This is not about me. This is about Donathan. I like to humble him by saying his full name is Donathan. Like we already said, Don is in a relationship with a lot of women, although I'm not sure he would technically call it a relationship. But at the start of The Sims 2, he is engaged to Cassandra Goth. He's in a relationship with, this is one of the things I've never been able to memorize, like 5 + 3. Just does not come into my mind naturally. Or 4 + 3. Maybe it's 3s, honestly. I've got it now. Don is with Dina. Don is also with Nina. And apparently the two sisters don't know about each other. Apparently, through the grapevine. But at the same time, I wouldn't even put it past you. Although they seem to be together there knowing about it. I just wouldn't put it past him, do you know what I mean? He is the type of person to try and romance twins, yeah, at the same time. And then he's also got a little thing going on with Kaylin, the maid. Now, interestingly enough, his relationship with Kaylin is actually the highest out of everybody's. He is in love with her, best friends with her, has a long-term relationship score of 95. Although with Cassandra, he's got a short-term score of 100, but with Kaylin, he's got 85. Maybe in the short term, they've had a little falling out, but in the long term, his heart's with Kaylin. And that's why Kaylin, Langerak, you are getting an extra love heart, darling, because you are the most loved by Don Lothario. That is not the reassuring thing that I'm sure you hope it would be. Stay far away from Donathan. That man is scum. Also, he is engaged, as you can see, to Cassandra Goth. When you load up The Sims 2 and enter the Goth household, it actually takes place the day of the wedding between Don and Cassandra. And actually really sad, if you play through it, Don leaves her at the altar. She is literally Olive Spectre, different font. Like that could, I could see it. I could see it. So because he leaves her at the altar, I'm gonna have to change this diamond ring to crossed out. You did not deserve that, darling. You did not deserve that. But maybe it was the pigtails. They're just not a good match. Also, Dark Dreamer is literally in love with you, darling. He paints pictures of you. I think that's cute. I also included Bella Goth here because Don did try to lips Bella. It didn't work out, but he did try it nonetheless. So it would feel really weird. Why did I just go into a history program's voice? As you can see here past the Great Lines, we've got some really old pictures of Don Lothario. And Don's actually in a relationship with all of these women at the same time. It's not sure if they know of each other, but Kaelin, his longest love and his deepest love, is also in a relationship with Daniel Pleasant, whose wife also doesn't know. All is not pleasant in Pleasantview. I loved that. Maybe that's my real accent. I might pick that one now. Don is been a very naughty boy, you naughty. Hello, it is me. I am under the water. That is Don's love affairs. I'm sure he's got more. And also, good things come to those who wait, because he hears the distant sounds of laughing and then wakes up in Riverview, I think. So the girl's got one back on him. Girl power! Our final one on T1 of The Sims Iceberg is the drowning of Skip Broke. Skip Broke dies in a pool ladder accident. I have once again kept the police. Honestly, these Sims just keep committing crimes left, right and centre. And I've also had to add police line do not cross because I think it's necessary in this department. So this is the Broke family. We've got Skip, Brandy, who is the descendants of the Newbie family from The Sims 1. And then we've got Dustin, and we've also got Bo. Brandy is also pregnant with a third child, but not at this current moment. That was their life for a while, for a good solid while, until, boom, dead, gone, buried. And the bio on The Sims 2 reads, Brandy was left to raise two boys alone following her husband's suspicious pool ladder accident. With Dustin acting out, can Brandy teach young Bo to make the right choices in life? Skip died in the family pool, which we can actually find on the lot if we go and visit the Broke family. And what does the pool look like?
You're done. You're done.
3x3 pool. Missing a ladder. Suspicious, Brandy. Suspicious. Why would Brandy kill her husband, Skip Broke? Because it says in Brandy's memory, Skip died. This sin was so important to me, I can't imagine how I'm going to go on. Only time can ease my pain. But there is some theories. This is the house that the Broke family live in. It's a fine house. It's a trailer, I think. I'm pretty sure. I've always thought it was a trailer growing up. I'm assuming it's a trailer. It's okay. It's got run-of-the-mill furniture. It's quite cheap. They don't have a settee. They've only got one chair in front of the TV. Bo hasn't got his own room. He lives in the passage. Dustin's got to go out to work to support the family. And that makes sense, you know, because they've lost a member of the family. But the thing is, this is Brandy's bedroom. I mean, first and foremost, she's got the biggest room in the bastard house. I think that's bigger than the kitchen, to be fair. But not only that, she also has ample room in that bedroom for a crib, right? There's no reason little Bo should have to be literally living in the passage. But she's got nice carpeted flooring as well, with the star design on it. Oh, not the star design, Jessica. I thought she was innocent until you mentioned the star design. A beautiful painted picture, leopard print bed, really fancy curtains. The rest of the house doesn't have a curtain in it. They've just got to put up with daylight at all times during the day. What if little Dustin wanted to have a nap? What are you going to do when you put Bo down for little sleeps? So the theory is that Brandy removed the pool ladder from Skip, rest in peace, Your Highness, to claim the insurance money, and instead of using it on a family to support the family, she's used it on her bedroom. Wild Boy Wifey also suggested something which I think is really fun and interesting. I also played it like Brandy killed her husband so she could cash in that life insurance payout and get Mortimer to be a sugar daddy. Alexander needed some kids his age to play with and a new mum, so it works out great. I don't know why this old man is the talk of the town. I mean, he's got the elixir of life, but the man's clearly not using it. I don't see that happening. I don't see them together, but it's a good theory. Another theory is that Dina, who was recently new to town, taught Brandy how to remove the pool ladder. Or Dina done it herself. That one was by SMSPCX. And also, Texas Proud 311 said, yo, Brandy's straight up murdered husband. That pool would be no good as anything other than a murder weapon. You couldn't even do a lap. But is Brandy innocent? Because it does look very damning, especially with the bedroom. Apparently as well, according to Thomas Jones, Brandy's memories show that the repo man possessed the pool ladder that led to Skip's death. Interestingly, I couldn't find proof of that in mine. But another sad take on this story is that Skip actually started doing good at work, and in that he was renovating his house, giving Brandy the bedroom that she loved, trying to install a pool, and he got so excited by it that he went for a dip in the pool and there was no pool ladder there. And then he died. Rip. And obviously the big twist, like I've said, is Brandy is actually pregnant. Interestingly enough, Brandy's pregnant. He is the father. You are the father. Just because of the way that The Sims 2 work, there's a way to impregnate yourself using the tombstone of life and death. Beautiful tool, beautiful tool. This will always impregnate yourself with a clone version of you, and for some reason, clones are always of the opposite sex. So Brandy's pregnant with basically with a little boy version of her. Skip is registered as the dad. So all around, it's a really sad story. Maybe Brandy did kill him and didn't realise that she was pregnant. But yes, very sad. It's a close call, close call. That is tier 1 of the entire Sims Iceberg finished. We have a lot more to go through, a lot more. But I will see you when we're on tier 2. Have you ever spent hours on a mobile game and thought, I get nothing from that, just an experience? Enter Misplay. Misplay is a loyalty app for gamers. You can turn that nothing gained into earning points. And let me just say, those points actually go somewhere. If you download and play new games through Misplay, as you earn points, you can redeem those points for actual gift cards. My brain is really busy constantly, and I know that a lot of yous can relate to that. So playing mobile games is actually something I spend hours doing each day. And it's a great way to focus all of that energy into a game. And now you can get rewarded for it too, which is fantastic. There are so many games to choose from, but I decided to play Travel Town because I'm a sucker for any type of game that involves matchy. I've been that way since I was a little kid. I just love putting things in pairs and combining them together. The app is really easy to use too. It's so user friendly. It's really easy to keep track of your points and also redeem them. It was such a seamless experience. I chose an Amazon gift card personally, but there are so many more options, and I was actually really surprised by all of the options that they had. There's Visa, Xbox, PlayStation, John Lewis as well. There's also Uber. There's so many options that you can choose from. It lands directly in your inbox. You will get an email that come up. Over $100 million worth of gift cards have already been redeemed through Misplay. You can visit the URL on screen, or you can click the link in the description to download Misplay for free. You can also get 200 bonus points for signing up today. And if you use my code on screen, you'll get an additional 50 points, which will go towards redeeming your first gift card. Thank you so much to Misplay for sponsoring this video. I really think it's a good match, and I think that you will really enjoy it. So thank you very, very much, Misplay. So we've finished the first section of the iceberg. Only 7 more to go. First up, Strangetown Bella. Bella is sighted in Strangetown. She's been sighted. She's been sighted. She is there. Don't worry. I just haven't put the stuff on the board yet. We did speak about Bella Goth a little bit earlier. Obviously, there was the whole thing about the fact that she was able to give interviews even though she was literally missing, presumed dead. Nobody presumed her dead, actually. It's like pretty obvious that she got abducted by aliens. But how would she be able to give that interview even though she's abducted by aliens? Because if she could talk, surely she could be able to come back, right? You would be so right for thinking that. Literally, where is she? Where is she? Where do we find her? Well, you can actually come across Bella in a little world called Strangetown. Not to be mistaken with the bootleg copy of this, Strangerville. I don't know who Strangerville is. Strangerville doesn't know who I am. We are not connected. I did not have sexual relations with that town. But this is Strangetown. She's an icon, she's the legend, and she is the moment. I love Strangetown. This is where little old Olive Spectre lives, who we've already covered. And you can come across her as an NPC in The Sims 2. What that means as an NPC is you can't play her. Here is my reaction when I came across her in my gameplay.
I've just seen something really fucking scary in the mirror.
It's literally giving that Scream picture. I know nothing about art. I'm not a connoisseur of the art, if you will. And you can talk to her. You can flirt with her. She rejected all of my advances. For some reason, I had the option to sales, pet Dave. I don't know why I had that option, but I had that option and I thought it would just be interesting. This is how you can meet Bella Goth in The Sims 2. In Strangetown, she's an NPC. And actually in a time in Strangetown, like she's wont to do, she's literally a celebrity. She gave an interview. Ruckle Johnson said, "Where are you now?" Bella said, "Apparently I'm in a place called Strangetown, and indeed it's an appropriate name. I'm not positive what happened or how I got here, but I've begun seeing a therapist and my hypnotherapy sessions have been very productive. I've also been reading my diary. I always keep it close." So Bella being in Strangetown actually adds credit to the theory that Boom and Boom were involved in the disappearance of Bella Goth, our angel. we love all of the world, because obviously they're both part aliens. Strangetown it literally has, yes, it is included in this image. If you really squint your eyes and just look a lot, you'll be able to see that here is actually the crashed spaceship of an alien ship. So could that be the spaceship that Bella literally crashed in? And they are part alien. And also, not to mention that right here in this house, which has green grass, literally green grass, blue sky. He sang that about this house in Strangetown, because the rest of it is desert, but this one has green, and this is where the Smith household live. And Bella is actually very pally with none other than pollination technician number 9. Why does he get such a big picture, you ask? It's because that is the love of my life. Stay away from my man, bitch.
They were roommates.
I looked up to him. I thought he was fantastic. I mean, obviously I looked up to him because I was a child. I would have been like, oh, hello, alien man. I just loved aliens in The Sims 2. So naturally, I'm always gravitating towards this man. He's quite old, you know, he is quite old. So much to unpack with that, I guess. But in an interview, Wade Sim Miser said, what happened to you when you decided to pay pollination technician number 9 a visit? How would you explain this to your husband, Mortimer? And Bella said back, I've met PT9. He's very nice. And his family is so sweet. They've been so kind to me as I get my bearings. I only wish Mortimer could have the chance to meet him. The family in question, I love them. I included myself in this one. This is actually a thumbnail from one of my videos, the entire history of the Smith family. If you want to go more in depth, I recommend giving that one a watch. But I didn't cut myself out the thumbnail, even though I very much could have done, and just give you the idea of them as a family, just to get a well-rounded image. But I wanted to keep myself in because I love them so much and I want to be part of their family, even if I have to force my way in. So honestly, all in all, really sad story, but it seems that reading a diary and getting hypnotherapy and everything like that is going well for Bella. And she also, it's not even like she's alone. You're never lonely when you've got enemies, my darling. But it's not even like she's alone in Strangetown, because she's made friends with pollination technician. Like, she's been accepted into another family. But does that mean that she's left her old life behind? Oh my god, I've just tripped. I would too, girl. I would too. I do not trust that Mortimer. I do not trust him. Or the Calientes. Or the Lotharios. Never trust a Lothario, babe. A Bonnell 2000 said, if you had the option to go back to Mortimer, Cassie and Alex, would you? Why or why not? And Bella said, I've been trying to return to my family, but so far it hasn't worked. As I said, there's something strange about this town. It's almost as if every time I try to leave, I end up back here. Dun, dun, dun. So she is literally trapped in Strangetown. I'm not sure canonically if there is anything that traps people in Strangetown. I know that there's a Sims for PSP, and that is, I think that's based in Strangetown, and that's a little bit, you crazy girl. It's really sad, but she's doing well. I don't know which is worse, being stuck in Strangetown and knowing that you can't get back to your family. She has brief memories of them, I guess. Or would it be worse to have all of your memories, know what you've left, and still not be able to get back? Which is worse? Either way, Bella, we'll get you back, Hen. We will get you back. Next up on the board, we've got Dina and Nina. Dina and Nina have a hand in Bella's disappearance. I think Nina, obviously we've already kind of covered this topic 3 times now, so I'll keep it short and sweet, just in case you want to view this bit as its own little section. Thank you also for the compliments on my artwork, because I know I will get them in the comments, so thank you. Thank you, yeah. I'm really proud of it, actually. I didn't really have a gold pen for this one, but red, because she loves red, so that's that. We know for a fact Dina and Nina Caliente. Was it just a coincidence that the Caliente sisters arrived on the eve of Bella's disappearance? And is their interest in Mortimer physical or fiscal? If you don't know what fiscal means, just like me, money. Once again, we know through Mortimer's memories, it is confirmed through my man Mortimer's memories, that Bella got abducted by aliens. And obviously, these have aliens as their lineage. As we discussed, Bella ends up in Strangetown. All a bit of a coinky dink. And then, after Bella disappears, who shows up on little old Mortimer's door? Dina and Nina. That one's Dina and or Nina. That one's Nina and or Dina. And obviously, as we have stated, that's not the only link that Dina and Nina have got to Bella Goth. We've got Michael Batchelor. As we've already said, they knew Michael Batchelor. It's all interlinked. And that is how Nina and Dina are suspected to be involved with Bella's kidnapping. I think they did it, and I really can prove it. Slay. The next one that we've got is a little bit difficult to read, and I apologise for that, but it says nervous subject, test subject for the Beakers. If you don't know the Beakers, good. Honestly, keep it that way. If you don't know nervous subject, that is another one of my husbands, okay? That is my niece and nephew's uncle right there. This is little old nervous subject. This is the Beakers. He is adopted by them, okay? So they are not his parents. There is a lot more to the story than in this specific one, but this is still the top of the iceberg, so I'm not going to go super in depth. We'll come across more later. So if you're like, why haven't you mentioned this bit? It's because we're still quite at the top of the iceberg. He's adopted by these two. The bio reads, what experiments are the highly secretive and less than neighbourly Loki and Cersei Beaker performing on pure nervous subject? Will this secrecy affect Cersei's career ambitions? I sure hope it does. Also, nervous subject is seen to blink and twitch frequently, which is potentially a symptom of all the tests that they put on him. This is where they live. It's quite isolated from the rest of Strange Town. And this right here, as you can see, is nervous subject's bedroom. His bedroom is on the lower floor of this, so it's quite dungeony, if you will. Literally Dungeons and Dragons, but without the dragons. These are all equipment that they use to test on nervous subject. And also we can see here, nervous subject being nervous behind a closed door. Cersei and Loki being like, oh, but I'm in a glitch now. Maybe we should test on him. Susu. Dag dag. You know, that's what they're doing right there, as you can see by the thought bubbles. I need a drink. Also, in the Sims 2 PSP version, how he ends up in this position is he's quite strapped for cash and he signs up to be a test subject. And in the long term, he does die. He ends up dying from their test subjects. He's got a fiance or a girlfriend waiting for him outside who doesn't know that he's dead. The Sims 2 lore is sick and twisted. Like, not sick as in like, oh, sick, but like sick as in, how did you come up with that? And I love it. I love it. Now, Cersei, the bitch. Cersei's personal biography states, and I quote, I will read this from my script as I do not want to get it wrong. Cersei knows 238 different ways to make someone scream, and none of them are nice. I mean, there's someone for everyone. You know, there is someone for everyone. Interestingly, there is speculation that these two chose nervous subject to do their tests because of his genetic composition, which we will get onto a little bit later. I think it's in the next category. One of the things that makes me so happy about lore is the fact that all of the Sims games actually take place on a timeline. For this one, it's Sims 4 takes place on an alternate timeline, which is exactly why I wore this jumper today.
It's just my opinion.
I have an embroidery machine and I'm not afraid to use it. Let's get into it. This is how the Sims games have released. Sims 1, Sims 2, Sims 3, Sims 4. And the timeline of this is not first timeline, second timeline, third timeline, fourth timeline. It is different. All of this takes place within the fictional world of Sim Nation, which I would love to do a video on one time, with the exception of like certain expansion packs and certain spin-off games and everything. But this main thing, Sim Nation. Despite being the third game in the franchise, The Sims 3 is actually the earliest timeline that we've got so far out of the main timelines. And the default world that comes with The Sims 3 is Sunset Valley. Again, reading off the script so I can get it word for word. Before Pleasant View, there was Sunset Valley, founded by the Goths and built up by the Landgrabs to be a quiet, peaceful town. But when the Outlaws arrive with uptown ideals, will the townsfolk feel the need to choose sides? So here is where popular Sims like Mortimer and families like the Crumple Bottom in the early phases. And this is all before later events in the game unfold. For example, Bella and Mortimer are children here. And The Sims 3 does have multiple expansions and downloadable things like Lunar Lakes, for example, that takes place in a further along timeline than any of the games. Next in the timeline is the original Sims games. I'm not sure exactly how far into the future it is. I would say about 10 to 15 years because Mortimer and Bella are children here, and then in this one, maybe more than 10 years, maybe 15 to 20 years. And in this one, Mortimer and Bella are grown up, they are adults, and they have Cassandra as a child in that one. And Bella calls her Cassie, and I think that's the cutest thing. Very unfortunate what happens further along in the timeline though. God love you, Bella. And then also in this one, Crumplebottom also exists in this timeline. But Crumplebottom here, she had her own house. She was still really sad, I'm not going to lie. But in this one, she starts hitting people with handbags. She's a woman after my own heart. She's got goals. She sticks to them. She achieves them. Next in the timeline is actually The Sims 2, which as we know, because we've covered it on nearly every single part in the timeline so far, Bella Goth is missing. Mortimer is an old man by this point. Things have moved on quite a fair amount. But we see some returning faces as well, like Mortimer Goth from The Sims 1. So in here was the Newbie family, and in The Sims 2, the Newbie family has changed their name through marriage to the Broke family. It's Brandy Broke, who we've already covered. Brandy Broke is a descendant of Bob and Betty Newbie from The Sims 1. We also find characters like Don Lothario, who we all know hate, the Caliente sisters, who we have pinned for murder 3 times so far in this video. But obviously, Mortimer and Bella are not living their life relaxing. Bella is knows where in Strange Town. So that's the timeline of the Sims franchise, and you might be thinking, Jessica, there are 4 games, and you would be right to think that. This is the timeline of the Sims 4. Do you know how much this annoys me? Nice and easy, right? Jump of about 15 to 20 years, okay? We can make sense of that. From here to here, a jump of about 10 years, maybe. Alexandra is born on this one, and he's a child, and he wasn't born in this one. So 10 years feels about right. So the jump from The Sims 1 to The Sims 4 would have been so interesting, because we could have had Bella. Is she still missing? Is she back? We could have got Don. Did he settle? Sorry. Did he settle down? Crumplebottom, did she chill out in her later years? We could have had so many questions answered. We could have had so many new characters, and even the Broke family, the newbie family, jump to jump, right? Where are they here? Dead. Not really. You'd have to be alive to be dead. And anyway. Oh, that makes sense. So The Sims 2 is set 25 years after that one. That makes sense. The Sims 4 done something really weird, right? The main thing that I would like to say is very weird. First and foremost, the Goth family are back together. Bella, no longer missing. No explanation of how she came back. I'm pissed off. I'm actually sweating. This gets me so riled. Lazy. Yawning. Sloppy. Remember how these two were in a relationship with Don Lothario? Can you remember how they were all loved up? Well, they are no longer loved up. Is it because they said girl power and they thought, you know what, babe, let's not let a man come between us in any way, shape or form, really, whichever way you want to take that. No. It's because Don is in a relationship with their mother, their mum. Babe, Freud is literally dead. He can't be working overtime like this. It's wrong. It's sick and twisted. These are young adults in The Sims 4. I always thought they were teenagers in The Sims 4, but they're not. They're young adults. It's still very weird, but not technically illegal. But if you're having to say it's still weird, but not technically illegal, I just don't think that that is something that should happen. I don't. Because also, in this timeline of The Sims 4, Cassandra is a teenager, and that is weird. Why not just have Don? Oh my god, just the alternate timeline thing. I can't do it. I can't do it. Like, I actually can't. Like, it genuinely upsets me. My heart rate is literally over 100 right now. I just don't understand why they would take something that has worked so well for the franchise so far. This has been a smash hit every single time. It's a way to literally bait on the nostalgia of old players, right, and bring them into the new version of the game. It's a way to tie all of the games in almost a Marvel-esque way of, well, you have to play this game to know what happens to them there, and then you have to play this game to know what happens to them there. It's amazing. It's so beautiful, but it's also got a way of incorporating new players in, because there's families in every one that we haven't met in any other one. So it's a way to make everybody happy. And what do they do on that? Take a massive shit on it.
But you did this for what?
Why not?
Why?
Why not?
Why?
I can't even look at it. This is why I get so upset about it. Because if you only ever played The Sims 4, it's probably fine. It probably doesn't even matter to you. The same way that, unpopular opinion, Animal Crossing, the newest version, doesn't really bother me because I've only ever played the newest version, so I don't really know what I'm missing. And I feel like a lot of people will probably feel that way on The Sims 4. It's not that your opinion on The Sims 4 is incorrect if you like this and you don't mind that it's not on a timeline, because two truths, once again, can be true at once. But when you've had the thingy of this, why not? Why not? Why the f not? Personally, I think it could have made a lot of sense, because The Sims 2 takes place 25 years after The Sims 1. It would have made a lot of sense to put The Sims 4 right here. There's a lot of answers between here and here that we could have had answered. We could have had Brandy Broke, literally still alive with the husband. We could have had so many... There's so many opportunities I've just been wasted and squandered. If The Sims 5 is on an alternate timeline, I swear to God, I'm praying, hoping and praying, actually, that right here, we can have 5. My voice literally... it's cracking because I'm so pissed off. That's just my opinion. I'm not bullying you. Anyway, yeah, The Sims 4 is the rogue child of the franchise. Thought she was too good for a timeline, went off on her own. The Jessie Nelson of The Sims games, if you will. Next up on the list, Lolita Goth. Who is Lolita Goth? This is as streamlined as my channel is ever going to be. Who is Lolita Goth? Let's answer that question. Like, who is she? Where did you find her? Lolita Goth is actually in the Goth House graveyard in The Sims 3. Currently, there is Gunther and Cordelia Goth, and this is Mortimer Goth, who is a child in this version of the timeline. And this is their house. It's kind of on the back end. It's like out of the way in The Sims 3 Sunset Valley. If you were to open up the Sunset Valley, you'd have to move around a little bit. So they're kind of out there. It's a kind of out there house. You can definitely tell that they were like the founders of Sunset Valley. As the Goths are wont to do, they have a graveyard. I have highlighted the graves so you can see them a little bit easier. You still can't really see it on this image. I apologise, but I have labelled all of them. So here we have Victor and Prudence Crumplebottom. And Victor and Prudence Crumplebottom, because you might be like, Agnes Crumplebottom? Yes, this is Agnes Crumplebottom's sister, Cordelia, and they are her parents. They have died. Sorry about that, but at least they live kind of with them now. Is anyone ever really dead in the Goth household? Do you know what I mean? And then we also have Gretel Goth and Victor Goth, which obviously is Gunther Goth's relations. But then we have Lolita Goth, who actually, if you load up the family tree, is not present on the family tree of either one of these, or Mortimer for that matter, but his family tree's only just started, you know what I mean? He's not quite there yet. And she's only ever mentioned as well on this version of the franchise. She's only ever mentioned in The Sims 3. She's not mentioned in any other game. And she also died by electrocution, not by old age. So that's another layer of the mystery. Her name in itself could also be a reference to the book Lolita, which I'm not going to go into too much detail about because basically it's about a older man, much younger woman. Disgusting. But it could be a reference to that. It could also be a reference to Lolita fashion, which is a fashion style. But I don't think so, because when you load Lolita Goth up in the game or when she turns up as a ghost, she's dressed quite in the gothic style. She has black and white stripes. She could be the robber. You never know. That's why we might not have got robbers in The Sims 4, because Lolita Goth was like, sorry, I'm dead. Can't turn up for work, babe. There are also theories that she was romantically linked to Gunther Goth, which is an interesting one. So in terms of theories of where she came from, there are theories that, number one, that she's a long lost distant relative of the Goth family. I don't really believe that one. I don't believe it. There are also theories that they just liked her. So they just took her in. And obviously she won't have any blood relation to him because she's not blood related. I also don't necessarily believe in that one. The theory that I think is the most prevalent is I think that this was Gunther Goth's first wife. I did not come up with this theory by myself. Mary Bask came up with this. I will put a picture on the screen right now, theorizing that she was Gunther Goth's first wife. And I give credit to this theory because obviously he's still alive and kicking, do you know what I mean? And if we zoom in on the actual grave, it has flowers on it, and it's the only one in this that has fresh flowers on it. So obviously whoever has a relation to Lolita Goth cares about her deeply. Do you know what I mean? Gunther, Your Honor. Interestingly enough though, I also think, have they took her in? Have they adopted her? Because I found this spare room when I was going through the house right here, as you can see. Oh, sorry. As you can see. And I didn't know if this was Mortimer's room. There was also another room in it which had a radio in, but there's a spare room. Is this just for guests, or is this a recent passing? Maybe it was his nanny, because his toddler stuff, like the crib and high chair, are now in the attic. So maybe they didn't need her anymore and they just... Game Rant also posted some theories. The first one being that Lolita died while fixing a TV in the Goth house, and that's why the Goth house no longer have electronic devices. And I actually think that's a pretty good idea, because not in this room, but in the other spare room, which will just spare room. I put my best handwriting on for use for this one. My handwriting is literally... That's how I used to write my essays in university. So you want to be thankful for that. I've really put my simulsy into that. In the other spare room, in juxtaposition to the rest of the house, there's a radio in it. And it's the only room in the house that there's some sort of electrical device in it. So maybe she was fixing that and then got electrocuted to death. Another one of Game Rant's theories is that she's actually a long lost relative, maybe came back into the picture, but she was wiped out of the Goth family tree because she was allegedly crazy. I don't think the Goths are that particularly sane myself, to be fair. As someone who comes from quite a long line of mental illnesses, I do see myself in the Goths, Your Honour. I do. So I don't think that theory is 100% right. I think genuinely the most likely theory is that it is Gunther's ex-wife or someone really important to Gunther because of the flowers and fresh flowers on the grave. So maybe... No, never mind. I was going to say, maybe she died in childbirth, but that is 100% Miss Mum, yeah. Yes, it is. It is. That is the story of Lolita Goth. Will we ever know who she is? Probably not, because of the previous mentioned Sims timeline. Finally, we're on to our last one on the tier 2, Strangerville. Zombie-like plague in Strangerville. Strangeville, or as I like to call it, Stranger Danger. Always stay alert. Did I just start to write Strangerville and then realise I'd run out of space, so I went with Stranger Danger? I did, so yeah, that is 100% the truth. This pack was announced on February 20th, 2019. And I know this because I was actually in the pub and I got an email and I had my first ever early access. So I think for that reason, and for other reasons, I think initially the nostalgia of Stranger Danger won me. When it was released on February 26, 2019, it was not met with a great response. As a whole, Strangeville is a pretty controversial pack. Some love it, some hate it. I'm a bit of both, honestly. Some just want to know why the Sims team decided to do this in the first place. So when you load up into Strangeville, which is not to be confused, by the way, with Strange Town, although the Sims team want you to, usually in The Sims 4 you get met with a welcome wagon when you move into the town. Not in Strangeville. Not in Strangeville, my dears. Oh, no. You will get a Welcome to Strangeville event, which will obviously bring Sims onto your lot, but these aren't just normal Sims, right? It's not Eliza Pancakes knocking at your door with a badly cooked fruitcake. No. You get Sims that look like this, and Sims that look like this. And what happens if you talk to them? You get cryptic messages. Embrace the mother. I'm just going to hold this up close at the camera, actually, so you can definitely see it. Embrace the mother. She will bring you peace. And if you see that, you might think, you know what? The Sims team, you're great for this. Who is a mother who wears a red dress? Bella Goth, who can be found in the Sims 2 version of it, Strangeville. Bella Goth. So naturally, people think, oh, red dress? Mother. This must be referencing Bella Goth. We must finally be getting an end to the actual timeline of events that happened that resulted in Bella Goth getting abducted by aliens. Especially because everybody is so weird. There's alien spores everywhere across the world. I've connected the two dots. And the Sims team really came down and said, you didn't connect shit. Because what is Mother? Well, Mother is a linear storyline. Strangeville is kind of overtaken by these plants. Who is Mother? Plant. Literally what I ordered versus what I got. I can't even say they could have done so much more if they only had time. It was all around a really rushed pack, and you can definitely tell because there was issues with the houses upon release. But why? I mean, the thing is, if it's a rushed pack, at the end of the day, literally use a storyline that's already been done. Why did you have to animate this mother? You could have just had Bella in a cryo freeze chamber or whatever they call it. I'm not too sure. I just know Walt Disney's in one. Just put Bella in that. We get her out, right? It's a different, because the Sims 4's on different timelines, so there could be two Bellas, right? Could be Bella's twin that went missing. We'll save Bella and everybody goes back to normal. I don't know how they'd relate Bella to that, but honestly, we could have done without that and just went on to save Bella. So why on earth? Strangerville? Obviously related to Strange Town. Mother will bring you peace. Where did I get red dress from? Did I make that up? Wait, guys, sorry. I think I did make the red dress bit up. I'm so sorry. I think there's that video of the chicken, and it always reminds me of Bella Goth, and it's a chicken just walking through grass with a red dress on, and then it goes, I got my red dress on tonight, dancing in the dark in the pale moonlight. And for some reason, my brain just really signifies that with Bella Goth and Strangerville. But I'm sure there is a mother wears... Let me Google, because the chicken might not even be relevant. No, I was right. I didn't make that up. Mother dressed in red. I knew it. Sims team, how dare you? But why did they do this? Like, what was the point of it? Nostalgia bait, obviously, because they used themes that we already knew to try and promote a hastily done pack that don't deliver on the Bella Goth thing. Bella being the big plant, obviously. This is nothing more than an industry plant. That's all a section 2. I love having autism because it enables me to do things like this. I love the National Express because I can express myself nationally. Section 3. Are we ready to go? Yes. Once again, I have an embroidery machine and I am not afraid to use it. I like this one because it actually looks like I'm in some kind of security job. I love it. I will stand at doorways like this. No ID, no getting in, mate. Welcome to section 3. Honestly, this video is taking over my life. My life is just this. I record this. Takes me genuinely about 4 hours per section, and each section is about 30 to 40 minutes long, but it takes me 4 hours to set it up and everything. And then I finish that, and then I go print out all the pictures I need need for the next section, and then I guillotine all the pictures I need for the next section. So I'm living, eating, breathing the entire history of right now. I really don't have time for anything else. And this is the happiest that I've ever been in my entire life. I love that this has taken over my whole life. I love that the only clothes that I'm wearing are relating to the iceberg, and I cannot wait to do more videos like this. You know when Mary got up the duff and then an angel visited her and said, "You're having the Son of God"? Well, I feel like that is what's happened to me in this iceberg. The idea to cover this came into my head, and I have been visited, and I am now carrying the Son of God in my belly. But that Son of God is a poster that I printed out and put on this. Anyway, welcome to section 3. Another day, another slay, another victory for the OGs. First up, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? There he is right there. Today, this one is Feud and Families, Monty and Cap families in a feud for generations. I also forgot to point to it. It's this one right here, just in case anybody was curious where on the iceberg it is. It is right there. And welcome to the Monty and Cap families. Obviously, thank you. I got this off Amazon. It's like £3.50. It's brought me a lot of joy. Veronaville, where we lay our scene. Obviously, this whole thing is a Shakespeare reference. If you know one thing about me, I hate Shakespeare. I don't know why. Hate Shakespeare. I think it's the autism and not being able to read between the lines. Shakespeare could get it. And by get it, I mean an axe to the fucking head. Don't support that guy. Very problematic. Yeah, I don't know if he's actually done anything. This is set in Veronaville. Obviously, it's based on Verona. And obviously, Monty is meant to be Montague. Cap is meant to be Capulet from Romeo and Juliet. Twilight before it was Twilight. Do you know what I mean? So these two families are naturally at war. And because it takes after Romeo and Juliet, that's not Juliet, sorry, that is Juliet, are having a little bit of a... And this all started actually because of these two bastards, right? This one to me naturally looks more evil. He looks quite gaunt. This one looks very friendly to me, so I'm inclined to believe he is an innocent party. But basically, he was in a relationship with Contessa. Contessa picked him. He then got fired from his job with this guy. They were business partners. And apparently that's where the entire feud started. And honestly, where are you? I'm rooting for this guy. But because they're in a feud, obviously the family is going against them. So Juliet and Romeo are going against the feud. Kent Cap is also going against the feud. He is referred to as the black sheep in his family. But according to the Sims fandom, the Sims wiki, when the game starts, Romeo might want to flirt with Juliet's sister. Oh, it's like an episode of Hollyoaks. Loves it. Even in a life or death feud situation, you can 100% trust a man to add fuel to the fire. Do you know what I mean? And we also, in this place, we have the Summer Dreams, which are somewhere around here. And this is also a reference to the another Shakespeare play. So the entirety of Veronaville is basically... I think, honestly, just someone on the Sims team at that time really loved Shakespeare and really wanted to set this up. We will go a little bit more in depth in their rivalry in the next part. This one is mainly just about Romeo and Juliet, so I didn't go too much into it because then it would render the other part useless, essentially. But yeah, these two are in a relationship despite the fact that their dads hate each other. Some drama, honestly, just drama all around. But that is the Juliet, Cap and Romeo Monty of it all. Fun fact, my nephew is called Roman and one of his nicknames is Romeo, so this is actually my nephew. No, it's not. Moving on. Next up, we've got Von Horn estate, deaths of Bernard and Mimsy from a fire at their estate. Let's get on into it. This one has not been decorated yet because we're going to solve this together. The Von Horn estate is very interesting, actually. This is what it looks like. It's in Windenburg and it's kind of like a museum, or in my humble opinion, it's what museums should have been in The Sims 4. It's less of a museum and more of an interactive experience, like a period home that's been set up for you to come and view. So this is the actual estate, but then all of this is not part of the actual lot itself, but you can kind of walk around all of these. But within the actual estate, it's got little display plaques that you can click on and read and learn information about. And also around the surrounding areas, we have got the ghosts of Bernard and Mimsy. I think the Americans pronounce it Bernard, but that's Bernard for me. And Windenburg's a European place, so it's Bernard. So when you actually enter into the place, you have your first one, which says, "Welcome to the historic Von Horn estate. From the hedge maze to the lovingly restored mansion, there's something for all the family to explore. Please note, management accepts no responsibility for any so-called paranormal encounters you may experience on site." And then if you go around the areas, we have got, where is the garden? Local legend holds that Lady Mimsy Charlotte still tends to a prized garden, noted for its luscious lemons. Wow! And then we've also got the maze, which obviously is this very big thing over here. The maze overlook was designed so that servants could see and shout directions to lost guests. Once this became Lord Bernard's, the Americans have got me. Once this became Lord Bernard's favourite painting spot, maze attendance dropped dramatically. Speaking of the fact that he was an avid painter, if you go into the property, you can actually find these two paintings of them. And if you interact with them, the Lady Mimsy Alcorn Charlotte one says, known throughout Windenburg as the Green Lady or the Ghostly Gardener. I don't know if Americans have the Grey Lady or if anywhere else has the Grey Lady. For me, the Grey Lady haunted my dreams when I was growing up. I was so scared of her. So the Green Lady is quite funny to me because obviously it's a play on the gardening thing, but also the Grey Lady. Known as the Green Lady or the Ghostly Gardener, Lady Mimsy Charlotte is said to haunt neglected gardens. While she died before producing an heir, Lady Charlotte's large dowry is credited with saving the Von Horn estate from financial ruin during the Currywurst crash of 1892. I love history. And Lord Bernard's picture states, born rich enough to be thought eccentric rather than crazy. So true. Lord Bernard's artistic temper sadly outweighed his artistic talent. Forced to wed for money, his marriage to Lady Mimsy eventually grew into a passionate affair that inspired many enthusiastic, if technically lacking, paintings. So one thing about them two, they're gonna woohoo. Interestingly, we know that they passed away, and we know that he was a troubled artist. And one of the things reads, late Lord Charlotte was a troubled artist who would often burn his paintings. It's said he accidentally started the deadly blaze of 1898 by hurling an oversized watercolour into the fireplace. Some claim they can still smell the smoke from the inferno, but management can assure you that the restoration has completely replaced all materials in this room and any lingering haunting stench is pure imagination. I mean, he basically killed him and his wife, which kind of, I know that they started off not liking each other and then were passionately like, let's get down to business, but also he's kind of responsible for the deaths. The historic maze was designed by Lord Bernard and grown by Lady Mimsy. The maze is a lasting monument to their enduring love. Their love didn't endure or last. They are both dead because he was a fire starter, twisted fire starter. I mean, you can visit this, but it's kind of just a view only thing. I'm guessing they used to rent this out because we do have a note. Please note the bedrooms are no longer available for overnight stays since the regrettable honeymoon of horror incident. Our insurance firm has instructed us that no living person should sleep in the Von Horn estate. Interestingly enough, these two really remind me of this emote from the Sims franchise because it's heart around fire, or fire around heart if you will, and he's got a burning desire, guys. There is a real world thriller film called Honeymoon of Horror. It's an old one, it came out in 1964, but it focuses around a sculptor, Emile Devere, and his new wife Lily, which I'm sensing a theme, you know, as they move into Emile's luxurious home. That is also a luxurious home. Where's my pointer? Sorry. That is also a luxurious home if ever I did see one. She can't really relax in that new home because she keeps getting phone calls that threaten her life. And then it turns out that the husband's friends are actually trying to kill her. So did he start the fire? Or was it his friends? Were they jealous? Maybe he was a bachelor and they were used to having him around all the time. And then Mimsy came and he didn't like her. So they were like, yeah, we hate your girlfriend too, brah. He actually fell in love with her, and then his friends are like, brah, that's literally against the bro code. You can't be doing that to us, man. We're gonna have to sit around and tickle each other's balls. And then he was like, yeah, I've got someone to tickle my balls now, dude. And then they were like, we can't have that, man. He likes to start fires. Let's frame him. And then it went too far and then they killed his friend and they could no longer tickle his balls. I know that like The Sims operates differently, but the whole idea of ghosts still being around is kind of because unfinished business, or you need to help them move on or uncover the trauma or something like that. And that would make sense for them. I mean, to be fair, dying in a fire just straight off the bat is enough to keep a ghost, you know what I mean? If dying in a fire was not enough to keep a ghost on planet Earth, then we would not have ghosts. And the beautiful line, what are they feeding the metal cow? So maybe that is traumatic enough, but maybe they don't know that his friend killed him. I don't even know if that man has friends, okay? I'm putting a lot on the friends right now, but it's kind of looking likely, is it not? Is it not? Also, side note, historical homes like these are one of my favourite things in the world. I've actually recently just applied to a job in a house like this. I've not heard back. I don't think that they want me, but I have applied for it and I will let you know how it goes. The job description says helping out in the library, helping out for historical events, and selling tickets. Bitch, if that's not me, it apparently wasn't me because I still didn't hear back off them. And I think the job listing's gone now, so I didn't get the job, you know. Apart from The Sims Iceberg, obviously. I love you. Sims Iceberg means more to me than anything in this world. That is where my loyalties lie. Death's son. Nervous is the son of death. Death, death, death. It's all death, innit? And this one is the exact reason why I'm wearing Nervous Subject Defense Society. He is to be protected, to be sure, at all costs. At all costs. Let's get into it. And let's try and save him from his misery. The last time that we checked in, it was The Sims 2. This is kind of further along. He's an adult. He lives with the Beakers. Lives actually is a bit of a stretch. He's being tortured by the Beakers. That's his bedroom. He lives there. I'm not using my pointer. Why am I not using it? And if you check his family tree, he was obviously not related to the Beakers. He was a test experiment. And he actually is Olive Specter's son, which is interesting because he lives here right now. Olive Specter lives here. This is her graveyard and many, many graves. And I don't know why she gave up Nervous Subject for adoption. I do not know. But they still live really close to each other. Obviously, she's not going to see him because he's literally being tortured in a basement. So maybe that's why they haven't crossed each other's paths. But quite a sad story nonetheless, don't you think? That that's how close they are and they're not resurrected. Not resurrected. I mean, they haven't resurrected the relationship. Resurrected is the wrong term to be used. Rectified. But if we go further back in the timeline, in The Sims 3, specifically talking about Midnight Hollow, it's a pack that came in with the Sims 3 store. I absolutely love this pack. If you're a goth, basically, you're going to like it. If you had an emo phase, you're going to like it. Everything is dark and miserable. I do actually have an entire video covering this topic. It's one of my favourite topics in the world. But in this world, we can actually see Nervous Subject. As a child, I ran out of magnets halfway through this, so some of these are going to be half falling off. You know what? Let's just stick a little... There we go. He's a toddler, not a child. And at this time, he is still with Olive Specter. She hasn't given up for adoption yet. And her bio reads, Olive has had her share of death in her life with every romantic relationship she has had, ending in sudden and untimely death. The shock. Furious at death, she decided to track him down to give him a piece of her mind. What she didn't expect was to start a relationship with him. That ended quickly, but she was left with something to remember him by. Now it's just her and a young son who was quite the nervous subject indeed. So it seems that Olive Specter, she did have sexual relationships with that man. In fact, if you go through her bio in The Sims 2, the Grim Reaper is the only person that she's actually got memories of wahooing with, and obviously left with something to remember him by. Maybe that's why she gave up Nervous Subject for adoption. You know what? Also, maybe she was too focused on murder. Probably not the best to raise a son in a space where such murders are happening. Do you know that would probably mess him up real bad? But I mean, he ended up pretty messed up anyway, so I think that maybe calling him Nervous Subject as she did here kind of set him up for that. Created a self-fulfilling prophecy, if you will. It's rumoured that he is Death's son. Another thing that also sparks these rumours is the Sims 3 store was, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times, honestly. And you can get a graveyard from the Sims 3 store that is called Grimm's Ghastly Manor. And in this, there is a nursery, and that manor is rumoured to be Grimm's Manor, obviously, because it's called Grimm's Ghastly Manor. So he is the father. Nobody stepped up. That is the closest thing to a family that this man has. He's never known love or friendship. Well, actually, do you know what? He actually, in my opinion, if you go through his memories, he's had a kiss and a cuddle with a mystery sim, and Pascal Curious has also had a kiss and a cuddle with a mystery sim. So in my mind, Pascal Curious and Nervous Subject are roommates. There's also some really amazing fan art that I'm going to put on the screen right now. I can't remember who does it, so I will also put credit on the screen right now. I also have credited every image that I've got off the Sims wiki, and all of these portraits are also all from the Sims wiki. But then stuff like this is from my own game. I will put the thing over, and you know what? Really sad life. And maybe the skull and crossbones on his top is maybe not because he's a little bit emo, although, well, actually, is he punk? He's got a mohawk, but maybe that's because he misses his daddy. It potentially could be, you know, it potentially could be. The next one that we've got is eye contact, and for eye contact, I'm not going to flip the screen over because there's nothing I can really put on there because you don't really get the impact of the eye contact in the Sims franchise. This is one of the scariest things that can ever happen to get, honestly. Just for context, obviously I'm autistic. Eye contact is not my thing. I will look in the camera sometimes, but as you can see, the majority of the time I do look away, and my person to person or sim to sim eye contact, not great. I will always look around here. So eye contact to me is quite painful anyway, so I'm not the best at it. So I might just be like really being dramatic over how creepy it is. But there is a creepy stare towards the camera that the Sims make. In The Sims 2, it's like this. You pause the game and they'll go. And I will also put a video to accompany this.
All you have to do is simply zoom in on your sim while they're not performing any actions.
And that is really creepy because you'll be playing the Sims game on speed 3, pause the game, and they go. And sometimes it's a little bit meta. I do actually understand the meaning of the word meta now, thank you. I did call for you all to help me out understand that like 2 years ago, and I finally got it through my head. I finally understand what meta's about. But it was indeed really creepy, and I actually think that this was a purposeful decision in The Sims 2. I think that the Sims team went with this to kind of, they like to play a lot on the idea of the fact that you were playing God. They really like to use that and like be self-referential, which is meta, I think, because I understand that term now. But interestingly, I wrote this part of the script before the Sims 4 eye contact thing happened. And the Sims 4 eye contact was actually a glitch that wasn't supposed to happen. And the exact same thing will happen just in The Sims 4. But the fact that it was a glitch and not something that was meant to happen in the game makes it even all the more creepier, in my humble opinion. Bella Goth on Lunar Lakes. Bella is buried on another planet. I feel like we've covered Bella Goth the more so far on this iceberg. But in The Sims 2, obviously, there is Bella Goth, the icon, the legend, and she is the moment. And the last time that she is seen in The Sims 2, she is looking into a telescope, which obviously people have taken to mean that she was abducted by aliens, and very plausible potentially. And then we also covered how in The Sims 2 you can go to Strange Town and see Bella. There she is, there's me and Bella together forever. Another victory for the OGs. But in The Sims 3 Lunar Lakes, again, some of the worlds in The Sims 3 operate on a different timeline. The worlds are closed, unlike The Sims 4 where you can travel to any world at any time. In The Sims 3, each world is kind of in isolation and you can't go to another world without completely creating an entirely new game. And in The Sims 3 Lunar Lakes, which is available on the Sims 3 store, this is her, we actually gain a lot of insight as to where Bella ended up. So the Lunar Lakes, here, this is the marking for it. We come in peace, looking to move to a new place that's out of this world. Tired of seeing the same old sunrise and set every day? Look no further than Lunar Lakes. You'll love the alien mushrooms that dominate the surface and you won't believe the size of the craters. After a crash landing, I'm sensing a theme here because there was also a crash landing in Strange Town, which people theorize to be Bella Goth. Booty does that big cause an avalanche. Our ancestors harnessed the native crystals to build a sustainable habitat. Our domes are an engineering marvel for those who love to bask in the glow of the warm sun. Not much of a ground dweller? Fear not, we've got you covered with our extensive underground networks. As a leader of Lunar Lakes colonists and descendant of founder Anthony Cross, I extend my invitation to you to join our buzzing community. We know you'll love it here, and if you don't, you'd better. Once you arrive, there's no turning back. Patricia Cross, Mayor of Lunar Lakes. She's a bad bitch. Look at that outfit. That's a bad bitch outfit. I love you, Patricia Cross. My grandma is called Patricia, so I feel affiliated with you, darling. So how did people even end up in Lunar Lakes? Obviously, she references a crash landing, but it's through the Peregrine, which is this crashed ship. That is what's actually crashed. And who actually ended up here? Obviously, we've seen Patricia Cross, who is a descendant. But families that ended up here are the Vangerberg family, the Langerak family. If you remember Kaylin Langerak from The Sims 2, I think she's a relation. And who else but the Spectre family all survived and lived there. Now, obviously, the Spectre family has ties to Strange Town because they are from Strange Town. Bella Goth also has ties to Strange Town. And Bella Goth also has ties to aliens. So what if she was always at this place? But who else has ties to Strange Town and aliens? The Caliente sisters. The evidence is getting worse. I'm sensing a very, very strong theme. However she got here, she definitely settled here long enough to die, God bless her soul. And she died of old age, not of electrocution or of fire, which might suggest that medical experiments were happening. That's not to say that they didn't happen. I will always defend Bella Goth, and I would say that probably she's had a really rough go of it. So I'm assuming if bad things happened everywhere she went, then it wouldn't just stop here just because it's a different civilization. But also with the whole settling here, there is a mail carrier in this world. She carries the mail. We don't call them that. We don't call them mail carrier. Postman, postwoman. That's what we call them. There's a postwoman on this world. She already is, she's giving little Bella Goth vibes. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. She looks like Bella Goth. And her name is Matilda Goth. because of the similarities and everything, it is theorized that this is actually Bella Goth's third child. So it does seem that she settled here, or she just simply moved on. Bella is in the graveyard of Lunar Lakes, right? Which is where she should be. It's not on a random lot. It's not a weird place. She's in the graveyard. She has her own grave. She looks like this.
A haircut that's like cool and trendy, like it's long in the front and short in the back.
And you might be thinking, what the f did they do to her? But this is what all of the ghosts look like on Lunar Lakes. So I think this must just be a byproduct of being buried in Lunar Lakes. It's absolutely outrageous because I saw this comment by Savnumber on Reddit. Aliens bleached her hair but didn't even tone it. A bleaching tone, like a bleaching tone. I find this very interesting. It brings me a lot of comfort to know that Bella Goth, I don't know, it brings me comfort to know that she passed away peacefully and got a proper burial and had another child and seemed to kind of make something of the entire cards that she'd been dealt because she's been through the absolute ringer. But also it makes me really, really sad that this then implies that she didn't get to make her way back home. She didn't ever get to be reunited with Alexander or Cassandra. Mortimer moved on very fast. But yeah, it makes me really sad, but also happy at the same time. In other versions of the game, she does come back. She does get reunited with them. I think it's, PSP? No, there's some version of the game where she gets reunited with Alexander at least. But even if she doesn't, I'm glad that she just wasn't experimented on for the rest of her life. I love you, darling. I love you so much. Death. Love you. Also, the whole colonizing another place just because you landed there. Let's not do this. I mean, obviously it's a fictional game, but just in case you ever land in a situation where you kind of land on another planet, colonization is bad. I don't support this. Finally, our last one on section 3. The Remingtons' entire family dies prematurely at the Remington estate. The Remingtons, or lack thereof, because they're all dead. This is the Remington estate. But truth be told, they are all dead. Each family member that built this house died in different ways. For example, starvation, fire and drowning, and electrocution. That's why the urns next to the TV, because electrocute would you know. Obviously, all that family passes away. And then the Jones family inherit this house. When the Jones family inherited the Remington estate from Hannah's cousins, they imagined enjoying the beautiful vista and the quaint little town. They didn't imagine that they would be seeing spectres. Not Olive Spectre, but to be fair, I think that actually seeing ghosts would be preferable almost to seeing Olive Spectre. If I saw Olive Spectre, I would run in the other direction because I'd be like, I'm dead already. She's seen me. It's too late. And the Jones family as well is interesting. Hannah inherited it, and Hannah's bio reads, Hannah wanted to begin her family where family tradition meant something. And that is already referencing what's going on in here, which is really interesting. This is a weird setup, right? Every single person in the family died, and the house in and of itself is weird. The lot bio actually says Jasper Remington had a dream that if he kept building on his modest home, his legacy would go on forever. A few residents find this house an eyesore, but most embrace it as part of this town's rich history and Mary think Jasper blah 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 blah. Let's go back. Let's focus. Jasper Remington had a dream. That's not that special. I had a couple last night. That if he kept building on his modest home, his legacy would go on forever. That is a really interesting thing. As you can see, this house has been really built up and really built up over time. As Laurology pointed out on the Sims threads, I've just realised something while I was remodelling homes. The Remington house on top of the hill was intended to be a never-ending mansion, correct? If you guys don't know what the Winchester mansion is, read here. Remington is another popular distributor of rifles, as is Winchester. Is this just a coincidence or intended to be like this in-game? Also note the hauntings at both places. And the Winchester mansion in question looks like this, which is very similar to that. You can definitely tell that their inspiration is there. And the Winchester mansion is odd because there are never-ending rooms and just very, very weird rooms inside. And the Remington mansion, my God, so sorry, is no different. Oh my goodness! Because the Remington mansion has this lovely room with chimneys in it and a little seat for you to sit on, but very odd. Very odd. And the tale behind the real Winchester mansion is that Sarah never stopped building in order to avoid a curse. And also, if we go back to this, if he kept on building on his modest home, his legacy would go on forever. For different reasons, obviously. One's trying to avoid a curse, one's trying to keep his name out there. And God didn't see you with flashing lights. And also, important thing to note about this is the Winchester family if you're not American, I also don't know much about this. The Winchester family made the Winchester Repeating Arms Company. The Winchester Repeating Arms Company was a prominent American manufacturer of repeating firearms and ammunition. The firm was established in 1866 by Oliver Winchester and was located in New Haven, Connecticut. And Remington, which is another reference, Remington, was also another arms company. And the only thing that I actually know about this that I found out on my own outside of this particular research in particular is that I've watched a horror film about this house, and the ghosts that were inhabiting this house were the ghosts of the people who had died by the supplying of these arms. It's a very interesting idea. As someone who has never been around pew-pews, the only time I've ever seen pew-pews is when I went to London and I saw 10 Downing Street and they were outside of there. At an American airport, I had to walk through the airport and there was this section where you just had to walk past police with pew-pews and armed dogs. Well, dogs. The dogs didn't have pew-pews. This has got a lot of history and also a lot of paranormal things with that. And it's just a very interesting story. I really like when they take real world things and kind of reimagine them in The Sims. A lot of people obviously will get the reference. I think if you're American, you will have got this reference. But for me, who's English, I would have never have got this. But yeah, they haunt this house. They live there and they haunt this house and they haunt the Jones family. And the Jones family, I mean, to be fair, would you allow yourself to get haunted to live in that house? Do you know what I mean? It's pretty big. It's a pretty fair trade-off in my opinion. Can the ghosts clean? You know, that's a lot of surface area. I don't know, but interestingly as well, how did they, because we know how they died, but we don't know why they died in quick succession. Basically, that horror film that I watched, maybe that's why they died. Maybe it was karma, you know, because they'd provided so much ammunition and were like secondarily in some way responsible for the loss of so many lives. It came back and got them. So maybe they're next, you know, maybe they're next. Maybe I can move in once they go. You never know. Welcome to section 4. We are nearly at the halfway point. And honestly, being nearly at the halfway point makes me really, really sad because I don't want this video to be over for me. I don't even know if you were enjoying it on the other end, but I am having the time of my life right now. I'm having a great time. Sorry, me and Steph joining a co-working thing every single day. And I forgot to join it this morning. Steph Sims, I am here, darling. I'm loving this. I'm absolutely having the time of my life. I'm making a design for every single section of the... And doesn't this design slap? I might release it. Donnie Darko. Social Bunny is based on Frank the Rabbit. If you don't know what Donnie Darko is... Here's some images I prepared earlier. Well, that's not Donnie. That's Frank, right? So Donnie Darko is basically this film. I think it's got Jake Gyllenhaal in it. When I was like 14 and I was going through my edgy phase, Donnie Darko was my favourite film in the world. The premise of it, this kid, he's asleep in his bed. An airplane crashes through the roof. And then it's kind of like a time travel type of thing. Like he keeps seeing this string that's guiding him to do certain things. Patrick Swayze's a bit of a nonce. The main character has this guy called Frank. Is Frank good? Is Frank bad? I mean, this is a picture from the Villains Wiki right here, so I'm not too sure if Frank is good or bad. I never really understood the film, honestly. I think about 10 times in my life I've Googled, what is the plot of Donnie Darko? Despite the fact that I've watched it so many times in my life, I think it's a fantastic film. The meaning over my head. But yeah, basically he has this rabbit following him. Celador, all of that malarkey, if you don't know. And that's basically Donnie Darko. And The Sims actually has its own version of Donnie Darko that was introduced in The Sims 2. The Social Bunny. The Social Bunny will turn up on your door if your Sims social level is low. Apparently we don't have this in The Sims 3 and The Sims 4 because Sims have mobile phones and we can just talk to people that way. I mean, in The Sims 2 you could literally talk to people through the computer, so why did we get rid of Frank? These basically come and serve a purpose. So if your social need is low, they will come, and it's kind of like a what a sad little life Jane moment. If the Social Bunny pops up on your door, you know you've failed at life, because honestly it's not even like they're the nicest NPC in the world. They're a bit damaged, and I think that may be as well why they relate to that. And you can socialize with them, yes, but you can also fight them, get a little bit of your angst and aggression out. And if you were a furry, you can romance them. And I support you in doing that, because what is Plumbella about in 2024? Longer videos, but also furry rights. Furry rights 2024. I watched oh my God, I'll try and put an image on here, but I watched this last go to a furry convention and it completely changed my mind about furries. And I'm just like, do you know what? Yeah, live your life. At the end of the day, life's too short. If you want to dress up in a fursuit, you dress up in a fursuit, babe. He done it. And here I am saying it's one of my favourite films in the world ever. Do you know what I mean? Maybe the real furry was the YouTuber you watched along the way, you know? Like, it's not for me. But I get it. The reason that they're a bit of a dick, right? If your needs drop so low in The Sims 2, yes, you will get the social bunny. If your aspiration drops so low in The Sims 2, you will get the therapist. And this is not DSM-5 approved, okay? This is the equivalent, right, of Googling your symptoms when you think something's wrong with you. This man, he might look like he can play the part, darling. And to be fair, do you know what? It's unconventional, but it works. He will bring you down from the depths of depression. I don't think they could get away with releasing it today because we don't even have the insane trait anymore. We have the erratic trait. Speaking as someone who has got like autism, OCD, with intrusive thoughts of very bad things, anxiety, depression, like someone who's kind of within that world, you know what I mean? I approve this man. This man could not offend me, but I understand, you know, if he got brought out today, a lot of people probably would find him offensive, but I am his target audience, you know what I mean? Sometimes you don't need the DSM-5. Sometimes you just need a man with wacky hair, big glasses, and a grey moustache. That's my man, and I'm gonna stick beside him. I love you, darling. I love you. The whole reason I'm bringing him up is because if you are that low that you require both of these, do these come together and help you at the same time? No, because The Sims 2 had so much thought put into it that if these two are together at the same time, they sit and gossip about you. So they're like, fucking hell, she's really not doing good. Damn, sucks to be her, you know? I love it. But yeah, the whole relation to Donnie Darko obviously is the outfit. That's a rabbit, that's a bunny. They both have the long ears. They both turn up when the main character needs some help. They can also only both be seen by the main character. So if you play another sim, you can't see their social bunny. And if it's not the main character, is his name Donnie? Is the main character Donnie? Is that why it's Donnie Darko? Guys, honestly, either way, the main character nobody else can see Frank apart from the main character. And they both offer insights on life as well. Social bunny's like, stop being so lonely, you know? And he's like, burn this house down. But yeah, what is the main character of Donnie Darko called? Oh, yep, Donnie Darko is a protagonist and central character. Well, that makes the name check out then, doesn't it? One thing that I love about me is that random tidbits of information locked in this noggin. Main overarching themes does not stick in here, which means that whenever I watch a film, it's like I'm experiencing it for the first time again. If I read a book, I'm like, oh God, nothing is clicking, you know. There's a first for everything, multiple times for me. Anyway, that is how Donnie Darko, that is how Frank is related to the social bunny. We're just going to ignore that. I just keep hitting my elbow against that. She just can't be tamed, you know. Bring back the social bunny as well. He deserves representation. The Sims 3 was amazing. She was ahead of her time, visionary, visionary, scary. But I do miss the NPC characters that The Sims 2 brought. And The Sims 1 NPC characters. Honestly, The Sims 1 and The Sims 2, they nailed it with the NPCs. I knew my bus driver in The Sims 2. Okay, I knew who was driving my children to school. In The Sims 3, it could be anybody. I don't think they've passed a DBS check. In The Sims 2, they were DBS checked and certified. They gave birth to my kid in The Sims 2. Okay, it was their father taking them to school. Anyway, I'm excited, okay? I love life. Once again, back to my angel. She is an icon, she's a legend, and she is the moment. Olive is back once again. We've discussed her here, and here, and here, and she's back once more. Olive loves the Grim Reaper. Olive kills Sims to see the Grim Reaper. We have already discussed this, but we're going to go more in depth on this one. Obviously, it would be a crime if I didn't discuss this without using the necessary tape. Bear in mind, yes, she's a flawed woman. She's a murderer. Okay, but that's not a crime. Obviously it is. Like, I don't support murdering, obviously. Imagine YouTuber Plumbella comes out as supporting murder and I'd do it again. Obviously we can see with the Sims 3 bio, I think we've already discovered this. Her share of death in her life with every romantic relationship she has had ending in a sudden and untimely death. Fury has had death, which, if we are forgetting, is this guy right here. That's why I thought it was called Death and not Grim. She decided to track him down and give him a piece of her mind. What she didn't expect was to start a relationship with him. That ended quickly, but she was left with something to remember him by. Now it's just her and a young son who was quite the nervous subject indeed, as we've already covered. So as we've seen, she decides to track him down. How does she track him down? Murder, obviously. It would suggest that, do you know what I mean? What are the motives for this? Is it love? Does she love him? Does she just want him to pay child support? At the end of the day, he is the dad. You are the father. And maybe out of an act of kindness, she picked husbands whose names already kind of led to their demise. That is not the right one. That is Ichabod Spectre. Where is rigor mortis? This is my files with everything in. I have pictures of every single sim ever. So looking back in her memories as well, it is confirmed that she has wahooed with death. It's confirmed that she did date people with death-adjacent names, rigor mortis, euthanasia, early demise, if you will. And many of these husbands, obviously, as we've covered, died a very early death. Earl? Via electrocution, Hugh and Rigger by fire, all circumstances that could be played off as an accident, but all circumstances that would bring the one, the only, the Grim Reaper to stay. Maybe for the weekend, definitely not for life. He is a lone wolf in this lifetime. He's booked and busy, guys, especially when Oliver Specter's knocking about. Also, their bio in The Sims 3 can point to some fingers. Point some fingers, not point to some fingers. Hugh's bio says, it's hard being married to Olive. At least I can say I survived. Oh, beautiful use of ellipses. Rigor Mortis's bio says, it's not Olive's fault. I think I was doomed when my parents named me Rigor Mortis. And that is so true. That is literally so true. Olive, it had nothing to do with you, darling. You were merely an innocent bystander. You may have lit the fire, but you did not engulf the flames, my love. And then we've also got Ichabod Spectre. His bio in The Sims 3 reads, one in the long lines of spectres for Spectre. So this is where she gets the surname from. Maybe she learned about ghosts and everything, and maybe death even a little bit more from Ichabod, but they actually had a good relationship. She did not kill him. He died of old age, and as you can see, a chair right here, right next to her, is Ichabod Specter's grave, so obviously he meant a great deal to her. Enough to not kill him anyway. I'm sorry to these men, you know. They didn't live up. They were not first on the pyramid. With the whole tie of nervous subject as well, this complicates it further because she's got even more of a reason to seek the Grim Reaper. Where is death? Why is he not being a father? He is not his stepfather. He is the father that stepped up. I'm actually not sure that they existed in the same breath, if you know what I mean. But deadbeat. Quite literally a deadbeat dad. Olive didn't just stop at these, you know, to try and get attention for Nervous, or even for herself. Maybe she was just a little frick in the shits, you know. Maybe she wanted just to spend some one-on-one time. She killed a lot of people. We have service workers here, which is an easy kill. You just literally rig them up and they come to your house. You don't even have to orchestrate anything, really. And once again, if we go back to Olive Specter's Sims 2 bio, Olive will stop at nothing to get what she wants. She spends her time collecting mushrooms, sharpening sticks, and excavating her yard. And what does she want, guys? Grim. The Grim Reaper. But what I can't understand in all of this, and this might be clear to you, and it might just be me that's missing the point, but why did she give Nervous up for adoption? Why did she do that? Maybe, honestly, maybe the reason that she was so desperate to kill Sims to try and get Grim to come back to her was maybe because she wasn't able to support Nervous on her own. And maybe that's why she gave Nervous up, to try and make sure he had a better life, which is devastatingly sad because obviously he did not go on to have a better life. Grim should have stepped up. He should have stepped up. And then maybe what happened to him wouldn't have happened to him. Rest in peace, Rigor Mortis. Rest in peace, Euthanasia. Rest in peace, Ichabod Spectre. Rest in peace, pretty much, well, over 20 Sims that Olive Spectre killed or was there, or potentially just orchestrated the deaths of. She is good at what she does at the end of the day. I feel like this one was a little bit more disjointed than the others, but it's kind of also because we've covered this topic to death so far. We know Olive's a murderer. We know she's in love with him. Toxic relationship. She always will be. We know she's got a son to him. We know that her exes had really questionable names. And we know that they were still together in The Sims 3. So we've covered this. I don't think Olive comes up anymore. Let me check. No, I don't think so. We have one more with Nervous Subject, which is different than like his mum being a murderer and his dad being the Grim Reaper. So yeah. Goodbye, my lover. Goodbye, my friend. You're the most accomplished woman on this board. I'm very excited for this next one, and it is Clown Catchers. Government trying to capture the tragic clown. Let's talk about them. Clown catchers. They exist to do one thing and one thing only, and that is catch clowns. I don't know why I haven't been caught yet. I know you're asking yourself the same question. I don't know. And that is also the purpose of this t-shirt today. Tragic. I just love him. He's my angel. Every single sim in The Sims that shows any bit of like slightly being fucked up, I'm like, oh, Liberty just gotta be able to protect them. They are doing their duty. They are doing the service to this franchise. Also, we don't have the tragic... Oh my god, no, I tell a lie. We do have the tragic clown, but she doesn't operate in the same way that she always has. The clown catcher's purpose is to capture one particular clown. The tragic one. There will be more in the background of the tragic clown later, but basically, he has a portrait. You can summon him through this portrait. He'll make your Sims really sad. Basically, the opposite of the social bunny. The opposite of the therapist. He has one purpose, and it's to ruin the lives of everyone around him. And he's really good at it. But obviously, the fact that this is his purpose and that he exists does cause a problem, because you don't want your Sims to be sad. You want your Sims to be happy. They're easier to control, which is maybe why cults work. Are people really happy in cults? I don't know. Let me know if you're in one. In The Sims 1 as well, when your Sims are sad, they will not do anything. They won't read. They're too depressed to study. It's really difficult to take care of them. So obviously he's a bit of a nuisance, as iconic as he is. And it's very difficult to get him to leave. You can't really get him to leave. I think maybe if you set fire to the painting, then it works. But one of the ways that you can get rid of him is by using the clown catchers. You call the clown catchers and an ominous pop-up will come up. Clown catchers calling. Sorry to disturb you, but we received a high priority dispatch a few minutes ago. This will only take a few minutes, never mind us. And then an NPC who literally looks like they come straight out of the 1997 film Men in Black, starring Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones, because that is his name. Yeah, they come out and whip out a huge ray gun. The Sims franchise does not have guns, but they have an incredible amount of ray guns in, I think, every single game of the franchise. When I think about the Sims team, they really do love a ray gun. But yeah, they just zap him again and again. He will try and run away. Sometimes it's a bit of a difficult catch, and then they kind of trap him in this horizontal tube. He will then... it's quite disturbing, really. He will then scream and beat the side of the tube, trying to get out before he's teleported away. And where to? We do not know. They will also repossess his portrait in order for him never to strike again. And that is a really tragic story of the clown. I don't know why I love him so much, because I am actually quite deeply terrified of clowns. I don't find them fun. I find them quite horrific. But something about this one in particular, maybe it's because he's really not trying to be fun. He's kind of like, he's been through trauma. Do you know what I mean? He's in fight or flight response 24 hours of the day, 7 days a week. The fact he's so powerful that this government organization is created just to tame him. How many houses is he wreaking havoc in? He's kind of like a cursed doll, if you will. He's kind of rawr. No, but yes, also I think I would, given the opportunity. If that clown turned into my house, I'd be like, oh, I could fix him, genuinely. And that's how I feel about a lot of these disturbed characters from the franchise. I'm like, just baby, let me heal you. Let me heal you. And he'd probably be like, look at the fucking state of yourself. But I would give it a shot, you know. I'm the clown catcher. I'd catch something from him, if you know what I mean. That's the story of the clown catchers. Again, we will talk about the tragic clown more in depth in the next section. Prepare yourself, because this one is an absolutely wild one. And this one is Twinbrook. Graves found in unusual places in Twinbrook. Guys, honestly, this is a full-on Criminal Minds investigation case. Everything is linked. This Twinbrook was a world that I actually don't dabble in that much, because it came with the Sims 3 ambitions, and it's beautiful. It's a beautiful world. If I did dabble in it, I usually played in this area right here, but I can't play in the main area because of obviously this big lake in the middle of it, / swamp, and I can't do that because I get motion sick with games. So as beautiful as Twinbrook is, she was never on my roster. Never on my roster. We have some odd deaths in Twinbrook, okay? There's some real murder. There's some real criminal activity going on here. First ones that we're going to talk about, Lacey Dara and Macy Clay. These two are linked because these are thought to be sisters / twins, and they do look incredibly alike, to the point where I had to mark the back of these images with their names in order for me to make sure that I was putting them in the right place. And also Twinbrook, you know, twin, and these two are said to be related, and they're also related in another way, in the fact that they're both dead. This is not a diamond ring. This is it's not a push pop. This is a tombstone. Rip. It's also unclear whether these two died in the same instant. They both died of fire, funnily enough, but Lacey apparently died in a fire that's in her home that was potentially started by her husband, Juan. Juan also lives next to his burned down home in like a trailer type thing. I mean, it could have just been a kitchen accident or something like that. Obviously, that's very common in the Sims franchise. But I think that there was foul play, because why is her sister also dead, also of a fire? How did you get there? How did you die? Both of them. I mean, to be fair, the twins have a different type of connection. They've got a different type of bond. They could have been bonding over a cup of tea in the kitchen. You don't know. Well, I do. I know everything all of the time. I know more than you do, sweetheart. No, but I've got theories. And at the end of the day, that's what gets us through the day, is it not? So, where do these lie? In Twinbrook? Where are their gravestones? Macy, her gravestone is in a laundromat. Is this because Twinbrook is up and coming? It doesn't really have a graveyard. It's really new. No, Twinbrook has a graveyard. Macy is not there. Neither is Lacey. Lacey is buried in this junkyard. Whose junkyard is it, you may ask? Juan's. I think I'm one step closer to solving this case. So why is Lacey buried in Juan's pick and pull junkyard? Why is Macy buried in the laundromat? Because there's been a murder. And things also get a lot more interesting when we look at who Juan is as a person, as a human being. Obviously, he's married to Lacey. His ex-lover is Millie. They hate each other for some reason. I'm not really too sure why, but they absolutely despise each other. Don't you try to double back, I already despise you. But it's weird, I think. I mean, obviously it's naturally right to kind of have complicated relationships with exes, but these have kind of moved on, you know? Why are these two still so enamored with each other? There's a very fine line between love and hate, my darlings. Also, Millie has a daughter called Dilly, and we don't know who Dilly's dad is. It could be Juan. And also because we don't have memories in the Sims 3, we don't really know when Lacey and Macy passed away. We can kind of guess at it by looking at their ages, but we don't know if there was an age gap in this relationship or if Lacey was his first wife. We don't know. These could have been a recent fling that recently fell out with each other. He could be Dilly's dad. I actually think he might be Dilly's dad and he did not step up to be Dilly's dad, and that's why those two have a really bad relationship. It's suspected that Juan killed Lacey and also potentially Macy. And also in terms of like actually thinking what would even be the motive of it, maybe Juan, he might have had a little affair with Millie. He might have had a little affair with somebody else. It's a small town. Maybe Millie saw. Maybe Millie was going to tell Lacey and / Macy, because they both look alike, so you wouldn't know who you were telling, to be honest. And Juan killed them so they wouldn't find out. But then why would Juan just not kill Millie? Do you know what I mean? She's getting old now. He could pass it off. My other theory is that Millie is actually just not relevant to the entire situation anyway. Millie could just hate Juan because he didn't step up to be Dilly's dad, even though he's not confirmed to be Dilly's dad. I'm running the paternity test and I say he's Dilly's dad, okay? I don't think Dilly should have had parents if she's called Dilly and her mum's called Millie. I'm going to be honest. I can't really talk because my brother's called Joe, my sister's called Joanna, my dad is called Joe, my granddad was called Joe, so my family can't really talk. And all my family's names start with J. It was purely incidental, but it's pretty hard to believe that, I'm not going to lie. So I think that Juan was maybe cheating on Lacey. I don't know why, because she is stunning. She is beautiful, Your Honour. And he's there. He's just Ken. But I believe that he might have been cheating on Lacey. Maybe even with Macy. But that, I'm maybe throwing the ball out a little bit too far right now, and you might not be able to catch that one. So just say that he was cheating on Lacey with somebody. Macy saw and was going to tell Lacey. Juan freaked out, set a fire, killed Lacey and Macy. Or maybe they just died in a fire. But why are you at the laundromat? Why did you also die of a fire? So that, in my opinion, there's very clearly foul play, and I think Juan very clearly has something to do with it. If he's like bothered enough to still have a bad relationship with someone who's pretty much moved on with her life, she's just strutting around the town, flowers in her hair, waving her boobies everywhere. Why, Juan? And why bury her in a junkyard? I mean, she might have loved the junkyard, I'm not going to judge, but you girls deserved more. Stunning. The other side of the map, right? That's pretty small town. This side of the map, we've got the Racket family. Their bio states, our personality disorder is inherited. I don't know about personality disorder, but my dad's definitely got undiagnosed autism. Dennis slipped up and gave an inch. The old man took a mile. Now the corrupt old frauds just take, fake and foil. Walking defect Bill, right here, also what an insult, skims off the top while teens beg for attention in neglected obscurity. How long can the sanity assault continue? Will Silver's hijacked years and stolen looks ever know the bittersweet taste of revenge? Little Lolly may be the slime's only hope of redemption. So this family, the Racket family, history of mental illness, history of crime. They are the organised crime of Twinbrook. Ronnie and Reggie Cray, if you will. And in their family home is the gravestone of Pixie Carlton. She's not related to them. She's not tied to them. It's said that she potentially died of electrocution, but I don't believe it. But her grave is in their home on top of a drawer, just knocking about the house and everything like that. And do you know what? With the known criminals, I just don't think it's that much of a stretch. Do you know what I mean? But what is the motive? Like, yes, the known criminals, but criminals, well, some type of criminals could just kill for fun. They could do that. Okay. In fact, that's some criminals do. But these aren't that type of criminals. I mean, there could be sanity assault. Specifically looking for a motive. What motive could they have? Well, Bill, walking defect, apparently. So he's called by his family. This is Bill. Bill's lifetime aspiration is, let me just get this 100% right, to become a gold digger. Maybe that's why he's called Bill. Dollar Bill, you know? And Pixie is rumoured to be rich. And it's rumoured, speculated, theorized, some might say, that Bill killed Pixie in order to get this money, to get the money that Pixie had, because she's rich, okay? She's rich. Unfortunately for Bill, in walks our little Nepo baby, Sophia. Sophia Carlton, Pixie Carlton. Sophia is actually rumoured to have inherited this. In fact, she's kind of the talk of the town of Twinbrook. She's kind of famous enough in Twinbrook to be wrote about in the local magazines. And a lot of people don't like Sophia. So, Sophia inherited Pixie's money. Famous around the town. Lots of people know her. Lots of people hate her because of this money. Money, money, money. Ain't it funny? Literally in the Twinbrook world. Because who else hates Sophia? Millie hates Sophia. For what reason? Literally, don't you have crosswords to do? Dilly also hates Sophia. I mean, Dilly and Sophia are around the same age, so maybe that's why. Maybe they just teen things. But this is all so interconnected that I can't believe that foul play is not afoot here. I cannot. Something's happened. Something's weird. And that's not all that's weird in Twinbrook. It's not just a murder. It's not just the organised crime. Right, start referring to people as walking defects. We've also got the whole issue with zombies just added on to the fact that there's just zombies in Twinbrook, because these two, babe, mine's peroxide, right? Theirs is zombification. Theirs is literal life after death. It's not this. They're zombies. They're not the only people in Twinbrook that are zombies after death. In fact, this is a purposeful thing, and it's supposed to be referencing comic book character called, let me just get this name correct, Solomon Grundy, who had a similar appearance and was brought back to life after being buried in a swamp. And what is Twinbrook built on? A swamp. They're also zombies, and I think that they're also zombies for shits and giggles. Really, I don't think that them being zombies impacts the story. I think that this is one of those things where the Sims team just thought, you know what would be cool? That's also, I love it when they do that. One of those things where I'm just like, yeah, slay. So that is the entire mysterious graves in Twinbrook. None of these buried in their rightful place, which is the graveyard. Maybe in your own games, you can load up Twinbrook and actually put these women to rest. And also while you're at it, murder him. I'm unsure about him. You know what? No. Make him step up as the father he should be to Dilly. He's nearly knocking on death's door himself anyway. Maybe he's killing everybody to try and romance the Grim Reaper. He heard how well it done for Olive. Now we've got Cordelia and Caliban Cap. Both died in a fire possibly caused by the Monties. Cordelia was pregnant at the time of death, unfortunately. Really sad story all around. We've kind of went into the feuds in this one, Feud and Families, Monty and Cap family feud for generations. But this goes into it a lot deeper, and honestly, in my opinion, a lot more sad. So just as an introduction to it, this is the Cap family. This is the Monty family. There's more than just this guy in the Monty family, but he's the only one that's really relevant right now in this story. Also, as we go through the story, there are keys up here. So this dotted line means ex-friend or partner. Blue is a location and red is a relationship. So that's like whether it's familial. That's the right word, isn't it? Or whether it's like marriage or etc, etc. I mean, that's the only two things that there is. So it's either this or that, you know what I mean? So these two are actually dead, dun dun dun, when you load up this game. Don't get it twisted that their pictures are in colour. They are black and white if you go through the family tree. Black and white. And you know what? I got the pictures to prove it. Got this from my own game. They are dead. Literally rip. Rest in peace. This is Cordelia Cap and this is Caliban Cap. So they're both dead. One of them is buried. The other one is not buried, but they are both dead and they reside in their deathness in the Cap family home. I do just want to point out, this is Veronaville, and I think for the last time we mentioned these, I put their house as being there. That is incorrect. That is actually the Summer Dream household. The Cap household is this one right here. And this is their house. And within that house, on the side, you can't really see, so I've enlarged it for you here. There is a graveyard, and also there's a bedroom, and in the corner of a bedroom there's some urns, and I've labelled where they are buried. So Caliban is buried front and not necessarily centre, but front nonetheless, in this graveyard. Who's he buried alongside? Julius Caesar for some reason. I feel like that's got something to do with Shakespeare, but you know my stance on that man. So he's buried in the family graveyard. Cordelia is in an urn in their main bedroom in the Cap family household, in his bedroom to be precise. And she's also in an urn next to a mum, because at this point in the story, dead, kicked it. So she's also there in the urn. So these two are dead. And they left behind them 3 children and a 4th unborn child, because she was pregnant at the time that she died. But how did they die? I mean, you already know, because I kind of read the description. Fire. You know, they've got to research every fire that every fire generally, because it could be an insurance claim, but every fire that takes a life. And this is not a cooking accident. This is not anything that has happened from electrocution. It's not even spontaneous combustion. No, there are theories that foul play was definitely at work here, which left 3 children orphaned. So we already know that there's a big family feud, and the story about that goes, saddeningly, it's got nothing to do with these. These are actually innocent in the entire thing. And Cordelia was actually against the family feud, which makes it even all the more sad. So way back when, I'm going to write the names down. Give me 1 second. Okay, hopefully this should help you understand who I'm talking to and who I'm referring to at once. So Consort and Contessa are the parents of Cordelia. Caliban married into the Cap family. So these two weren't always together. In the early days, Consort was a bit of a businessman. And who was his business partner? None other than Patrizio Monti. Patrizio Monti was Consort's business partner, and they were also friends. They weren't roommates, but they were friends. And at this time, way back when in history, Consort and Contessa were not a thing. Who was a thing? Contessa and Patrizio. These two actually had a rival over Contessa, and it's unsure whether one led to the other. Obviously, we know who won the rival, because Consort is literally married and has kids to Contessa, which meant that Patrizio got left behind. I'm not sure if it's the reason, but it's definitely one of the reasons why the Monti and Cap family have a feud. And not only that, not only did Consort take Patrizio's lover, Patrizio also got fired from the business that they shared together. He lost a friendship over him and Contessa getting together and having kids. And don't get me wrong, they are married, not necessarily happy right now, but they were happy. They had a child. They had 3, should have been, could have been 4 grandchildren. But does that mean that this guy wasn't done dirty? He was definitely done dirty at the end of the day. And because of that feud, Contessa left Patrizio for Consort. It's rumoured that the Monti family took their feud and got payback, got revenge in the form of hitting Consort where it hurt, because they knew he wouldn't be able to get Contessa back, and set a fire which killed Cordelia and Caliban, which is really, really sad, especially because, like I said, Cordelia was actually against the whole rivalry. She didn't want the two families to be arguing. Contessa's bio itself actually reads, Contessa is a strong matriarch who can hold a grudge. Will she let go of her anger at the Montis and do her daughter Cordelia's memory justice by allowing Juliet to pursue her true love? Because that's right, yeah, one of her daughters is also Juliet from the hit show, novel, play Romeo and Juliet. Not the one that Shakespeare wrote, but as good as. So yeah, she's also in love with Romeo from the Monti family. So basically a plague on both of their houses. Do you know what I mean? Out of the frying pan and into the fire. A bit too literally, if you know what I mean. Bit too literally. Lovers to enemies, which led to the murder, really, of these two innocent people. Yes, it's sad, and like this love triangle, womp womp, do you know what I mean? Like, yes, it's sad, but I think it's even more sad that this family got ruined and left behind 3 kids. And not only just this family, but a family that didn't want to carry on the feud, didn't really have any place in the feud, didn't really care for the feud, wanted the feud to be over. Obviously, these still wanted to keep it on. I mean, they didn't light the fire, but they are partially responsible for the circumstances which surrounded the daughter's death and the daughter's husband, but he's only buried in the fucking family graveyard. He doesn't get pride of place in the bedroom. Do you know what I mean? Rip. And it's the 3 kids, really, at the end of the day, that you feel sorry for. So that is quite horrifically sad about how far grudges can go. I know that Contessa can hold on to a grudge, but also at the end of the day, it's what got you in that situation, and it's the reason why the fire happened. I'd say let it go, but she's dead now, so maybe the feud will lie with her. Well, not until Consort's kicked the bucket either. By the looks of it, he's not got long. The last one on our list is the magic ban. Magic is criminalized by the Sims 2 timeline. I will greatly miss this section. I've had so much fun with the lore, the researching and the presenting of it. It's been great, but it's also definitely been very long, very long. I've been recording so far. I've got 50 minutes of footage and I started at 12. It is now 5 p.m. I love it. And what information have I got about the magic ban? This was an incredibly difficult one to research. So I have researched it and I've tried to put the pieces together as best as I can. And the thing is, I've done what I can with it, obviously, but I feel like I've already read this. I feel like I've read this somewhere, like a big post about it, but I seem to think it was on Tumblr. And I have been through blistering winds and scorching deserts trying to find what article I read or Tumblr post that I read that talked about this, but I might have been mistaken magic being banned for like alien prejudice. It must exist for it to be on the board, and the only other thing on it that I really found was an actual, with the Reddit post discussing the iceberg, because once again the iceberg's not made by me. All references and everything will be linked in the description. A comment on that said, wasn't it The Sims 1 that magic was outlawed or something like that? So even there I couldn't find much about it, but once again, like I said, I've researched it and I've put together what I can find. So in The Sims 1 we have Magic Town. Very small image of it. I'm really sorry, just zoom your phone screen in, okay? But we've got Magic Town. So this side of it is Creepy Hollow, this side of it is the carnival, and maybe Creepy Hollow could have the answers for us, because obviously it's got some houses in there. These images of these houses have been taken from the Sims wiki, and this first one is Alfred's B&B. This dilapidated defunct boarding house is ready for some love and care and good tile cleaner. And then we've also got Ever After Oaks. This mansion hosted many gala events for the most elusive members of Magic Town society, but rest assured, all have been sent back to from whence they came. And then finally, we've got Old Man Lum's, which is this one. This ancient cabin has remained vacant for generations. Its first and only inhabitant, Old Man Lum, was driven insane by his experiments with enchantments and was last seen wandering the streets of Old Town, muttering something about flamingos. So all of these things are things that they all have in common, is that they all reference an olden age of magic and then them being pretty much dilapidated now, which is in high contrast to this side of the world, which is the carnival town. But the carnival has only come into town recently and the rest of it has been this Creepy Hollow. And also it's a different currency in here, which also suggests that magic also lived here, like magic lived here, but that magic was once present here. Like I said, it seems like people haven't been here for a while, which could be the whole magic being outlawed thing, even dating as far back as The Sims 1, because maybe they were cast away by society as people moved into Sim Nation. But maybe the fact that the houses are here and not in Old Town kind of suggests that they were already in hiding, maybe. But then you've got the carnival side of things, which confused me even more, because if there were run out of town and if magic was frowned upon at this point or outlawed, then we wouldn't have the carnival. And the thing is, in the carnival, everybody can go here, even kids can go here. Kids can't practice magic here, but anybody can go here and practice magic. But then with making magic, interestingly, came the mystery man, and his purpose is basically he will go up to your Sims and find your Sims if they practice magic in front of Sims who don't cast magic. He's also like a one-stop shop if you are into magic to buy things from and everything like that, but he does issue fines. So maybe this was the start of it. Maybe it wasn't quite outlawed yet in terms of having to go into hiding, but maybe this is the start of the people not living together and witches and wizards or whatever moving into isolation. And then we go into The Sims 2, and in The Sims 2 apartment life, the most random pack for this to come with, witches came with it. Also with it came a secret world, which I didn't know existed until I was actually researching this topic. But this secret world is called Magic. It's a secret neighborhood, and this can only be visited if the Sim that you're playing with is a witch or a warlock. And then we've got the light witch, like the good witch, the bad witch, and there's the neutral witch and everything. So maybe this is why magic was outlawed, because they went from this place where obviously lots of people will go, magic is seen, into this hidden secret world. This also didn't make sense to me, because in The Sims 2 apartment life, you can go to a community lot and a witch will turn up and be like, oh, I'm in a glitch now, and cast a spell. They don't have any disguises. They come and go on a broom. One of the witches is literally green. It's not really outlawed because it happens in front of your Sim, and witches turn up in public and cast spells. So I'm not too sure where this has come from, whether it is outlawed and witches are just like, I'm gonna do it anyway, you can't stop me, whether this was a sign of the times to come and witches did have to go into hiding, which is how they resided in magic left Creepy Hollow for the secret world of magic. That's the only thing I can think of. But please, if you know anything about this, or if you've read anything about this, please do share it in the description, in the comments even, because I'm so interested in this topic and I would love to know why magic was banned, how magic was banned, the impacts of magic being banned, and where magic was banned from. I'm just so intrigued by it, and I really wish that I could find out more about it. So if you know anything about it, if you have any links or anything, please do let me know in the comments down below. Not relating really to magic being banned, but relating to magic in and of itself. As I was researching this and the whole idea of secret worlds and magical secret worlds, this is not the only magical secret world that came with the Sims franchise. The other magical secret world came with the Sims Making Magic, naturally, obviously, and you could get a lot of cool items in the Sims Making Magic, one of which was a beanstalk, and if you grew the beanstalk enough, you could climb up the beanstalk and go to a secret world. And what was in that secret world? A really old castle, maybe a place for you to practice your spells. No. Will Wright laying down with an open can of beans. I love this man. And a message pops up saying, thank you for playing The Sims. Thank you, Will Wright. Making magic was my she could do no wrong to me. She was perfect. As soon as I laid eyes on her, I do believe in the term love at first sight, because when I first laid eyes on The Sims Making Magic, it was love at first sight. I saw her at a computer fair and I went, ugh, she's my Roman Empire. Like, I do think about her at least 5 times a day, and just the feelings that she gave me. I think I'm catching feelings. And I didn't know this. And then I shared it with the rest of the Simmers and I was like, did you guys know that there was a secret world with Will Wright literally laying down? And Molly didn't know it either. And Molly also said, I can't believe we've been this obsessed with making magic since we were children and did not know about this secret world. So the more you know. Also, that credit says the Sims Wiki. So that is the 4th row done. We are now over halfway through this video and I just don't want you to end. Welcome to section 5. I'm going to get more and more sad the further down this list we get, because I just don't want this video to end. And it's been, like I keep saying in every single one, it's been my life. I'm living and breathing, and I'm spending my mornings looking over the scripts, I'm spending my afternoons recording, and I'm spending my nights prepping for the next part of the script. And I'm just going to be really sad. We are over the halfway point now, so this video is coming to a close. But we're going to start off first. Murder in Pleasant View, written by Alexander Goth 50 years before his birth, which is interesting enough. So let's go. Murder in Pleasant View. Most of this is by Alex Plays Sims stuff. I do already have a video covering Alex Plays Sims stuff theories, but I left a lot of the theory out because I still wanted a reason for you to go and check out the Tumblr post and send love their way as well. So alexplaysimsandstuff.tumblr.com if you want a really in-depth version of this. I was perplexed the first time I heard this, but Murder in Pleasant View is a book from The Sims 3, and it's written by none other than Alexander Goth. He may be small, he may not fully know his alphabet yet, but he managed to read and write a book before he was born. Since before he was born. But Alex is obviously from the Sims 2 timeline. Murder in Pleasant View came out in the Sims 3 timeline, which is before the Sims 2 timeline, as we know. So obviously this man, not real, does not exist. And the book is a mystery. Basically, what happened to Bella Goth. Yes, we are back on that subject of what happened to our little old Bella. She will not be resting in peace. So again, let's start out with what we know about Bella Goth. Just as a brief run through. Last scene, Don Lothario's rooftop. He tried to put the moves on her. She rejected him. She was looking through the telescope. We know that she died in Luna Lakes. This was confirmed by SimGuru. We also know through the game, Cassandra Goth is a scientist. So there is speculation on whether or not she could have created a time travel device. And you might think that that's a little bit ridiculous, but this man literally invented an anti-aging device. Obviously, very clearly, never used it, because this man is he's withering like a prune, if you will. I imagine he feels like he's been in the bath too long. The reason why time travel is not out of the realm of imagination also is because Don Lothario is actually in The Sims 3, and it's not a prior story of him that's in The Sims 3. It's not he decided to move to The Sims 3 and set up a new life or whatever, or even that he drank Mortimer's anti-aging elixir. He is in The Sims 3 in Riverview, and his bio states, Don woke up one morning in a whole new world. He remembers stepping onto a teleporter, several women laughing, then nothing else until he found himself here. So several women laughing probably refers to Cassandra being the most played out of them, Dina / or Nina, and Dina / or Nina. It's one of them. But Alex is a smart kid. Even though he was just a kid when Bella went missing, obviously that is such a traumatizing experience. He probably remembers it well. So the theory goes that he remembered it so well, and he found it a fully, wholly preventable death, that he actually used Cassandra's time machine to go back in time to prevent this happening. Maybe stop his mum going to Don's that night. But sent himself too far back in the timeline, which this time machine has a want to do. Maybe it was already pre-programmed to that. Found himself in Sunset Valley. And during this, he can't exactly walk up to his mum and dad, because what do his mum and dad look at this point? Children. Okay, they are children. They are literally maybe not neurodivergent, but they are definitely a minor. So you can't exactly go, you will go to a man's house, you will look through his telescope. Don't do that. They would probably just look at him and go, stranger danger. So he wrote a book, and in that book, he talked about murder in Pleasantview to try and save his mum's life in the future. The book became a bestseller, naturally, because this kid is literally the Mozart of the literature world, and it's on every single bookshelf in homes in The Sims 3. And people knew the mistakes to avoid. They knew not to trust a certain man's rooftop, which Alex suggests is the reason that we have The Sims 4 and that up timeline, because in this timeline, Bella never went to Don's rooftop. She never done that. She never got abducted, and she lived happily ever after. Now, this is all, honestly, this is a good theory, and it all ties all in, and it even explains some of the bad decision making that we have grown to hate. However, I think that's too lenient. I think the Sims team were lazy when they decided to not continue the timeline. We know how I feel about this, but everything else, if we just ignore this bit, because I don't want to give the Sims team, move you over here. I actually think that my theory on it, the whole timeline thing, is that they were pushed to release The Sims 4, and that's why it released with so many bugs, and the whole timeline thing is a symptom of that. But for the rest of it, the whole time travel makes sense, because Don also got traveled through time. Maybe these two discovered what Cassandra had built. Maybe they all teamed up. Maybe they were innocent and they all teamed up and they were like, has this happened to you? I'm in a conclusion. And then they were like, well, let's get rid of this bitch, and then this turned into this bitch, causes havoc in this town. But I do think that these are guilty. That's my guilty party right there. Guilty, 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 guilty. Innocent, innocent, innocent. That's my opinion. This would not hold up in a court of law. My reasonings for me being right is I just feel like I am. There is something in the air that tells me that I am correct. But yeah, that's Murder in Pleasantview. Like I said, alexplaysimsonstuff.tumblr.com really goes into this. The theory is so well thought out, but that's the summary of it, the whole Murder in Pleasantview. And it's really, really cool. I like to see how it all ties in together. Next up, you should already be aware of him, because we've already kind of covered him with Clown Catchers, but Sonny the Tragic Clown. But this is a different time in the story. Dead in The Sims 3, shown alive in The Sims 1. You should be familiar with him and his story. He's a very sad sim that brings his sadness and tragedy wherever he goes. Can't relate, because personally, I don't know about you guys, but my chemicals are all balanced, thank you. He was first introduced here in The Sims 1 in Living Large, obviously through the portrait that you could summon the tragic clown in. But interestingly, if we go further back in the timeline, to The Sims 3, and we visit the graveyard that comes with Sunset Valley, Sonny the Tragic Clown is actually buried here, and this is what he looks like. It's very different to how he is in The Sims 1. In The Sims 1, obviously, he's very tragic clown-esque. In The Sims 3, he's very tragically not as clowny, although some of those patterns that he's mixing are quite on the tragic scale. Don't worry about me, I'm just really struggling to open this pen. And this is his grave here. But like I said, despite the fact that he's got a very specific look, it's quite different from how it is here. Here, he really embodies the stereotypical version of a clown. Here, he does not. He looks like a very different man in this. More like a party entertainer, someone that you might hire for your children's parties to do the face paints. He doesn't, I mean, he kind of does, but he doesn't look as much like the demon that would haunt the end of the bed during sleep paralysis, if you know what I mean. And obviously, to The Sims timeline, The Sims 3 comes before The Sims 1. So this is his past. This is who he is before he became this. So how did he even get there? In his grave, he was dead by drowning. So I'm just gonna, pull ladder, maybe. But also what makes this interesting is he's also got the hydrophobic trait. So obviously, very traumatizing death for him if he's got the hydrophobic trait and he died by drowning. So maybe that led to him becoming a trapped spirit, and obviously where in this life he wanted to maybe bring joy, happiness to people's lives, his death was that traumatic that he turned into this sleep paralysis demon. But also in this life he is still perfect, and he brings a lot of joy to one specific person in Middlesbrough who's got two thumbs and is this bitch. And his lifetime aspiration in The Sims 3 as well doesn't even relate to anything to do with entertainment or even like family or children or anything of the sort. He wanted to become a world-renowned surgeon, and instead this was his legacy. That's what he was left with, which honestly is nobody to call him the tragic clown, because that's tragic in and of itself. He might be that mortified that he died dressed as a clown, that this was the only natural step for him to go. Anyway, spirit or not, as we've seen with the clown catchers, he's very difficult to catch. So he may not have become the world-renowned surgeon that he set out to be, but he became the world-renowned creep. He managed to very successfully implant himself into people's homes, and you know what? Prescriptions of escitalopram went right up after he became the tragic clown, so he's doing one company a very good favour. He supports the NHS on his back, all right? He's the world-renowned depression session, and he's successful at it as well. That man is good. He might not have achieved his goals, but he certainly achieved mine. I love you. They could never make me hate you. Interestingly though, we're not done with Sonny here. I just couldn't bring it all up in this one because then it would ruin the next part of his story. But I actually have some really interesting theories, and it is also in this section of the iceberg as well, so I'm very excited to talk about them. Next up, the Triku family. I knew nothing about these, and I can't believe that I didn't, because The Sims 2 Nightlife, which is where they got released with, is one of my favourite packs that has ever graced the Sims franchise. She was the second pack, I think, I'm pretty sure, to be released with The Sims 2. I think University was first, and then Sims 2 Nightlife. It honestly, it did create my fascination with vampires. It released at a time when Twilight was really big, but specifically the Twilight books, it hadn't been adapted into films yet. And the Sims 2 Exchange, which is where you could create stories, share Sims, and you could click through the stories and there'd be a picture of a Sims family attached to it. And people used to edit the crap out of the pictures. I would love to do a really long story about the Sims 2 Exchange and stories, so I will do that one day. This got released with The Sims 2 Nightlife, which also released with vampires and stuff like that. Deceased family haunt in the house of fallen trees. So let's get into it. I'm going to introduce you to them all. It's a very, very, very interesting story. Every single member of this family is dead. First up, we've got John Smith, or the UK games, he's called Jonathan. So I will call him Jonathan. Dead. First death, starvation. I'm not going to write it all down because it's going to get too much. Starvation. But his death meant that he left a huge inheritance to his wife, Jennifer, who is also dead of starvation. And if you see her as a ghost, she will bother you about food, which honestly is kind of iconic. She also has pointed elf ears underneath that hair. No one really knows why, it's not quite explained. And together, these two had 2 kids. Janelle also died of starvation. Janelle married Gvornan, who once again also died of starvation. Together, these two had Frickerith, who, you guessed it, also, actually, I'm totally kidding. He didn't actually die of starvation. He died by satellite, which honestly was a real spanner in the works. Did not see that one coming. Could not have predicted that. Always be on your guard, I guess. But the other child that these two had together is Nilicet. Death, once again, by starvation. Nilicet married Keenan, who... It's a bit like a broken record at this point, but yes, he did also die of starvation, yes. And they had... Vodoin. I'm sorry if my accent is butchering the pronunciations of these names. And how did she die? Not starvation. She died by fire, which is interesting because all of these, starvation, these two, satellite, fire. Fire from the satellite? Potentially. So just to 100% make it clear, this will represent family. This one will represent marriage. So we've got Jonathan and Jennifer, these two married. These two together had Janelle and Nilicet. Janelle married Kvornan. Nilicet married Keenan. Janelle and Kvornan had Frickerith. Nilicet and Keenan had Gvordoin. So that is how they're related. And that is the family altogether. The Triku family. Dead. Don't get used to that image. Dead. Gone. Most of the family is buried in the Gothia Green Lawn Cemetery, apart from the 2 cousins. These two, Gvordoin and Frickerith, are buried in the House of Fallen Trees. So these two haunt this. But these aren't the only people that actually haunt the house. A lass called Raynell moved into the house shortly after everybody died, and she is also buried there, and she died of fright, potentially by seeing the 2 ghost goth kids. That would give me a fright, do you know what I mean? So my original theory on this, how did they all die and why were these 2 deaths different? This guy actually has an interest in vampires. His turn-ons are vampires, and obviously in The Sims 2 Nightlife, vampires shipped with it. Another thing that also made me really look at this theory is because this guy, Frickerith, is also in The Sims 3 Supernatural. As a ghost, he's buried in the graveyard and he died by fire, interestingly. So maybe not the satellite. What my theory was that he turned himself into a vampire because he was so obsessed with them, thought he could control himself, and ended up turning all of these into vampires. And then all of these were like, I don't want to be a vampire. I want to be a real Sim. Died of starvation because they didn't eat anybody else. And then he faked his own death because he was so shocked by what he'd done and what he'd created that he moved away. Another thing that adds credence to this as well is that in this house, in the basement, are coffins. Who sleeps in coffins? Dead people and vampires, which also made me think, you've clocked it, Jessica. But unfortunately, as much as this makes me think, 100% yes, I don't think that this is the case. I really did think so, but then when I was looking through the Sims wiki, I found out about the statue of the Grey Lady, or the Grey Woman of SimCity, which is this bitch. I'm going to make sure I get this 100% accurate. Her bio is, there is an old legend about the Grey Woman of SimCity. It said that one day while the Grey Woman was baking a turkey, she got a phone call from a long-lost cousin and accidentally forgot the turkey was in the oven. This caused her house to catch on fire, and tragically the turkey was burned. Also, the woman died. But it is said that she watches over all babies and toddlers from beyond the grave, and that is why they cannot be harmed by fire. So obviously, beautiful sacrifice, she meant that kids couldn't die. But what is in this house right here is the statue of the Grey Woman of SimNation. So maybe this house is actually where she died, and maybe it's cursed. Because even if all of the ghosts are resurrected and there is no longer any ghosts on here, the lights in the house will still flicker. So something is amiss here. Something is very much amiss. And maybe the whole vampires thing is just oh my god, what's the word? Not an occurrence, not a conspiracy. Coincidence. Maybe it's all a coincidence. Or maybe she saw them turn into vampires and said, nope, none of this. She became a fire starter. But how interesting. An entire family dead. All of them. They could have just made 2 people, but no, they went to the extent of making an entire family and family tree and everything. And the thing is, that's not even where the family tree stops. This guy right here is actually famous. Very loose understanding of the word famous, but he's actually famous in the Sims franchise because this guy is the biggest dad. He actually has the most kids of any dad in the Sims franchise. He has 8 kids in total. Slay. And interestingly, he is father to the teens family. There's other kids that aren't actually part of his family are Orion, Patrick, Lauren, Tiav, Swan, and Kestrel. These aren't their actual names. This is just what they're referred to in the game files, because if you load up your game, they will just have randomly generated names, so it won't be this, but this is what they are referred to. And he is the father of them. So maybe they've got something to do with it as well. Maybe they put the curse on the house. Don't know how, because this last looks pretty complicit in the crime, if you ask me. But maybe these saw their dad literally with another family. I'm like, literally, what the is up, Jonathan? You've got 6 of us right here. Something is definitely afoot though. Something is very odd. And these also, he's registered as their dad, but they're not related to any of these guys. I don't 100% know the conclusion. I do think it is the Grey Lady though. Sorry that my writing went to doctor's writing there, but that is the story of the Trico family. Fantastic. God, you do not know the joy that happened when the Sims 2 nightlife got installed, and then you went downtown, and then you looked at this house, and then you went downstairs and there was coffins. You're like, oh my god, the vampires here. Oh, it was brilliant. It was brilliant. Oh, it was so beautiful. The next one on the list is Opal Swally. I'm not going to read the description because I want this to be a mystery and I want this to be a secret. So she is honestly part of my heart and soul. I love Opal. She breaks my heart. She's dead. She is buried in the graveyard in Sunset Valley. She's a child at the time of her death, which is very, very sad. She has the International Super Spy Lifetime, which is very odd for a child. The O in Opal stands for overachiever. But then when you look at little details surrounding her and surrounding her death and her personality, you can kind of put some clues together. I mean, clue number 1 is that her traits show that she's a daredevil. Clue number 2, as you can see right here, she died with face paint. I'm putting the pieces together and I'm connecting the 2 dots, if you will. Clue number 3, who is she buried next to? Sonny the Tragic Clown. Literally right next to him. I've circled it. You can't really see. That's about as big as I could make this image, and I deeply apologize for that, Your Honor. She's buried right next to him. Clue number 4, how did she die? These 2 both died by drowning. Did they die together? That's what I'm thinking when you start to put the pieces together. These 2 maybe died together. Like I said, she had the daredevil trait, so maybe she was seeking a thrill and got a bit too carried away, got more than she asked for. But my theory of what actually happened is Sonny the Tragic Clown, this guy, as we know, he wanted to be a world-renowned surgeon. But medical school is absolutely spenny babe. Absolutely spenny. How did he have to pay for this? He took up a part-time job as a clown, as a children's entertainer, if you will. And his last job that he ever done was a child's party that both him and Opal attended. And they were both near some type of water, and considering that they both are buried in Sunset Valley's cemetery, I don't think it's that much of a stretch of the imagination, that is upside down, sorry, to imagine that maybe this is where the party took place. And what this has right over here is a big pond. So I think Opal was maybe getting her face painted by him. They were next to this pond. She'd done something daredevil-y. It went tits up. She went ass over tit into the pond. He went to go after her. But do you know how hard it is to pull yourself to the water by yourself if you're panicking? Never mind somebody else. If somebody grabs onto you, you will probably drown with them. But yeah, I think it basically just ended horrifically. And he tried to save her. He couldn't save her. They both died. They both buried here together. He feels that guilty over it that he couldn't move on. I mean, that really is a tragic story. And it was that tragedy that turned him into the clown because he couldn't save her. So instead of doing what that job entailed and making kids feel happy and spreading that joy around the world, he was just haunted by his own sadness of not being able to save Opal. And therefore, the only thing that he can give is what he feels, which is tragedy. Tragic clown. That is so sad. Like, it actually breaks my heart to talk about it. God bless them. I do think that is a really likely story of what happened. Do I think that the Sims team intended that is what happened? Honestly, I don't know, because sometimes I'm like with the Trico family, I'm like, you don't even really play with these characters and they have such a fleshed out story that why are the Sims team putting their entire thing earthy into this? So they do that, but then other times it's like, you could have made such a good story out of this and you didn't. I'm going to give them the points. I do think that maybe they actually thought about this. So that is the story of Opal Swally. She is buried next to the tragic clown and I think he couldn't save her and therefore he is just ruled by tragedy and can't move on because he couldn't save that little girl. Really sad story, but I believe it. Anybody else feel really sad right now? Because I do. I kind of don't want to pause the recording because I'm just like... I'm getting tired on me, actually. Running with scissors. Downloadable new way to kill Sims. We've always loved killing Sims, okay? It's always been something that makes us feel good. You fall out with a friend, put them in a 1x1 room and kill them in The Sims. That's what my sister done when she fell out with her childhood friend. We love to kill Sims. And the Sims team in the Sims 2 era actually gave us a way to kill our Sims. A new way. And this was the Runs with Scissors playset by ADD. It could be downloaded from the Sims 2 website. I've mentioned this in some of the previous ones, but it was a place where you could download Sims, you could read stories, you could download lots, and also the Sims team could put things up for you to download. So you must download this from sims2.com. It costs 20 simoleons to kill your Sim. Not bad if you ask me. It's a decent price. And when you actually do run with them, you will die. It causes death by fright. As you can see here, Ballsy Girl and Katie22 uploaded a YouTube video. There's the scissors, there's the Sim, there's the Grim Reaper. My man. And I'm gonna stick beside him. Children caught playing with it were reprimanded. If you're not a child, job's a good one. Play with them. But also, one funny thing about this, see, I remember I was big into the Sims 2 website at this time. I remember seeing these and I didn't download them because I didn't really understand what they were for. I was about 8 at the time. But a lot of people, for example, Purple Roses, said, I downloaded it, but I actually didn't know that it would kill your Sim. So I had a Sim play with it, and the next thing I know, she's curled in a ball, dead on the floor. I never had another Sim use it again. And this is exactly what I love about the Sims franchise. Just, yeah, run with scissors. I dare you. I actually did do a little bit of research to see if there was any relevance to this. Alison De Laurentiis, perhaps, but no, there is not. There was a film called Runs with Scissors, but I didn't see any relevance. It just seems like the Sims team wanted an easy way for us to kill our Sims. Honestly, they were kind of like, you cheeky back in the day. So I love it. I wish stuff like this was released now. To be fair, it's not that the Sims team aren't in a death right now because that Murphy bed, honestly, you've got a higher chance of dying to it than falling asleep on it. Yeah, I love you. I love you. I love you. I love running with scissors in The Sims. Obviously, health and safety announcement. Do not run with scissors. The only way that you should walk with scissors, because you should only ever be walking with them, I got taught this in reception, is walk with the scissors with your hand closed around them. Do not run like this with them, and do not, under any circumstances, run towards another person with them. But also don't run with them, because even if you do it like this, you could impale yourself. And I did impale myself in reception because a stapler wasn't working, and I put my thumb under it to check if it worked. And it chose that moment to work, so I did impale myself in reception. But that is Runs with Scissors, and it also came with a nice little health and safety lesson, so you're welcome. Second to last, we have Lila Grunt. The Grunt family is unaware of her death. Really sad case. I love Lila Grunt. I I didn't really have an opinion of her before I researched this, but now I am a Lila Grunt stan. Lila is, or should I say was, really, part of the Grunt family who resided in Strangeville in The Sims 2. This was the house that they lived in. In the back, there is a military training course, which honestly, that's pretty much the summary of this family. But Lila herself is the daughter of Jacqueline and A.P. Vandermorgan, which sounds like a really rich name, I'm not going to lie. But she became Lila Grunt after marrying none other than Buzz Grunt. These two married, and it's also a very interesting relationship because Buzz, an entire character in and of himself, to be honest. Lila is very sloppy, playful, and nice, where Buzz is like you're very much the caricature of the military man, very rigid in his ways. But they seem to be childhood sweethearts and stayed together for a long time. Lila is the only person Buzz has ever had any romantic feelings towards, and also even any type of close relationship other than his own parents, because even when these go on to have children, Buzz is just acquaintances with his children. He has no strong relationship towards them, and I feel like that plays in once again to the very stereotypical military character. Buzz, full name, General Buzz Grunt. Kind of basically, if you've ever watched my video on Strangerhood, there is a military character in that, and that is basically Buzz Grunt. I think they even use the same character base for him. Together they had 3 sons, and the first one is Tank. And unfortunately for society, Buzz really said copy and paste here. I'm sorry that my lines aren't straight, for neither am I. According to Tank, Tank wants to be just like his old man. He spends his days lifting heavy things, dodging imaginary bullets, and being bigger than the other guy, but deep down inside, he wonders if anyone really knows who he is. Do you even know who you are, Tank? Although with a name like Tank, he's pretty much manifested to be exactly how he is, you know? Again, self-fulfilling prophecies in the Sims franchise. There are lots of them, but I bet it kills him to know that he's got an A- in school. Who hurt you, darling? Was it father? I actually feel kind of sorry and scared for Tank because based on his personality, he's actually kind of shy. He's kind of nice. He's got an interest in the environment and sci-fi, so maybe that is who he is. But then in the same breath, he's also incredibly interested in crime and money, and he also hates animals. He also has a big interest in politics, which if we weren't considering the previous things I've just said, I would think good guy, nice and shy and likes politics, good guy. But a guy who hates animals and is genuinely interested in crime and money, I know exactly which type of politician you would be. So, you know, give him a couple of years and a nice side of mammy trauma, which he's got, and I feel like we could say where he'll go. After that, these two had Rip together. Rip Grunt. And Rip Grunt unknowingly kind of foreshadowed what would happen to his mum. Literally Rip. But whereas Tank said, I'm going to become my father, he took one for the team and said, I'm going to be the family disappointment. And he was so successful in that. His dad definitely considers him to be that. He's in the slacker career and he's working as a gas station attendant, which I actually just want to say is not a disappointment in any way, shape or form. This man is a teenager, and if you're lucky enough to be living in a house with a family where you don't have to go and get a job, actually going out and getting a job and working in that job is not at all being an underachiever or being the black sheep. I actually think it shows a really good work ethic. Your dad might be disappointed in you, Rip, but I'm actually proud. I know which of the brothers I'd want to be friends with more. So I feel sorry for this guy. His brother, his older brother, is literally everything his dad would want him to be. But then again, this is everything his dad would want him to be, and I bet he still feels like a failure and a disappointment. This guy, as much as he feels like a failure and a disappointment, and his dad probably treats him as such, he's probably got the freedom to actually kind of discover who he is and what he wants to be, where this guy's kind of shot himself in the foot, probably with his own hunting gun, because he has pushed himself into that whole idea of being his dad. But finally, let's make way for the legend, the icon, and the moment. Buck Grunt. I love this kid. He wants to be, his dream ambition in life is to be a pet stylist to the stars, and wherever you want to go, you will go, my darling. This kid also has an A+ in school, which I bet this kid hates. In his bio, it says that his father never really notices him. And yes, that might sound sad, but I actually think this will really work in this kid's favor. Like, stay under the radar, babe. Stay under the radar. Interestingly as well, buck grunt is actually a hunting term. This is a short grunt that is just loud enough to get the attention of a buck you can actually see. And maybe that plays into the whole not being noticed by his father thing. He's got a small kind of call, but it's just enough to get attention. Maybe he's getting just enough attention where he can feel loved by his parents, but he's kind of ignored enough to where he can become that pet stylist to the stars. And you might notice that obviously there's a big difference in the brothers, and I think that comes down to how they were raised. Tank learned to walk and talk from Grunt, but was potty trained by Lila, which kind of feeds into the whole gender stereotypes. Where by the time Rip and Buck came along, everything was done by their mum. They learned everything from their mum, which kind of shows in who their personalities are. They're kind of given the room to be who they are without the involvement of the dad. So when Buzz is out of the picture, their real personalities shine. Unfortunately though, we don't really get to know how these turn out because when we load up the game, they are in these phases. And Lila is also not there. Lila is dead at this point in time. But before she died, let's just focus on these two for a second. Their relationship actually started to show cracks. There's pictures of them arguing as well, and Lila ended up moving out of the family home. So she left Buzz to look after all of the kids by himself. Maybe she needed to get away. Maybe she wanted to take the kids, and maybe she was just setting herself up with a place to live in order for her to then be able to take the kids. But we don't actually know where she went, and then shortly after she left, she died of electrocution, which is our first red flag. Our next red flag, she's buried in none other than Olive Spector's graveyard. Another red flag. Just as a reminder, just in case you haven't watched every section so far, big murderer, okay? Potentially murdered every grave in this image. When their relationship broke up, what could have happened is he suggested, I know a place that you could stay. I know someone who's got a spare bedroom, and sent her here, and then she ended up dying there. And he done this knowing that she was a murderer, which ultimately led to her death. So that is one theory. But, you know, when stuff like this happens and people go missing and people turn up dead, the number one question that they ask is, does this family have any enemies? Anyone who would want to hurt them? Anyone with a grudge? And you know what? Probably. Because this man literally has it out for everybody. Before these two even had their first kiss, he'd already beat up Vidkund, Pascal, and Laszlo Curious, okay? He'd already beaten them up. So these have ties together. These are all not getting along. So there's some potential suspects. 3 for 3 with the Curious family. And you can bet that once this one has his little alien baby, he will attack that baby too, okay? He doesn't discriminate against age. He will beat everybody up. He has also beat up Loki Beaker. Which, do you know what? A broken clock is still right twice a day. A win is a win. You know, a win is a win. Before the breakdown of his and Lila's relationship as well, he'd also had a fight with pollination technician number 9. He will literally fight everybody. The man's a prick. So you'd think that knowing this, with all of this information on the grudges against the family and who done what, you'd think we'd have a Mike's Mike PLL wall of potential suspects. But what's really weird about this, these three have no memory of their mum's death. They do not know that their mum is dead. And also, Rip grew up badly after these two separated. So does he think that his mum's just up and left him not knowing that she's dead? I think the most likely situation is that Buzz had a grudge against Lila for divorcing him, sent her to the woman with a suspicious amount of random deaths on her property and let nature take its course. Under this circumstance, he's innocent in his own mind because she is basically Schrodinger's death. She's neither alive nor dead, as far as he knows. I used to think that Olive killed Lila and that's why them two have a strained relationship, but I don't think that. I think he sent her there. Or another thing that I could think happened was she wanted to leave and he killed her. I think that's a likely possibility. And he went to Olive Spector like, hey, I've got a body and I know you like to store them. Here's another one for your perusal. That could also happen. But also it could just be a producer oversight that the kids don't know what happened to their mum and that they don't even know that she's dead. I dispute that one because an oversight has never happened in the history of the Sims franchise ever, specifically not in the later games. We've never had an oversight. You can see for yourself, load up the game, resurrect her and see how she interacts with everybody. But what makes the situation even more weird is you actually can't do that because she is a corrupt sim and you will break your game if you do that. Which honestly, I am a bit of a conspiracy bitch and that just adds fuel to my fire. I think he did it and I really can prove it. That man is guilty, Your Honour. To the stocks. Lastly, which means we are getting further towards the end. And that makes me feel really, really sad and I don't want to be. But you have been chosen. Eerie prank calls in The Sims 1. I'm really sorry that I can't print pictures any bigger. We're just going to have to cope with the size of the images. These are prank calls that would happen between the hours of midnight and 8 a.m. Purposefully intended to cause fear, worry and amusement in players. And that they did. They really succeeded at what they aimed to do. It's not an interaction that players can make between other Sims. It's something that randomly happens in the game. Another thing that randomly happens in the game like this is sometimes you will just get a phone call and it says, do you want to adopt a baby? And you'll be like, yeah. And then a baby will just turn up. The Sims Wiki does have a list of all of the ones that occur. This one is, you have been chosen. They will come soon by It's Me, Jesus Christ. Others are, the end is near. Make preparations. Your psychic advisor's head has just exploded. Be forewarned. And my personal favourite, do you canoe? I do not. Thank you for asking. The Sims 1, though, was quite horrifying at times. Like, we look back and we joke and we're like, these creepy phone calls. I really do not say that lightly. The genuine fear when you were a kid and you'd be playing these games and you would get a notification like this, it would put the shits up you. Just relaxing, playing your game, enjoying your time, and you would hear that burglar tune in the night. The Sims 1 for me was the perfect amount of realism, but also comedy, and then also a little bit of horror within the mix as well. Declan's been editing these as he goes through, and he messaged me yesterday saying I didn't realise how much of the Sims franchise was based in horror, and it really, really is. It's terrifying. Bring back stuff like this. I know that we get prank calls in The Sims 4 now, but they just don't have the same. They just don't have that threatening aura. I want my life to be threatened. In The Sims, please don't threaten me in my life in real life, honestly. Honestly, I'm too busy for that. Guys, please don't threaten my life. Like, I'm literally not even finished my book. I need to know what happens, guys. Guys, please don't threaten my life until at least I've uploaded The Sims Iceberg. Oh, that is section 5 done. We are now on to the final 3, which makes me not happy. It makes me very, very sad. I feel like each day, like on the last one, I'm going to have tears in my eyes. It's going to feel like when you're leaving school. I have been going to the effort of embroidering a top to match with every single theme. I was not well yesterday. I had porridge and it made me violently ill all day. So I did not have the time to do that, but I still wanted to make an effort for you. So I put on my favourite cardigan for you. But next time I will have an embroidered top. That is section 5. I love you and I will miss you. 3 more sections to go. Section 6, or as I like to call it, the beginning of the end. We are here. I wouldn't be here. But section 6, the first one that we've got, accidental, can't say that word online. Sims can marry and breed with their siblings.
Electric chair.
I hate the word breed. This is like a 2-parter. I think at the time that the Iceberg was made, it was a 1-parter, like it could only happen in one way. And the first way that it was, and we're also only going to have the title in this one today, because obviously including images of that would make me deeply uncomfortable, and I like to live quite a comfortable life. Do you know what I mean? And I don't think I would like to have certain images in my brain. I would not like this video to be demonetized either. So I was going to write accidental, that word, and then I thought, so she's saying, what's the problem, baby? What's the problem? I don't know. Well, maybe you're related. Shrek and Fiona doing the same. You know. Anyway, moving on. This was an actual issue that happened in The Sims 2. That was the original version of it. I did do a kind of a video dedicated around this topic, but not specifically this part of the topic. In The Sims 2, if you had a child taken away from you, The Sims 2 was smart in the way that it still registered that child as existing in the game, and they actually went into some form of social services. And then if you made another family, or even the sibling of that family grew up to be an adult, and then if you wanted to adopt a child, you could essentially adopt that child back in, so that way it wouldn't result in the aforementioned issue. If that child was adopted by another family, then that original family is no longer regarded as being related by blood. However, obviously they still are. So technically we have family A. I didn't want to include pictures, but I'm going to have to do a diagram. Family A, we've got parent 1, parent 2, child 1, child 2. Okay? Parents get these children taken away from them. Child 1, child 2 end up in the foster system. A new family comes in, so family 2 adopts child 1. Family 3 adopts child 2. But these two are no longer blood related, which means that these two could then, when they are adults, adult 1, adult 2, they could then go on and create child 3, child 4. And obviously, guys, genetically not for the best. Probably not a good thing to do. And also legally illegal. So that is the first part of accidentally in love. And that was originally the only issue around this topic that existed. And then The Sims 4 came in. Now, she's got a lot of issues. She also has a lot of strong points. The gallery. Oh, and I do like how you can drag out rooms more efficiently than you could in The Sims 3. She's got 2 strong points that I can think of off the top of my head. She's also got just a lot of issues. She was built on a very broken system, and then that system, because at its base is broken, it's like someone's poisoned the roots, so then whatever climbs out of that will essentially be broken. They have their own coding. It was like they made their own coding for the game or something, so essentially everything that is in The Sims 4 is in some way broken. And then in The Sims 4, an update led to this. I wish I didn't have to cover this, but it was quite a big issue. There is a thing called whims in The Sims 4, which are the watered down version of wants from The Sims 2. And I think it's also called Once in The Sims 3. Anyway, in The Sims 2, it was like, I want to break up with my partner right now. In The Sims 3, it was like, I want to shave my head. That's not an actual one. But you know what? I want to change of career. I want to do like big life-changing things, or even just little things as well. A nice mix of both. I want to get to know this Sim better. I want to have a baby. And then in The Sims 4, it's like, I want to read. Oh, I want to do something crazy, like put the radio on. Oh, you can't do it, but she's crazy. She always does things like this all the time. She's a crazy, crazy girl. And then one of the updates, kind of, you know, they must have heard our grievances about these, because one of the updates came. I want to romance with my family.
But I feel very down myself, Lucy. I cannot tell you, I've had the worst day of my life yesterday.
We have literally covered nervous subject being born to the Grim Reaper, and on Spectre, to be fair, the mass murderer. Okay, so that's two really quite heavy topics. And then he got given up for adoption, another heavy topic. And then he got taken in by the Beakers, who performed test subjects on him. Like, that's some really heavy topics. This is the one I'm struggling to talk about. Basically, it gave you the option to, and gave you the want to want relationships with each other. And not only that, but in the friendship panel, it would have the friendship bar and the romance bar for that. So that is the story of Accidentally in Love. Obviously, it started out in The Sims 2, and The Sims 4 said, "You're so iconic, queen." Tried to copy it. Much to my dismay. I think that's fixed now, but for me, that would have been let's stop everything that we're doing and let's fix this issue right now, because that is above all illegal. Next up on the list, no happy ending. Again, I'm not going to read out the thing because I want to share it together. We've already talked about Nervous Subject, the Beakers, Oliver Spectre, and also Grimm in The Sims 2, which is Nervous Subject storyline. We have not yet spoke about Nervous Subject in The Sims 2 for PSP, which is where this story starts, guys. But despite the fact that in The Sims 2, as we know, Nervous is already struggling, he's in a secret relationship with Pascal Curious as well. He's also actively being tested on by the Beakers, which, you know, for the first half, that's so cute, he deserves happiness. For the second half, the Beakers should be death to all of them. You too, Mr. Spears. Oh. But in The Sims 2 PSP, unfortunately, he does not have a happy life here. As the Sims 2 comics.tumblr.com greatly summarizes, you can't really read it, so I will read it out for you. Birth is a curse and existence is a prison. And this fan art is some of the most accurate fan art of Nervous Subject I've ever seen in my life. But whereas the main games in The Sims 2 are kind of open-ended, you could get nervous out of that situation if you wanted. The earlier consoles versions aren't like The Sims 4 for console right now, where it's the same game in a console. These are very linear rather than being an open-ended game, and you have objectives that you have to work through. And Nervous Subject is actually part of that objective. He is there. It's a story-based format, essentially, and incorporates like the people and places that we know from this original Sims 2 game. This is where the Sims team storytelling really shines for me. I don't know if it's the same people or if they just took inspiration from that. Either way, they kind of take that story and they get to take it as far as they wanted, because they don't have to leave it so open-ended, and it's just absolutely fantastic. Bring Victor back, I say. I need more spin-offs, please and thank you. I just love the unhinged vibe. This is literally me, if anyone even cares. In the PSP version, Bella Goth is here as well. She's not the main part of this story though, and she has a mansion, a Spiritu estate. She hands the mansion, sells it to you, the player, for a really low fee. Poor lass just wants to get out, and this is a Spiritu estate. And you'd think that you'd be over the moon getting a mansion for a steal, but the mansion is unfortunately haunted. And one of those people that haunts the mansion is none other than our man, Nervous Subject. But I think I would take being haunted a little bit for a giant mansion, I'm not gonna lie, and you would do it too for a check. But how did he even get here? Obviously, he's dead. Maybe buried, but definitely dead. And before, oh my god, that voice break. And before he went to live with the Beakers, he was actually in a relationship with a lass, Annie Howell. I think that she's related to Dan Howell, personally. That is my theory on the matter. But Anne Howell was adopted in a weird way as well, like Nervous Subject. They're quite a well match. She was adopted from an underground facility next to the country zoo, which also makes sense because Annie Howell is a werewolf. Howell. Do you get it? Here's some really cute fan art of Nervous and Annie together. Obviously, she's a werewolf. He is just really scary with the mohawk. Rawr. But they have things in common. Adopted in weird ways. Kind of both a bit weird. I love them. As for Annie, she's not really a career-oriented lass, which I love that. I love a girl who knows what she wants. And she dropped out of college so she could pursue her own dreams of sitting at home wishing she'd gone to college. If that ain't the truth, babe. If that ain't the truth. And since she dropped out of college, I'm guessing he became the breadwinner, so obviously needed a way to find money, which led to his untimely death. Ghostly Girl, my maid, Emily not my specific maid, but the maid of Espiritu Estate, Emily Emery, she delivers the ghostly gossip. I did not put credit on that, but I'm pretty sure that this is from the Sims wiki. It says that Nervous signed up to be a test subject for the Beakers as a way for his family to get more money, but as we know, he was very much a test subject. This was serious stuff. Here is some really sad fan art from the Sims. I had a great time with fan art, guys. One thing about fan art, it's speaks to me. I love fan art. And obviously, as we know, this was his time as a test subject with the Beakers. He was not treated well, treated very badly, as a matter of fact. Lives up to his name, though. Really lives up to his name. His middle name should be Suffering Miserably, because he actually became so miserable, he died by one of the machines. This picture hurts me. Love this selfie of him. But unfortunately for the both of them, when Nervous actually went to be a test subject, Annie didn't know. She didn't know where he went. So Annie believes that Nervous subject went to be with another woman and left her. But in reality, he's dead and never wanted to leave her. He was doing this for her, which is so sad. Look at them. Especially because she says that she doesn't believe in the afterlife, but he's there, my darling. He's there. You could go see him, reconnect, if you will. So yeah, Nervous's life is basically suffering after suffering after suffering. But when your dad is the Grim Reaper, death is probably in your veins. Do you know what I mean? And at least he's with dear father now. Oh! Honestly, just Nervous subjective really just holds a special place to my heart. And one thing I didn't think I'd find when I was researching this is a deeply committed fandom to The Sims 2 lore, but also The Sims 2 PSP lore, and find other people that also worship Nervous subject, not just like in a general way, but kind of in an unhinged... When you're on the spectrum, you like things in a very specific way, okay? It's like all encompassing. You can feel it sort of like in your gut. I found my people. The Sims 2 comics.tumblr.com, you have my heart. Avina Nita, you have my heart. Kamiri, you have my heart. And it's not only even just these, it's the Curious family. There's so many cute fan arts of them. Honestly, it's just perfect. But yeah, there are two things that you can promise in this guy's life: death and taxes. Very, very sad. Liberty. This is the way you left me. Na 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 na. Skip. No happy ending. I love you, Nervous subject. I need to do a deep dive into The Sims 2 for PSP because this is just too much. It hurts my heart and it hurts my soul. And I will always honor your memory. Birth is a curse and existence is a prison. And we've always said that. I actually came up with that slogan for him when we were talking, because we actually talk. We actually kind of know each other. We have deep history. Yeah, I mean, Nervous, we just like that. We just have really deep history. Like, we're actually really good friends. Oh, I just love him. I love him. And I wish he loved me in a way at the time. Love him. But alas, he is dead and also does not exist, but that's never stopped me before. Do you know what I mean? I'm still thirsting after Mr. Darcy after all these years. Just love him. I just love him. Something about a deeply miserable, brooding man. Loves it. Next up on the list, we've got the Door family. Picture perfect family with a dark secret. Name comes from unidentified corpses. And these are the Doors. Picture perfect family. Literally 50s housewife type vibes. Did you know that 50s housewives usually took snow just to make their days more bearable? Well, you do now. Everybody's staring at the mum as well. Keep that in mind. This is their house. You can't really see because Midnight Hollow is so dark and for no particular good reason, apart from the fact it's a horror film type place. The bio reads, Jane is the perfect housewife, from a neat hairstyle to a fashionable yet conservative dress. She's neat, nurturing, loves the kids, and can make a mean pot roast. Meanwhile, John is rising in the ranks at his corporate job. He feels successful in life and supported by his family. He works hard but comes home in enough time to teach his kids a lesson or two about life and talk to his wife about her day. Nothing mysterious seems to be happening here, but didn't their house used to have a basement? One thing about 50s families, guys, it's never how it appears on the outside, let me tell you that one. They live at 25 Swallow Street in Midnight Hollow, opposite the local hospital, which is really good because if you actually visit this family, you will definitely need to go there, and also next to a local garden. The house itself is absolutely huge, like a proper Victorian mansion, Queen Anne style. She's visually stunning, even if I do suspect that one of them, not to name names, is a murderer. But before we get into the ins and outs of the family and their characteristics, the Door family themselves, little influencers that they are, gave an interview. They gave this interview to Beyond Sims, or Lisa Smith, the producer, gave an interview to Beyond Sims. But let's just pretend it's the Door family because it's in the perspective of them. It's got a similar little bio to start. The Door family appears to be the picture of perfection. Jane is the perfect housewife, John is rising in the ranks at his corporate job, and their children are respectful and accomplished. With a life that's perfect, we can't help but wonder, what is it that brought them to Midnight Hollow? What are they hiding behind their bright smiles? Slight smile, not a smile, not... that's kind of a pout. She's kind of like... She's serving Oh, I love life. I love life. I've just got this zest for life. I loves it. Good afternoon, Door family. Thank you for letting us be here today. You have a lovely home. John. Well, that's all due to my wife Jane here. The light of my life keeps my home perfect and welcoming. Jane. Oh, John, you're making me blush. Are you guys precious? Let's start off with you telling me a little bit about yourselves. Jane. Would you like some more tea? Go on. Go on. No, thank you. The cuppa you gave me just moments ago with the fresh baked scones is excellent. Yes, I pronounce it scone as in gone and not scone as in corn. I think, honestly, even if I pronounce it scone, it would just take too long in my accent.
Like I'm chewing on those vowels. I'm having a meal. I'm eating.
Corn. So I will die on the hill that it's scone. And you better eat them because once scone, it's gone. Plus, if I pronounce it scone, I wouldn't be able to make that joke. And I like to make that joke whenever anybody mentions scones. John, there's nothing to tell, really. I'm living the dream in the corporate life and I come home to a beautiful wife, a clean home and excellent children. Well, it all seems pretty excellent. So tell me, what brought you to Midnight Hollow? It seems a little dark for your sunny family. Jane, a little frantically. You sure you wouldn't like the tea, father? Go on. Joseph gets up angrily, walks out of the house and slams the door. Jen sits quietly and stares ahead with an eerie blank expression. That expression, you may ask? Oh, God, you are an icon. Her name is Bella Hadid. James giggles and plays happily in the corner. John, just a change of scenery. You never know where the winds will take you and all that. Right, so how about a tour of the house? John, it's clear Jane isn't feeling too well. I think it's time to go. Thank you to Beyond Sims for providing that. He's a murderer. I actually don't think that he is a murderer. So the kid's son is angry. The wife is offering tea repeatedly, which makes me feel like she's trying to either make the interviewer pass out or, just the full shebang die. It's kind of giving Fiona's father in Shrek 2. I base so many memories or things that happen. I categorize them into Shrek films, okay? So, for example, if you ever read Once Upon a Broken Heart, the third book in that, Shrek 2. If you ever play This Family, the mother in that, Fiona's dad. I just love Shrek. I think it's so ahead of a time. And I also love Shrek because I'm repeatedly told I am annoying like Donkey. Instead of letting that upset me, I let it define me, actually, my guys. Donkey is my favourite part of the Shrek films. And if I get called Donkey, that is an honour to me. My notes literally say, it's given very much Shrek 2. The king tries to give Fiona the drink. And he does try and give Fiona the drink in Shrek 2. He tries to poison his daughter, Fiona, to try and make her in love with Prince Charming. I don't think she's necessarily trying to make the interviewer in love. I think she's trying to sedate the interviewer. Let's talk about the father. John Doe, your stereotypical 50s family, as we've discussed. And he is also very much as expected. He's an ambitious perfectionist who's a workaholic as well, which suits him very well because he's in the business career and seemingly always up work. Couldn't put the kettle on if he tried. He's also a hopeless romantic and family oriented as well, which would be good traits to have if this family wasn't killing people, We don't know that there's no graves. We don't know, but I have an inkling. Level 8 in the logic skill, level 5 in the cooking skill, and level 3 in painting. And that is an important thing to note. He's got skills. They're multiplying and they're losing control. Trying to kill people. Ba-ba-da-ba. Instead of talking about his wife, Jane Doe, we're actually going to move on to his oldest child, Joseph Doe. This soul right here carrying the child. He's a bookworm, excitable, and a genius, and he's also a little bit of an athlete. He's mastered gardening. Again, well-rounded. None of his skills match up to his traits, though, apart from the logic. And he also has a higher cooking skill than his mum, despite the fact that she's a natural cook. Interesting. And then we have Jennifer Doe, the daughter. She fits in great. She's neurotic. Love that for her. And she's also a genius at bookworm. I was also going to be called Jennifer at one point, so a neurotic bookworm. It's like looking in a mirror, babe. Oh, God. I didn't even notice that pause when I was researching for this. And then that is just made a joke for me the entire time. I'm going to have to put an image of her face there zoomed in on screen and then side by side because it is literally... Anyway, she's really good. And then for the youngest child, James Doe, there's actually not much to say about him because obviously he's still shitting in his own pants, so he can't contribute much to society or to the family. But he's friendly and brave, and thank God for that because he is going to need that in this vicinity. But it all looks pretty normal so far, apart from the whole family description, general atmosphere, living in Midnight Hollow, and also the missing basement type situation. But the family actually seems to be quite well-rounded, really, and quite successful. And then we get to this bit. Jane Doe. She's a perfectionist, neat, and a natural cook. Those are her traits. And she's also family-oriented and friendly. Lifetime aspiration, like the thing that she wants to do above all else in her life, is to be a culinary librarian. But she's got zero skills in cooking. None. She hasn't picked a pan up in her life. She hasn't got a pot to piss in because she literally doesn't own any pots. Both the dad and son also have a higher cooking skill level than her, even though apparently he doesn't do anything apart from go to work and then come home and everything's already done for him. Does that mean Joseph is doing it? He is the one holding the child right here, but the mum is credited for that, which is weird. And why is he getting so angry? He's literally stormed out of the house during the interview. The full family have no memories either because the memory system doesn't work like it did in The Sims 2. Curiosity naturally got the better of me about the whole basement thing as well, so I actually went into their house and built a basement. What did I find? Nothing. Nada. Zilch. There was nothing there. We'll never know what was in the basement, but we do have some theories. First theory, well, my only one. Doe. John Doe. Jane Doe. If you don't know what Doe is, like the name John Doe, Jane Doe, I only found this out when I was watching Pretty Little Liars. This video is inspired by Mike's Mike in more ways than one, if you will. But when I was watching Pretty Little Liars, Spencer, spoiler alert, at one point gets identified as James Doe, and that, not James Doe, Jane Doe, references unidentified body, whether they're alive or whether they're dead. If you don't know who they are, you just say, oh, we've got a Jane Doe here, or we've got a John Doe. Kind of like unidentified white man, we call him John Smith, you know? I think the mum's sus because she's the one who's trying to feed a tea. The dad is the one who's trying to be like, no, it's okay. No, it's okay. My wife is upset, leave. Everything seems to boil down to her. He's looking at her. He's looking at her. He's looking at her. She's looking at her. Admittedly, she's looking at her like that. Everybody else is kind of well-rounded. They've got skills that reflect the traits. They've got actual things about them. She's got nothing. Did they resurrect her? Or did they just find a random woman and say, you are my mammy now? And also the whole thing about the basement. I mean, obviously, I'm guessing the basement had unidentified graves in them or unidentified bodies. But then why are they here? Obviously, it's Midnight Hollow, so it's not just something random. Midnight Hollow is basically a place where all the freaks and geeks and people that live on the outskirts of society and accepted by society come here. So there's obviously something nefarious with this family. I feel like the point is just going over my head, so I might need some help with this one. I think the mum is Jane Doe and is not actually who she says she is. All these are spirits that have kind of infested these bodies. But the mum, is she sentient? Did the dad create a perfect wife out of this random woman? Something's going on. Something is afoot. Me when something is very obviously afoot and something is very obviously wrong. Oh, I'm getting an inkling. Me when the name's Jane Doe. That might be an unidentified woman. The family isn't as perfect as they seem, obviously, because she doesn't do the cooking, she doesn't do the cleaning. Everybody is looking at her. Everybody knows something's up with her. And also, I think he takes care of the house. I think he is the guy that's covering for his dad. I think he's the one that makes everything look perfect. Justice for Joe. Next up, second to last, self-aware. Dr. Dominic is aware of the plumb bob. Dr. Dominic New law. You know, in The Sims 2, where the Sims will scare you because it will be a bit of a lull in the gameplay and the Sims will just go and stare directly into your soul and it really creeps you out. They've done The Sims 2, like I said, and then they also started doing it in The Sims 4, but it was even scarier because you'd pause the game and they go, yeah, and then you're kind of like, are you a sentient? Are you aware that I am here controlling you? Or even in the earlier games as well, if your Sims were hungry, they would stare directly in the camera and go, Baharmina Gluchnar, Baharmina Gluchnar. They would actually let you know and communicate with you. So sometimes you kind of thought that they were aware of a godlike presence, being us obviously don't worship idols, but it's hard when I am one. That can be creepy, but it's a small little detail. It's not like something that was thought out from the beginning. And we don't actually know if Sims are aware that they're being controlled really until we meet Dominic Newlaw. Dr. Dominic Newlaw, if you will. And I won't. He calls himself Dr. Dominion. That certainly is a new law, good sir. This man is an evil super genius. I would wager a bet he got his degree in villainry from the Foxbury Institute. I would argue that. I would put good money on it, actually. And he had a really interesting awakening one day when the plumb bob, this thing, which is usually green unless it's red because you are neglecting your Sims, which I am very guilty of. I've made multiple videos about that. And in fact, sometimes it's just really fun. Well, that showed up above his head and he felt controlled because he was doing things he didn't want to do. To combat this, instead of being a normal individual and exerting your free will by simply saying, I don't think I will do that. I actually don't feel like putting the kettle on. I don't need to go for a wee right now. Instead of doing that, he basically decided to use this new information, this revelation, this enlightenment, some might say, to invent a helmet to control other Sims and then to have them do the things that he did not want to do. Because what is logic or even ethics in the name of being a supervillain? In fact, I actually think that supervillain kind of contradicts the whole ethics thing. This is what he looks like as Dr. Dominic Newlaw. Beautiful fan art. And this is kind of, honestly, he's got his little nails painted. With this one, I was looking at it, I was kind of like, why is he kind of... I loved it. Has he got a tag on his feet? He's not allowed to leave the house. The police caught up to him. Beautiful fan art. This got me empathising with him. You know, look, if it's a sickly Victorian looking man, I'm down, I'm bad. But then I promptly got the ick because as he's doing this, as he's trying to create this helmet and everything like that, and he's Dr. Dominion. That's Dr. Dominion. That's Dr. Newlaw. What happened to the original plot of the movie? This has got me gushing. This is the ick. This man gives me the ick. You could have had pre-privilege and you ruined that. But does he actually succeed? Yeah, unfortunately he does. He really does. We won't go into it too much because he gets brought up again later, but he does succeed in creating this helmet to control other Sims, which essentially puts him in the same position as a player would if a player's playing the game, because he controls them. And that's a story of Dr. Dominion becoming self-aware. He wasn't self-aware of how silly that name is though. He wasn't aware of the good he had going for him. Honestly, he might have succeeded in controlling other people. He's opened himself up for emasculation, if I do say so myself. I think we should all emasculate this man. Honestly, actually, you know what? I take back everything I've said in that entire video. Just because he looks like a sickly Victorian man does not mean that he gets to have pretty privilege, okay? It's pretty ugly what he does, actually. I've actually just thought about what he ends up doing. No. I revoke my attraction to you. I'm just a sucker for fan art, guys. I just love fan art. Finally, we have the haunted doll virus. A virus spreads around The Sims 3. Girl doll dressed. I already have a video on this. It's one of my more popular entire history ofs, and honestly it's a really fun phenomenon. But in The Sims 2 we had the exchange. You could exchange stories, Sims. I think we also had something similar in The Sims 1, but I didn't discover the internet at that age. And then in The Sims 3 you had a very similar thing. You could upload recolors, you could upload objects, houses and everything. And one of the things that got uploaded during this time was girl doll dressed. This is her, looking quite creepy. I feel like dolls are just inherently creepy. I'm going to share something with the group, and that is that I did used to collect Victorian pot dolls growing up. If anybody doesn't know what they are, this is what they look like. Mine were generally more this style rather than something really ornate like this style. This is actually something exactly like this. £45. Oh my Christ. I don't think they're in my loft anymore, but I wish they were. But I used to love them. I feel like that's probably the least surprising thing you will ever hear about me. My dad used to give me 50 pence at a boot sale, which is essentially like a flea market, but in the UK. And surprisingly, people want to get rid of Victorian dolls. I wanted to keep them. And I used to collect Victorian pot dolls with my 50p for the boot sale. Haunted looking dolls mean something to me. Listen, not even just haunted looking dolls. Haunted looking anything appeals to me. This room in my house, very colourful. The rest of it, definitely some spirits lying about in those objects, let me tell you. Girl doll dressed obviously has a special place in my heart because I love anything haunted. I love anything that would make me maybe say a Hail Mary. Do you know what I mean? I don't even believe in God, but I do pray to him when I get scared, just in case. This was uploaded to The Sims 3 Exchange in 2010, and with it, it had a corruption tied to it, which meant that if you downloaded that file and installed it into your game, it would latch on to your CC. And it was also invisible in the game. So if anybody placed this object within a house that they shared and then uploaded their creation, and then that house was downloaded, it spread, and then people would upload blah 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 blah, and it spread and it spread and it spread and it spread. I thankfully never downloaded it. I never really downloaded off The Sims 3 Exchange though. It didn't have the same va-va-voom, the same vampire love stories of The Sims 2 Exchange, if you will. So I never really went on it much. I only really went on to download Worlds. Maybe I did have it. I did download a lot of Worlds off there. But yeah, if you had this file and you uploaded it to the gallery, then you will be uploading the girl doll dress file to the gallery. And then this caused a lot of arguments between people who use CC and people who didn't use CC. But girl doll dressed, the virus that keeps on giving. If you've never been in forums or anything like that, you can upload a banner note to your profile. So every time you leave a message on a forum, you can have it at the end. And like I could make one that said, Plumbella does YouTube, loves haunted things. And one of the ones was this girl doll dressed one. I will put a picture up on the screen so you can read along with me. This is corrupted doll that is attaching in invisible way to nearly all items on the exchange. Check if you don't have her in your game. If yes, you need to remove her from your game and your studio. Don't allow her to spread it to more simmers. Click this Siggy for more information and help how to get rid of her. Let's make exchange doll free. That's what it's called, a signature. But that is terrifying. I get why people were terrified. Same thing with Adventureland. It's like, where did you come from? Why are you here? I love her. I love Girl Doll Dressed. I think she's absolutely iconic. And as you can see, I survived the cursed doll. Would you just like it if I released the featured shirts from this video? Let me know. Because if people aren't bothered about it, I won't do it. But if people are bothered about it, if you wanted to buy this, let me know in the comments and I can release them. But if you aren't bothered, that's completely okay too. I was just curious because I know that this one person really wants... I made a t-shirt that said, I survived the hot tub drama of 2020, and this one person really wants it, so let me know. But that is section 6 all done, which leaves us only 2 sections and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 topics to go, which honestly is still a lot of topics. You've still got me for a while more, so it's not all sad, but yes, it is at the same time, and I'm getting incredibly sad the more that we complete this, but it just means that we can make more memories. We can do more videos. I'm currently working on I read every single book in The Sims 4, so that should be fun. I'm talking like it's the end of the video. It's not. It just feels like such a great loss to me. I'll see you for section 7. With a heavy heart, I say welcome to section 7, second to last, and I'm not coping with it well. In fact, I've felt such incredible sadness last night because I know how close it is. But the first one that we're going to cover is Cersei's affair. Cersei Beaker is forced into an affair via hypnotization against her will. Cersei Beaker is a very controversial sim because of the fact that she kind of, tortures Sims for, I don't even know if it's a scientific advancement. It might just be because these two are kind of weird like that and they kind of like to inject that pain and misery into people's lives. We actually don't really know. They just perform science experiments, as we all know. I'm not going to go into too much context about it because we have already covered Cersei and Loki Beaker a lot. And this is also not even really mentioning them in The Sims 2. It's mentioning them in The Sims 2 DS/ for PSP. But you know what? I'm just going to use this one because I didn't print the PSP one out, and now that I'm realising it, it's not the same game. So we're just going to have to cope with this one. But it's the handheld version of The Sims 2 for PSP. She runs the business end of the Beaker operation. So, I mean, that's a very generous term for what that family does. They are literally kidnappers and perform tests. But she's the one who apparently runs the business side, but she's thinking about, you're still complicit, you know what I mean? You can't really defend her. Wait, guys, sorry, I knew I had The Sims 2 for PSP image. Do not mind me. So, we've already talked about Dr. Dominic Newlaw, also known as Dr. Dominion, if you remember from the last section. And he became self-aware because the plumb bob came over his head, as we've said, and he kind of realised he was being controlled, and to combat that, he created a helmet that would control other Sims, and this story is going exactly where you think this story might be going. This absolute weasel of a man. Honestly, The Sims team's ways of creating up villains is amazing, because I do definitely hate him, even though that picture had me feeling something for a little bit. But I do hate him. No. I do not accept that man. He is mind controlling Cersei Beaker into having an affair with him. Let's literally burn him at the stake. You find this out in The Sims 2 PSP. Cersei has been sneaking off with Dr. Dominic Newlaw, and that's one of her secrets. The only positive thing that can come from this is that it may have a negative impact on Loki Beaker, and she's also really upset over it. It's not even just morally bankrupt, it's also very highly illegal. It's doubly sad as well, because not only is she having an affair on him, but every time she sneezes, she forgets the past 5 minutes. This is a really dark story. Like, does she deserve it because she's tortured nervous subject? But does anyone deserve that? I don't think so. Just because this has happened to her, which is horrifically sad, doesn't get rid of the fact that she also tortures nervous subject. So she's a horrible person, and also horrible things have happened to her. Two things can be true at once. One doesn't negate the other. Really quite dark, but I think I was going to say the true villain, but also no, these are true villains. The only innocent one in this really is nervous subject. The only thing he can really be, I don't know, sent to the docks for is not telling his girlfriend where he went. I don't think that's a crime in and of itself. I don't even think there's anything wrong with that. I think that the only reason that didn't work out well is because they literally trapped him. So he's the only innocent party in there. But bad guy, bad guy, bad guy, bad guy. And despite the fact he is holding the Sims version of a GUN, good guy. I love you, Polynesian technician. Horrific story all round. Kind of, honestly, really, really dark for the Sims franchise. The Sims franchise is dark anyway. A lot of horror elements brought into a lot of the stories, but this one is you are mind controlling a woman to be with you. That's a story of that. Honestly, they deserve... No, because she doesn't deserve him because she's literally being mind controlled into him. He deserves every bad thing that happens to him. She doesn't necessarily deserve to be mind controlled into a relationship with another man because that's illegal, but she deserves... Right, when I say she deserves karma, I don't mean that this is a karma. I mean she deserves some other form of karma, which is not mind control into a relationship with a man. An evil man at that. An evil scientist. Why not just be friends? Like, you've got things in common. You'd be able to work together and you've just completely... You know what? I'm not going to encourage these becoming friends, actually, because he's already... Have I covered that bit yet? I think I have. I think we covered that in the last part. Yes, we did. I was going to say, oh my God, spoiler alert. Sorry, guys. Just keep these guys as far away from each other as possible. And I think that is probably what's best for the world. In fact, if they just don't... Make them different franchises, okay? Make a new game and just get them away from each other. Next one we've got is Kidnapped. And I'm not going to read it out because we're just going to delve straight into it. Sims 2 PSP is where it's at, my guys. I have 4 episodes in an LP of it, but I think I'm going to do a video in and of itself, like an hour-long one, playing through the entire thing and talking about all the lore and everything, trying to find a way to merge those 2 formats in together. I wish that I would be able to stop talking about the pain and suffering that the beakers have caused, but we're back once again on the Renegade Master. So we already know that these are pricks, and they already caused the death of Nervous Subject. And rest in peace, by the way, our angel in the sky, never forgotten. Gone, but never forgotten, especially not by me, who's got 2 thumbs and will never forget Nervous Subject. This bitch. But yes, we are still on the topic of the beakers because accident in the workplace does not make them reconsider their actions. It actually just spurs them on, unfortunately. And the next victim is actually the focus of this segment, Gimme Branco. And honestly, this man, Gimme. You might be thinking, oh wow, I didn't know she was such an ABBA fan. No, I'm not. I'm a Gimme fan. It's a really funny TV show. I really recommend watching it. But anyway, this is Gimme Branco. Some facts about him are he became a garbage man. Garbage. And he done this so he'd have another Sorcerer's merchandise, a business icon dedicated to his cause, Forbes top 50. He was also once seen dancing with a homemade scarecrow in the junkyard. Please, I'm a star. The scarecrow. I'll have to rub that one out so I don't get demonetized. We've all seen that film advertised on TikTok. We've seen people talk about it. Close with the scarecrow, shall we say. And also claims he owns a magic sword. Boom. Bit wonky, but that's all right. With 1,000 years of power, and it didn't have enough power in it to save him from the situation he ended up in, so it's not actually that powerful of a sword, unfortunately for you, my man, Gimme. But people know he's missing because in Paradise Place, which is the main part of The Sims 2 PSP, is kind of where all the houses converge together. As he's a garbage man, garbage keeps... basically piling up within Paradise Place. I have no idea, but if you find him, you should tell him to get back to work. His name's Gimme Branco, and people are looking at him because they're like, oh, garbage man, wherefore art thou garbage man, essentially. It's also, this is coming off my tongue wrong and it feels really weird to say, because we call him the bin man. Where's your bin? And it's rubbish. Because he's such an icon, legend, the moment, the star, honestly, the piece de la resistance of The Sims 2 for PSP, because he's not doing his job because he's actively being kidnapped. The residents of Paradise Place are taking this seriously. They're like, there is something afoot and we need to find Gimme. Obviously, they don't jump to him being kidnapped. They jump to him skipping his job, unfortunately. But despite the fact that he's been locked in the Beaker's dungeon, because that is where he is, he does actually get saved by the player at some point in the game. Hey, thanks for rescuing me. It was a good job of you. I think he's Canadian. When he gets rescued, he does actually have a really happy ending. He moves to Dead Tree, which is this place. It's also in The Sims 2 for PSP. And his cousin, Pitta, is, what is she? A vendor. And he helps her be a vendor. Yes, I pronounce it Pitta. Pitta bread. Thank you. So yeah, I mean, you know, obviously he had some bad things happen to him. The Beakers kind of, you know, getting locked in that underground thing. But also he managed to retire in Dead Tree with his cousin. Family always, you know what I mean? Hopefully the topic that we spoke about in the previous one, beginning with accidental and ending in something else, does not happen here. Hopefully they can live happily ever after, not in that way. And hopefully Paradise Place has found a new bin man, because honestly the rubbish was piling up. It was getting a little bit bad. Don't get me wrong, they had deeper problems. Ghosts, zombies also came came out the floor. But mainly at the end of the day, it's the bin men that keep this world running. My nephew waves at the bin men. Loves the bin men. And so do I, honestly. My bin men are kinda, I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, happy for you, Game of Rancor. This one is an absolutely massive one. The Sims 2 for DS, unusually creepy atmosphere and themes. I actually wrote an entire script for this, thinking it was The Sims 2 for PSP, but no, we are back once again, not for the Renegade Master, but for The Sims 2 for DS, which, why am I pausing like that? But no, this one is for The Sims 2 for DS, and it really does have unusually creepy themes, as do a lot of The Sims early games and spin-off games, as we've already covered. And bring Victor back! I want it back. The game starts off and you arrive in Strange Town, because naturally, it's always Strange Town. One thing about Sims spin-offs, gonna include Strange Town, it's gonna have an alien. Two things you can guarantee in life: not death and taxes, Strange Town, and aliens. But you arrive in and the local mayor is like, hey, you can go to this place, the local hotel. You get to the local hotel, you're like, oh, sweet, I'm in a local hotel in this place, I don't know, I can have a sit and relax. Wrong. You actually find a letter from the last owner of your hotel basically saying, look, mate, this isn't for me. To whom it may concern, the hotel is yours. And obviously you, the player, are the person to read it. So then the hotel becomes yours. And the aim of the game is like this really cute, almost Animal Crossing Happy Home Paradise or Paradise Planner or whatever that expansion pack's called. And you have to do up the hotel, you have to build things, create new rooms, create the perfect place for people to stay. You've got to complete goals, help them find objects. It's a really cute, cozy game that I really recommend to anybody, especially fans of Animal Crossing or anything like that. And it sounds really straightforward, but it's actually not. And it's unhinged. It's really unhinged. Despite the fact that the entire premise of it sounds really, really cute. Guys, oh, man, it's very creepy, the theme. So, like I mentioned, the mayor, who was called Honest Jackson, very honest, I must say, Frankie Fuseli, who is a local gangster, makes you give the mayor a gift. And you're like, oh, that is really nice. Look at him going out of his way to show appreciation for the mayor. The mayor who helped me locate this. How nice of you, Frankie. But no, this gift actually sets the mayor's office on fire. So at that point, you're kind of like, this maybe isn't, we're not in Kansas anymore, if you will. But still, that's relatively tame compared to the rest of the game. Jimmy the Neck, if anybody leaves any comment saying, Jesse, that looks like your father, I'm inclined to agree. If there's any like stocky bald man, I'm always like, that is my father. That is my father. So in my mind, Jimmy the Neck, honestly, he can do no wrong. He's justified in everything he does, because that's actually my father reincarnated into a video game, and you will show him respect, okay? He's been through a lot. Maybe he's not my dad in this game, because Jimmy the Neck, Frankie's second cousin, he does unfortunately, the thing is with him, he does come in and randomly hold Sims hostage. So that is something that my dad does in this video game, unfortunately. But obviously, I'm not actually related to him in this game because he is a fictional character and he doesn't exist. So you can't hold that one over my head. Is that something that my dad would do? No. Holding people hostage, not a good look. Don't do it. Do not try it at home, all right? Maybe most of the things I'm going to mention in this one, don't try it at home, guys. He keeps holding people hostage and you got to pay him and be like, Jimmy, literally, here's some money, can you please let these people go? And Jimmy's just rolling in it, I guess. I also have an uncle Jimmy who also does kind of look like that. But yeah, a bit more extreme. We're kind of up in the ante a little bit. And then I have been waiting my entire life to mention Beazle Beef, also known as Prime Heifer. I love him. Hence the ICFB. I could fix Beazle Beef. I would just like to once again apologise that I did not realise that it was pronounced Beelzebub or that she was a girl. It takes 6 weeks to break a habit, and I'm really trying to break the habit of Beazle Beef. But Beazle Beef, just that's how it is in my head. It's like when you read a word that's pronounced differently and it's just stuck like that, Beazle Beef. Once again, I'm not an expert on law. I'm just someone who's a big fan of it, so I will get things wrong. And one of those things is Beazle Beef. And I really do believe that I could. I feel like we could have a nice life together. But he's an evil god, essentially. He's like the devil of the Sims world, if you will. Ava Cadavra, the sim right here, first mentioned in The Sims Herbs, actually. I think she used to be a cashier, but she was also part of a band. She's staying at the hotel and she makes her build you a cave so she can worship Beazle Beef, as she should. I worship him every single day of my life. And she tries to bring him to the mortal realm. She tries to like And she does kind of push her beliefs on people. There is 3 members, like, I don't know if they're members of the hotel, but members of Strangetown that she basically converts into worshipping Beazle Beef. So she's trying to spread the word of the devil, you know, as you do. Right, okay, we get a character called Horace Menhorset the Fourth. I think he's kind of evil, but then he's like, you know what, I'm evil, but that is just, I just can't excuse that one. So he lets you, the player, know what Ava is kind of planning, trying to bring a demon into this mortal realm, trying to take over the world, etc., etc. And he's like, hey, don't really think that this is a good thing that's going on right now. I'm just going to let you know so we can deal with this together. But also, one thing that I haven't mentioned is Horace is also a mummy for some reason. Like, he is like, yeah, that is him. He's got one eye, only a couple of teeth. And that one eye is putting the work in, you know. You can't really see it on the video, but that is bright yellow and glowing. So, yeah, we've just got an Egyptian mummy randomly. And if you don't do a certain task, if you don't I think you've got to give gourds to somebody. And if you don't, then he can't move properly and anyone who's around him won't be able to move. He's got his own trauma, do you know what I mean? Lots of time in his life to be able to collect that trauma. And he certainly did do that, yeah. Because we've done something so morally outrageous as not letting the devil walk the mortal realm, Ava is like, literally, I draw the line at this. Like, I can't believe you would do this. So Ava responds by setting the penthouse of the hotel on fire, naturally. So Ava, you're in my bad books, babe. And that's a shame, because out of all the people on this list, I would have smashed you. But you've just got to know, a red flag's a red flag, especially when it's burning in the penthouse that she set on fire. And also, in the midst of all this, there's also a robot, because why not? There's actually many robots, but the one that we're going to be talking about is Optimus Alfred, who is terrifying, and you need to fight him as the Raticator to stop him from doing nefarious things, because there's lots of... The robots are trying to rise up, like, has AI gone too far and everything? Really on topic for the current generation of simmers, actually. More on topic than they know. But what is the Raticator, you might be asking? The Raticator is you. Because amongst all this, you are also dressed as a rat, fighting crime in Strangetown. I love to see it. Honestly, I've got no words. So much happening right now, and I'm loving it. But yeah, basically, the Strangetown in this world is a world that needs the Raticator because of everything that's going on here. And also, as well as the robots trying to take over, as well as Ava trying to bring the literal devil into the Strangetown world, there's also aliens constantly trying to take over that you've got to try and defeat. The robots are invading, and also the goons. You've got like Jimmy the Neck, for example, but also he has loads of little minions as well that are constantly trying to do things. There's also alien autopsies that you do as part of a mini quest in the games. But yeah, the earlier Sims games done such a fantastic job. Obviously, the plot of this is kind of like, whoa. But the atmosphere of this, which you can't really convey just through this, I did try my best to do it, but the atmosphere is really eerie and post-apocalyptic. And also, if you go back in time at any point, then there's a full alien invasion. It just, honestly, I said this in the last thingy as well, but the Sims team do such a great job with these spin-offs at really nailing the vibe and atmosphere of the world, and they're really good storytellers. And you can tell that the Sims team are really good storytellers by even simple things like reading the book description, or they're reading the object description in Build and Buy. So when they get the chance to shine, like through these console games where they can really focus on that story, or even when they put the all into creating lore in the Sims franchise, it really, really, really pays off. And there's so many threads and everything like that on Reddit, and so many people talking about the creepy vibe of The Sims 2 for DS, that it really almost has become a bit of a cult classic within the Sims franchise because of its scary themes. It's fantastic. I love you. But it does a really good job of using all of these horror elements and just mixing it with enough silliness that it can be marketed as a kids game. And the fact that it's marketed as a kids game makes these atmospheres increase tenfold, because why is a kids game so horrific? It's brilliant. Sometimes the Sims team does things and it's like, you are ahead of your time. I'm so excited for the next one. I actually wanted this jumper to feature this guy, but I decided to go for Beazle Beef. But next up, we have Nut Futa, the most corrupt sim in The Sims 2, and he does his job really well, okay? That's not Nut Futa, by the way. Nut Footer. I love him. He was a delivery man on Olive Spector's lot. Naturally, Olive was his last delivery because, as we've mentioned millions of times by now, if you don't know, Olive Spector, serial killer. And she was good at it, to be fair. The Sims community asked Lindsay Pearson if she had any behind the scenes of creating The Sims 2. She shared this image, which is an image of the graveyard. You can't really see, so I will also put an image up on the screen. He is here as the Burgess delivery man. Burgess is Nut Footer. He was originally known as Burgess. And the numbers signify the relationship on it. But the Burgess delivery man has 133, which I kind of took a short-term relationship and long-term relationship. Like a short-term relationship of 130, but a long one of 3. So I thought, well, they must really like each other in the moment and then not so much now. But then Ichabod Spector, who we all know that Oliver Spector loved, has a short of 107 and a long of just 4. And then I thought, well, it can't be that. But is it the number of the killing? But he's not the only number 3. We've got Brenda Mailcarrier is also 3. Gretchen Maid is 2. Creon is 2. Lou is 3. So there's lots of people with the same numbers. So I'm not too sure what these numbers mean. And I didn't get any clarification by looking at the actual tweet. So if you guys have any idea what they could mean, maybe let me know. The top ones have a higher number and the bottom ones have a lower. So honestly, I'm not sure. But yes, as we said, he is the most corrupt character file in the game. In The Sims 2, the icon, the broken icon. A lot of The Sims 2 is broken, just not in the same way that The Sims 4 is. He's also missing almost every single aspect of himself in the game files. This is a direct quote from The Sims Wiki. No age, no aspiration, no personality or genetics. So he's fucked. And because he hasn't got any of this stuff in his game files, if you do spawn him, he'll basically act like a baby because he's got nothing about him. This is not an attack on his personality. This is more of an attack on the fact that he's broken. He will just act like a baby. But despite being an extremely small character, he has a huge fan base in The Sims 2, and I love to see that. Not even in The Sims 2, in present day, at this present moment, he's got a huge fan base, and I'm proud to say I am a nut footer truther. I'm a nut footer apologist. I have one priority, and it's to nut. I'm actively against no nut November. I think we should be nutting every month. One of the ways that people are fans of him, just in the really weird and wacky ways that fandom operates, Nut Rocket Man on Tumblr made a nut rug, which costs 50 simoleons that you can put into The Sims 2 and have Nut Footer on a rug. I think at least 50 people have downloaded this. I think it's absolutely fantastic. And also, I don't know if anybody else can remember, but in 2021, there was a real big revival of things in the older Sims games creating Twitter accounts. We had like Bella's Red Dress, the school buses, the school drivers. And one of those was, of course, our beloved Nut Footer. Nut Footer, The Sims 2, just as not only for Nut Footer, but just generally the subtle horror past Sims games gave to us. Is this a joke? You tell me. At Nut Footer to Sims 2, I love you. And we also, not even just that, Bruised Pixels also created an entire video of him dancing on YouTube. And not even only that, in my opinion, no fandom has ever really made it unless they've had fanfiction wrote about them. And Nut Footer is, well, to be fair, he's halfway there. He doesn't have a fanfiction wrote about him, but there is a fanfiction where he's featured, so that's a win in my books. The first one that we've got, he's only featured in 2, God bless him. We need to change that. If anybody is watching this and they write fanfiction, please, 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 please write a Nut Footer, Coffee Shop AU, Enemies to Lovers with Olive Spector, just anything, please. I would eat it up. The first one is called More to Live, an Olive Spector story by My Name Is 14. A tale as old as The Sims. A woman falls in love, but the love is forbidden. The love bears fruit, but there is a price. After all, there is more to life than life itself, and there is more to the world than the earthly things. So true, babe. Next up is The Spectre Files by Lustly. After Olive Spector's timely passing, the small township of Strangetown has opted to reopen the cold cases of Sims buried in her garden. With no one to stop them, the Strangetown Department of Investigation has formed a small task force dedicated to bringing light to the names carved onto the eerie gravestones. As these cases come to their close, the task force members will be forced to close their own chapters and face some unpleasant truths. That sounds like an absolute fucking hoot. I would read that. I would eat every single chapter up. I would pull an all-nighter. Unfortunately, it is not finished. I think only 6 chapters have been wrote of it. So, Lustly, if you ever have that fanfiction urge to finish that, please do finish it because that sounds fantastic. And also, we know that while I've been researching all of this, I've also found one of my new favourite fan artists, which is The Sims 2 Comics, and they once again delivered with Nut Footer. We have this image of Nut on the floor acting like a baby because that is all he can do and he does it well. And we've got Oliver Spector leaning over him, interacting with him. You good? But if you interact with him, an error comes up. Every single time. Object error. So that is the story of Nutfooter, an icon. He will always be remembered by the Sims community. And honestly, I just love how feral and unhinged the Sims community is for things that don't even really exist in the game. Like, why would we focus and put all of our energy into somebody who exists when we could go through the game files and find somebody who was never meant to exist in the first place? Figure that out. Also, the whole fanfiction thing. If you don't know, right, I'm a massive nerd. I don't know if that came across. I mean, I'm literally making an hours-long video on the Sims lore, but I've always been a big nerd, and I first discovered fanfiction when I was 14 and it changed my life, and fanfiction is probably my biggest special interest. And then when I found out about Nutfooter fanfiction, that led me on to the Sims fanfiction, which I kind of dabbed my toes in a little bit before, but I haven't really delved into it that much, mainly just fan art. But I kind of want to do a video. I don't know if anybody would watch it, but I think it combines two of my biggest loves even, The Sims and fanfiction. It would combine them into one video. So I don't care if nobody's going to watch it. I'm going to make that video. So if you're interested, you could be excited for that. If you're not, you should try fanfiction. It will change your life. The best fanfictions I've ever read have been written by a 13-year-old girl who in the previous author's notes had probably been hit by a car or something. And then a current one, the author notes that she is dead. And then she's like, sorry guys, actually I wasn't dead. Sorry, I just... Oh, I just love fanfiction. I love fanfiction. My God, I'm actually getting sweaty. Wrote about this. But also, if there's any other characters like Nutfooter that you think that I would fall in love with, please do let me know, because obviously I love anything like this. So let me know if I'm missing a character and you're like, Jessie would fucking love them. Let me know. The last one that we've got on this page, which makes me very like, I know that I keep saying I don't want it to end, and that's because I don't want it to end. Okay, I want somebody to make another iceberg that I have to go into again, because I've loved this. But the last one that we've got is Ghost Children. Ghost Children are known to be glitchy in The Sims 2, and that is very much true. So let's go into it. Vanellope von Schweetz, so called because kid and glitch. The main info that I've got this from is Moni on YouTube. They have a video talking about, well, they kind of accidentally experience how this happens, but they show this on their channel because Jill Smith dies by drowning and she starts glitching across the lot. So she'll be here and then she'll just be at that part and her head is just... But why does this happen? And this is because kids are very hard to kill in The Sims 2, and that is because kids have one thing. Well, they have two things. Social worker. That is not shorthand for worker. Just obviously you can see I ran out of space, so I got to do what I got to do. Also, the grey lady, as we spoke about, I think maybe 2 sections ago. Social worker, if your kids get hungry, they will come and collect your kid and be like, you need to take better care of them. Grey lady protects toddlers, maybe children, but I think it just is actually toddlers, actually, now thinking about it, from fires. So it's very hard to kill them. Moni has obviously found a different way, which is by drowning. My handwriting changes a lot, okay? I'm left-handed. It's really difficult for me to write. And when they do turn into this ghost, you can try and get around this by making them selectable. But if you do make them selectable, then that whole glitching across the lot still happens and they'll just be stuck in an endless cycle of having a gravestone. That was not... Okay, that looks a little bit better. Maybe just some flowers or something. There we go. That's it. Right, that's flat. That looks better. That looks less phallic. They'll be stuck basically with this as the only objective for them to do. They're not really interactable. So you can select them and make them go do something else apart from being a ghost, but it will show them as alive in the family panel. And this whole glitch happens because obviously, focusing on this bit, kids shouldn't really be able to go to this place in The Sims 2 because there's so many things put in place. So when they do go into this place, glitch upon glitch upon glitch upon glitch. But that's not the only glitch that happens around these kids, because kids also are protected in this game. So if you invite a kid over to your house and then it gets to a certain time, say 8 o'clock, then a family member, if they're part of a family member will come and say, hey, I think it's past so-and-so's bedtime, let's take them home. If they're not part of a family, if they're just a townie, then another townie will come and basically say the same thing and take them home. But when they're a ghost child, that doesn't really happen because they're not part of the family bin and they're also not part of the townie bin. They're actually in a secret third bin. And in the secret third bin are ghosts and universal NPCs. So obviously the universal NPCs, I was like, what are them when I was researching it? Universal NPCs are things like the Grim Reaper. Also things like the therapist. So if you have a ghost child over in your house, it will start glitching because it will register these as being part of the family potentially. Them to be like, come on, let's take your kid home. But because these are a universal NPC that are obviously needed throughout the gameplay, because Grim comes to collect souls if they die, for example, then if anything goes wrong in the whole picking up of the child process, then that can cause your game to be so broken that you will need to completely uninstall your entire game and reinstall it to be able to fix that glitch. This information is all from Grivek on Reddit, they posted about it. And thankfully, they did also post a fix to this as well. So if this does happen to you, if you play The Sims 2 and you kind of get stuck in this, then take the child and move their grave to a community lot, because this only happens on residential lots. So that is how to fix that big glitch. I was wondering what that shadow was in the corner of the room. I started to get scared, that one. But it's just my hand moving. My God. So yeah, that's the glitchy kids of The Sims 2. A lot of The Sims 2 is quite glitchy, and I'm not really sure why. My theory on it is that I think there was that fire that burnt down half the game, so they had to kind of rush to get it done, maybe. I don't know. But I mean, considering they had to rush to get it done, it's still a fantastic game. Not necessarily flawless, but broken in the way that it's charming in some ways, unlike The Sims 4, which is broken in the way that it's frustrating and severely impacts gameplay. But yeah, that is section 7 done, which means we've only got one more left, which makes me excruciatingly sad, actually. So I'll see you tomorrow. Well, it'll literally be a couple of seconds for you, but for me, I'll see you tomorrow. I really do not want to be saying this. It's actually breaking my heart to say it. But welcome to the last part of the section of the iceberg. I don't want this to be over. Everything has to end, unfortunately, and that's just something that I'm going to have to deal with. I've enjoyed this video so much. So the first one on this list is We Are All Sims. This is a bit of a big one. I'm not going to lie. It's got a lot of topics in it. We are all Sims, but I'm Bornhilda, you're Eliza Pancakes, we are not the same. I was going to put But I am Bella Goth, and I was like, that's thinking too highly of myself, and also not true, because I'm not missing. Although I have been from YouTube for the past couple of weeks, and it has literally just been because, as you know now, this has been my life. This one is pretty self-explanatory, I think, if you've ever played The Sims, especially as a child. As a child, you're kind of hyper-aware of a deep philosophical argument, actually, of whether or not we're being controlled by a higher force. I was fully convinced that I was living in a simulation, and I also used to just pretend that I was as well, and I'd be like, okay, now I'm going to get up, now I'm going to get myself a drink, now I'm going to pick up my drink, now I'm going to drink my drink. The Christmas mug is back. But then this theory increased tenfold when I discovered the Matrix film, which I haven't actually watched, and yet I don't think I need to watch it now because I know the entire plot of the Matrix film because I've been exposed to it all the years I've been on the internet, you know. And this isn't an unpopular theory. It's actually an entire hypothesis, the simulation theory. This is a theory that actually already exists in the world, and that theory is called the simulation hypothesis. We are all likely living in an extremely powerful computer program like the Matrix. If we are living in a computer program, who controls it? Who created the simulation? It was the programmer in the next universe up. Maybe this programmer could be considered to be a god of our world. The programmer may not have many of the properties of a traditional god. He or she, or they, let me add, may just be a teenager hacking on a computer and running 5 universes in the background, probably not an especially almighty, or a being who was morally benevolent, who we should worship. That sounds suspiciously like me. That sounds suspiciously like you. That could be any of us. And because it could be any of us, there is a theory that we are all living in a simulation, and there is solid evidence of that. Obviously, I've had to trigger warning for upsetting things right there. Simulation hypothesis is also not to be confused with the love hypothesis, which is a Kylo Ren fanfiction. I also read another Kylo Ren fanfiction turned book with A Witch's Guide to Fake Dating a Demon, and then I was like, this guy seems kind of I should know him, and then I found out looking at the reviews that A Witch's Guide to Fake Dating a Demon was a Kylo Ren fanfic. So the Kylo Ren fanfiction is just trying to eat me alive. But this theory was popularised by Nick Bostrom. An influential paper that laid out the theory, the Oxford philosopher Nick Bostrom showed that at least one of 3 possibilities is true. Number 1, all human-like civilizations in the universe go extinct before they develop the technological capacity to create simulated realities, which we are not in right now, because we can already create them. If any civilizations do reach this phase of technological maturity, none of them will bother to run simulations. We kind of already play simulations, so we are not that. Or number 3, advanced civilizations would have the ability to create many, many simulations, and that means there are far more simulated worlds than non-simulated ones. And this is also kind of delves in to Plato's cave. These are some people living in a cave. The only experience they have of the world, the only thing that they've ever seen, they're also chained to the cave, by the way, that's also relevant. The only way that they've ever experienced the world is by these people here holding up puppets that are lit by a fire which casts shadows onto this wall. So the only thing that they'll ever see of the outside world is what these are creating with these puppets. So they might see a horse, for example, a hoop, a bird, but that's the only perception of the world that they have, even though the world is actually much different to that and exists outside of that. And then if you were to take one of these people, unchain them, bring them into the actual world, let them experience the actual world, and then put them back in here, how would they then explain the world to these other people? The other people would not be receptive to that because the only thing that they've ever seen is this. Their mind couldn't comprehend the ability to understand 3D objects potentially, or colour. All they can think about is shadows. So they wouldn't be able to theorise or think up in their head what is actually on the outside world. But even if they could, would they even want to? Usually, we don't really understand something that is outside of our understanding. A lot of people don't change their minds over things, and that's kind of like a similar thing that's experienced here. They simply wouldn't want their experience of the world to change because that's all they know. And this relates to the simulation hypothesis and simulation theory because it has the idea of an external force, these people casting the puppets, that designs this idea of sentient life, and the people are being controlled. Their perception of what they see is controlled, even though there is a whole outside world here that they are just not perceiving. So it's a similar idea to, these are the gods, and this is us, the player. These are the Sims, and these are the people that don't have the actual experience of the world. You know, if you said to a Sim, you're alive, the Sim would go, Bahari, English now. You know, that's all these Simlish that I go to when I go to speak in Simlish, but they wouldn't be able to understand that. And that's a simulation hypothesis. And the idea that, yep, the Sims can understand, but could we understand as well if we were living in a simulation like they are? And it all boils down to the idea that one day someone could create a simulation so powerful that we can't distinguish it from actual reality. And has this already happened? We don't know. We genuinely don't know if we are two emo boys being made to kiss in a Sims franchise by a teenage girl who's misunderstood by her parents. I've never done that, Your Honour. I'm speaking as a matter of observation, maybe. But I did do that. And I did make me an Edward Cullen. And I did make me and Mr. Darcy. So I can create whatever simulation I want because in my mind, my simulation hypothesis is not a hypothesis because me and Mr. Darcy are in love. Therefore, that takes it out of hypothesis and a proven fact. But I think it's really interesting that this is something that is discussed a lot. For me, this is like the alpha male theory of we're in a simulation, man. Wake up. We're under the matrix. There's been a glitch in the matrix, man. And it's very alpha male to be like, yeah, wake up. Don't take the pill. You know, well, not the red pill, blue pill kind of thing that I'm on about. When this is actually a theory that a lot of Simmers have had since we were a child. For example, here's some pictures I got off Reddit. Here's me in 2000 playing The Sims at my uncle's for the first time. I was 10. Playing The Sims in 2001 with self-cut bangs. I've put the names as well for credit. We have literally been playing God in our own world from this age. The Sims isn't really taken seriously as a game outside of the actual Sims. The Simmers were like, this is a game. Obviously it's a game. It's actually like, The Sims 2 was actually the most best-selling game of all time, if you didn't know. And The Sims 4's player increase is increasing tenfold each year. But outside of it, The Sims is kind of not taken as a serious game. It's taken as a girl game where nothing serious happens. There's no stakes, you know, and there's no ending and you can't win it, but then people will play Minecraft. That's the like stereotypical view of The Sims. Simmers have literally been playing around with and hypothesizing about philosophical questions. Kind of like when men discover mushrooms and develop empathy, and it's just what we've been doing since we were about 11. We figured that out then. We figured out the simulation hypothesis at a very young age. We've experimented in it multiple ways, not just by what if we were the god and we could make everything okay and everybody happy and everybody could live long, happy lives, but also what if we were a god and we ruined every single thing in the world and starved people and also killed them with using mods in really bizarre ways. It's funny to me. Are we all Sims? We are never gonna know. But we've thought about that idea to the nth degree. We've been there. Like, oh, you're an alpha male and you're interested in the simulation theory. Form an orderly line, bitch. We've been here. So that is the idea of we're all Sims. It's the simulation hypothesis, and we've already thought about it a lot. Like, we've been there. One thing about the simulation hypothesis, it's for the Simmers. Little Simsy stands for little simulation hypothesis. Steph simulation hypothesis. Plum, break me out of the matrix, if you will. Anyway, that is, we are all Sims. Simulation hypothesis, Plato's cave, and that's that. It's a really good theory. Obviously, there will be lots more academic journals and research about this. I'm just a 25-year-old girl trying to make my way through the villa, and I'm grateful for my natural long hair. One thing that gets me about it is that we literally won't know if we're already in one. And there's lots of subreddits like Glitch in the Matrix where you can kind of see things where there is a glitch in the Matrix. Maybe I should watch the Matrix, you know what I mean? But I don't need to watch the Matrix. I forgot, I do actually have a printed out picture of the Matrix, and I said I don't need to watch the Matrix because I already know I'm in love with Keanu Reeves, okay? I already know that. I cannot watch this film because that would make me in love with him more. Also, my cousin used to love the Matrix and he used to have this quote, and now now he's also diagnosed autistic. So as someone who is diagnosed autistic as well, I don't think I could take that risk. There's not enough room in my brain to be obsessed with another fictional man, although Keanu Reeves is real. Keanu Reels. But I just don't have the facilities for that big man. It's the same reason why I can't watch Lord of the Rings. Can't do it. Gotta go. I gotta go. Next one on the list. Oh my God, barbecue. This actually has, oh my God, WTF barbecue. Remember that? I do already have a video on the barbecue. I actually think I have 2 videos on this. And this is, it's one of my favourite things from the Sims franchise in the worst possible way because it's so Sims franchise. It will have you being like, oh my God, ew, a barbecue? Like, the name is 100% factually accurate. That will happen to you if you play with this mod. And the description of this mod: has ACR or Risky Wahoo given your Sims too many unwanted crotch fruit? Did the adoption agency fob off another baby on you instead of that pizza you wanted? Brought to you by the coolest acronym ever to grace the face of the internet. It's oh my God, WTF barbecue. It's new, it's shiny, it's more awesome than all those lesser, useless downloads that do nothing that isn't already in the game. It even functions as a regular grill with all these options for all versions of the game, unlike other people and their lesser awesome crap. Best of all, it can be yours for less than 640k because 640k is all anyone should ever need, except no Kiwian based substitutes. And if you don't vote for this to win, I will come in the night and steal your firstborn children and then eat them. I'm sure you're already aware, but if you're not already aware, this was a mod that was originally created The Sims 2. It's a barbecue grill made by Pescado that players could place in the game and you could place infants in it. It was made as a joke, but then quickly took off as listen, the Sims community, we are freaks at the heart of it, all right? Like, we play basically the video game version of Barbies. Like, and if you watch little girls play Barbies, they're traumatizing stories, okay? It's not for the faint of heart. As the Sims community is wont to do, this kind of took off. Firstly, in the way of machinima. If you don't know what machinima is, it's basically a movie made with The Sims, and sometimes it's got like really good acting, sometimes it's got music, sometimes it's got subtitles, but most of the time it's just telling a story. There was a vampire boom of the 2000s, and there was a baby boom, giant baby boom of the 2000s, which I also have a video on, but also the barbecue boom. Mammy's little baby meat. Also, I ate my baby for dinner, question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point. Did you eat your baby for dinner? Because you don't sound too sure of that. And then because it was so iconic, it actually made its way into The Sims 4 and was reinvented. And this one was even more inclusive because you could also put toddlers on there. And it wasn't just the outside grill, but you could also put them in the stove, and it came complete with animations. And she's deeply disturbing, yes, but I really love the memes that come with it. Thinking about food in The Sims 2 and 3. A pizza, a turkey, a lobster, and a baby. She's deeply disturbing, yes, but the memes that came from it, really funny. The videos that came from it, looking back, deeply disturbing. This is how little girls play with dolls, okay? The stories are really deeply disturbing. The stories really are, I would even go as far as to say, slightly traumatizing. And when I first discovered this as a kid, and I said this in the video where I covered it, turned my stomach, and I was like, I don't want anything to do with that. That's actually made me feel really unwell, thank you. Not for me. And then I don't know why I'm so jaded as an adult, but as an adult, I'm like, that's what I'm liking this smart type of humor. I think especially looking at it through the kind of, this is early YouTube, so it's kind of like the Wild West. There wasn't this great almost effort that you put in videos. Not that effort didn't go into there, but people just uploaded anything for any reason. And the idea to me that probably a teenage misunderstood someone went out of the way to make, I ate my baby for dinner. I can't quite make out the subtitles, but I think it says, he would kiss me something at cousin one day, and then like I think maybe he would kiss me like a cousin one day, and then like this is just disturbing, and I love it to look at it through that lens of the Wild West YouTube. I just think it's fantastic, and yes, it's disturbing. So is some of the Sims franchise, and I think that she's an integral part of the Sims franchise. And because the Sims has always been so weird and wacky in the earlier ones, we've had, I mean, most of the topics that we've covered so far are based in horror. I don't know if these type of things would exist if the Sims was not already established in that kind of horror genre, especially because it's horror genre with enough element of silliness, and that basically reflects it. So yes, it's disturbing, yes, it kind of turns my stomach. I find it funny now, but it still turns my stomach a little bit. I just think that this is actually integral to what The Sims is. It's kind of messed up. It is playing with Barbies come to life, and I've said it like 6 times already, but if you've never watched Little kids play with Barbies. My version of Barbies was I was the Barbie. I didn't really play with toys. I just looked at toys, really. That was my version of playing with them. But I would pretend to be a Barbie, and I would pretend to be on the floor, and I'd just been gotten rid of and sent to a children's home, and they wouldn't even let me use the toilet, and I was like, oh no, please. I know, like, it's disturbing. It's like a way to kind of work through your consciousness as a kid in a way to understand that like not everything is good, some things are bad, and how do we kind of rationalize that as children? And we rationalize that through, unfortunately, playing with things like this and discovering those bad things. And I think that's healthy. Obviously, if you're not healthy and you play with that, I mean, do you know what I mean? But generally, I think that this is kind of essentially what The Sims is. Maybe not this far, but I think this is symptomatic of who the Sims franchise is, because she is really, underneath it all, a horror game. But that's, oh my god, WTF barbecue. Similarly to the simulation theory, your Sims are alive. They think and feel for themselves, but must do as you tell them. That's very loud, isn't it? Your Sims are alive and you have blood on your hands, especially when we consider the previous topic. You better watch out. Gotta keep your wits about ya. We've already covered the simulation theory in depth and how it's probably highly likely that we are actually already living in a simulation and just can't conceive that, especially when you consider the fact that we are literally talking about a simulation game where that already exists and that is the whole purpose of the game. We've also already covered Dr. Dominic Newlaw, Dr. Dominion, who became self-aware after discovering the plumb bob above his head and how it made him do things that he didn't want to do, which is basically us as the simmer, and then he created the helmet to control other people. So really, we are Dr. Dominic. We are Dr. Dominion, controlling Sims, making them do things that they don't want to do. We are no better than this pale white man. I could just end it there and just say like, yeah, the Sims are alive. Dr. Dominion proved that Sims can become self-aware and stuff like that. But I actually think it's really interesting if we look through the actual game and see difference of what we can do. So in The Sims 1 and also in The Sims 2, to be fair, you had your AI controlled Sims, and they could basically, like, if they wanted to do something fun, they would just go and do that. If they needed the toilet, they could do that. But you still mainly control them. They can do things off their own back to a certain extent. And then it's interesting because when we go to The Sims 3, in terms of autonomy, we can actually customize this a lot because we can set it to low free will, no free will, high free will, but we are kind of in control over that. So we can dominate their decisions or let them live their lives how they want. And then in The Sims 4, sorry, Doctor. Actually, I'm not going to grace you with that title. Sorry, man. In The Sims 4, it's just one button. It's autonomy on or autonomy off. They can either have full control of their lives or no control of their lives, but they'll still go and do their own things, but they do get more of a sense of free will as the game goes on. I mean, it kind of ties into the simulation theory and of the being a higher being, because this is speaking purely from like the Christian idea of a God, which I'm not sure it even exists. I'm agnostic. The Christian idea of God is that God gave us free will, so we decide if we love God, because therefore if we decide it, then our love for him is real, and if he forced us to love him, it wouldn't be real love and we wouldn't get into the kingdom of heaven, if that even exists. Now personally, I think that's actually exceptionally cruel, but this ties into the idea of that and like the simulation theory, even if it's not a Christian form of God, that there's some type of higher power, and in this circumstance we are that higher power and we can kind of choose their free will, but we still control them. And also this goes even further because them actually developing their own personality and them choosing their own life. In The Sims 2, the Sims have turn-ons and turns-off. Yes, we have to choose them. They also have likes and dislikes in The Sims 4. But what your Sims kind of do in The Sims 4 as well impacts those likes and dislikes. But we can also pick their aspirations, what they want to focus on in life. But even with that, the Sims will give some pushback, like the wants and fears system. They can literally tell us what they want to do and what they fear happening. So it's essentially kind of the nature versus nurture argument. They can come up with these types of things, but these things only really come up because we decided them. How much of this is the actual sim and how much of this is the stuff that we are implementing in the Sims' lives. But the Sims do go on to get more personality as the games go on, obviously The Sims 4 notwithstanding, but they can come up with those ideas themselves even if they are influenced by what we decide for that sim in their life. In The Sims 2 as well, they even show who they have chemistry with, so they can literally be like, I fancy that guy, I fancy that girl, like, do you know what I mean? They can show that through their relationship panel, but still us as the creator, we can ignore that because we're like, I I don't care who you fancy. I want this Ginger Sim to be the next matriarch or patriarch of my legacy challenge, so I am choosing them, even if they have bad chemistry with them. Obviously, we can show some compassion and be like, you know what, you sound really a vibe. You don't have chemistry with him. You have chemistry with her instead. Go with that one. We can still override that. They can even show us, like we've said, what they are terrified of. They are terrified of a fire. They're terrified of being rejected by flirting. But we can still be like, I'm going to set fire to your house, and also I'm going to make you have a bad romance session just to create drama. They can be terrified of breaking up with their partner, and we can be like, I'm fancying some spice, and they have to do that because we're controlling them. So we judge Dr. Dominion for creating that helmet to control over the Sims, yet we are doing that ourselves. And you might be like, yeah, but he is using that to force Cersei Beaker into an affair with him. But then again, we are literally forcing our Sims to have affairs with other people. And you might be thinking, well, it's really not that deep because they are pixels. Like, how can they express that they don't want this? Have you considered that they do? That they already have expressed that they don't want it? They literally stare into your soul in The Sims 2 if they need something like food, if they're unhappy. And that glitch in The Sims 4 where you pause it and they stare into your soul, they're trying to tell us because they already know. And we continue to control them anyway. But it doesn't matter because it's all a game and nothing's real at the end of the day, unless a simulation theory exists and there is strong evidence that it does, in which case we are a really bad god. I mean, need I mention the previous topic again? The oh my god barbecue? And not even just that. There are mods like the extreme violence mod, the deadly toddler mod. I have multiple videos on that. If the simulation theory exists, lock me up and throw away the key, because my Sims have been alive and I definitely have blood on my hands, and I definitely force my Sims to do things they don't want to do. Although sometimes I am a merciful god, because sometimes my Sims will be like, I don't want to do my homework, I'm too depressed. And then I'll be like, you've got to do homework, babe. I do not want the military to take you away again. So sometimes it's in their best interests, but sometimes it is just for the sake of that. And maybe if there is a god and a god exists in the world, maybe he's not this all-knowing, all-merciful, all-powerful being who really loves us. Maybe it's closer to something like the Greek gods, or maybe multiple gods, and all of them are all just as vengeful as each other. Maybe they literally have a god complex, because they are literally a god. Maybe to them, we are nothing more than Sims, and it's fun for them to watch us struggle. I hope you sleep well tonight, you murderer, because your Sims are alive and they feel everything you've put them through. And I know you've killed those Sims. I know you've fallen out with a friend when you were a child and killed them in The Sims. Maybe you haven't done that. I actually haven't done that. My sister's done that. Me and my sister will be in the stocks together, my friends. But that's the idea of your Sims are alive and you've killed them. Basically. Bit of a controversial one for the next one. The Sims 4 is a social experiment. It's bad on purpose. Let's get into it, shall we? I could talk about this all day, and I will. But The Sims 4 as a social experiment. But the thing is that's got me questioning is a social experiment for what? Why would it be bad on purpose? You could argue that it's to see what they could get away with potentially. I think it's actually less of a social experiment, more of an explanation that this is how EA runs things. So technically it could be a social experiment, yeah. Also, the release of The Sims 4 Project Olympus. I already have an entire video. It's called The Failings of The Sims 4, I think, where I really delve into this in Project Olympus and how Project Olympus basically ruined The Sims 4. And as a brief summary of it, Project Olympus was The Sims 4. The Sims 4 was supposed to be an online multiplayer game. And then with the release of SimCity happened, SimCity died a very, very, very painful death and was replaced with an indie game called City Skylines, which absolutely not even just stompled it, but also spat on it and then danced on its grave. And then with the absolutely catastrophic failure of the SimCity, because it could only be online, Project Olympus was then suddenly rehashed into The Sims 4, and The Sims 4, as we know, is not an online multiplayer game. The only online elements of it really are the gallery, which is a great element of it, I'm not gonna lie, but you could definitely see how having to release Project Olympus as a Sims 4 kind of ruined it. There was lots of glitches. It got released half finished. There was no toddlers, there was no pools, there was no ghosts. No toddlers is a huge thing. We've had toddlers since The Sims 2, so removing a life state completely. The Sims 4 has always released on a bad rap, and it's spent 10 years since it's been released, which is an exorbitantly, I don't know if I pronounced that word right, long time for a Sims game to live. General lifespan of a Sims game is about 4 to 6 years, and The Sims 4 has been here for 10 years, which is why my last video was called 10 Years of Hell. Project Olympus basically ruined The Sims 4, and the Sims team have been trying to fix it since. And have they succeeded on that? In some aspects, yes. In other aspects, it's just a deeply flawed and broken game, and the only thing that can replace it is a new base game. But then the thing is, is as well, is that just a social experiment or is it a failure? Have they had this failure and tried to use this failure to see what they can get away with? Because there's certain things that have me questioning it. For example, such as the snow in The Sims 4 does not lay. The snow in The Sims 3 laid so heavily that your babies would get stuck underneath the snow. It was kind of annoying, but also it was really beautiful. And The Sims 4, the snow does not lay. And this isn't so that the snow can be accessed on so many computers. That's not the reason. It was a purposeful design element. Grant Rodiak even confirmed it, that they didn't want the snow to lay. What was the reasoning behind that? Also, another reason that it could be a social experiment, how much they just have shot out the idea of law. There is still law in The Sims 4 and it builds on some law like the My Sims law, but we went from The Sims 3 to The Sims 2 in the timeline. And then The Sims 4 is on an alternate timeline. Lazy! We already know how much this upsets me. Like, it genuinely greatly upsets me. So it's a social experiment thinking, okay, we're not going to go the extra mile with snow. We're not going to go with the extra mile with a timeline. I think that The Sims 4 is really good when it picks a topic and it goes full out on that topic. I do think that it's good with doing that. But I also do think that this is also a way for the Sims team to be able, well, not even the Sims team, just the franchise as a whole, to take an idea like The Sims Supernatural, for example, and then split that up into vampires, Realm of Magic, and werewolves. And it's not just this either. It's also splitting up generations into parenthood, kids' room stuff, toddler stuff, growing together. So it's a way to split them up. And then this is 3 packs, not for the price of 1. It's 1 pack for the price of 3, actually. I think that calling it a social experiment actually kind of just takes away from the fact that it's just ruined a lot. I think it's too generous of a title. I think this is, rather than a social experiment, I think it's an obvious example of the decline of the franchise. And more a story of how all of these things combined can take such a fantastic franchise into what? Why is Don Lothario in a relationship with the Calientes ma'am? Why? What was the reason? I think if it's a social experiment, it's not for the benefit of us. Basically, I don't think that it's a way to see what we like. I think it's a way to see what they can do. I think it's a way to bleed the most out of it. I mean, Project Renee is going to come out and apparently The Sims 4 is still supposed to be getting packs. How is that? I just don't understand. I don't understand. The thing is, I understand as well, The Sims 4 in a lot of ways is not a bad game. So if you enjoy The Sims 4, don't listen to this section of the video and feel bad because you enjoy The Sims 4. I also enjoy The Sims 4. There's a lot of things in The Sims 4 I prefer over The Sims 3 and The Sims 2 and The Sims 1. So don't feel bad about that. And I also think if you started playing in The Sims 4, you will notice what's missing a lot less. But I find a similar thing on the flip end of it, where I'm probably in the minority, where Animal Crossing does not bother me and I can't feel what's missing because I only started with New Horizons. So I can't feel the things that are missing from previous Sims games. Whereas somebody who's played every single version of Animal Crossing will probably feel that really strongly. And I just don't have that nostalgic connection to it. So that doesn't bother me. And I think that might be what a lot of people feel about The Sims 4. If that's the only version of the game that you've ever played, it's probably not going to bother you, especially if you go back and play The Sims 2 now, or The Sims 1 or The Sims 3, and not playing them through the context of the technology at the time that it was released. It's probably going to feel quite clunky, quite junky. Specifically, I think it's not fair to a Sims game to play in the year 2024 and be like, well, it doesn't do this, it doesn't do that. It couldn't at that time, you know, and then comparing it to The Sims 4, which even with all of these technical advancements, we don't have the open world of The Sims 3, we don't have the interactions of The Sims 2, we don't have the charm of The Sims 1. Rather than it being a social experiment, I think it's a social commentary on how have released more and more packs for more and more money with less and less content, and how the soul of the game is going. And the thing is, I actually think that the Sims team themselves, although they make some decisions that I don't necessarily agree with, you can kind of tell that the passion and energy for the game is there. I just think it's a sign of the times more than anything, which is honestly really sad because this franchise is genuinely something special. For so long, the Sims team have had a monopoly on life simulation games. Cozy games in general didn't really get taken seriously until the past couple of years, really. Anything that was a stereotypical girls game has just been wrote off. And now that those are being taken more seriously, and we've actually got other games coming in the mix like Paralives, Life by You, I think that maybe having some competition will actually be really healthy for the Sims franchise, because they've had nothing to compete against and they could get away with releasing less and less because they were the only options for life simulation games. We've also got games like Tiny Life. For me, has a lot of the charm of The Sims 1. Speaking of Tiny Life, I built an entire neighborhood for Tiny Life. They asked me if I wanted to, and I was like, yeah, Absolutely I do. It's on Steam if you did want to try it. There's a free demo as well available if you just want to try it out. There's quite a variety of builds that I built for it. One of them is a roadside bar. It's quite country themed, and I love building country themed. I think Animal Crossing has done this to me. If I can include something that looks a little bit country, put a little bit of hay, put a little bit of weeds, a little bit of wood, I'm absolutely all over that. And then one thing that did really stretch me to my limits was a big mansion in the middle of it. I'm not that comfortable with large scale builds in any game, so this one really pushed me out of my comfort zone. But I had so much fun trying to work out the entire floor plan of it and really challenging myself in that way. There's so many color options as well. Even though it's a pixel game, you can customize everything in the game. And then there's two smaller houses. The first one is a modern starter home. I don't know why I keep defaulting to modern. I guess I'm just changing as a person, but this is basically equipped for all of your starter needs. And then there's also listen, the British in me one out. It's basically a semi-detached 2 up 2 down house, and I had a lot of fun making that one also. That is my neighborhood that I built for Tiny Life. I really wanted to talk about it in this video, and this was a good chance to talk about it. So if you want to check it out, like I said, they're on Steam. This is not sponsored. I've done this for free. I just really love this game. So maybe it is a social experiment, maybe it isn't, but it definitely is broken. But again, that's not to completely write off The Sims 4. I can see a lot about the game that I like, and I can see a lot about the game that I don't like. I don't just want to be on either one end of the thing just to be on either one end of the thing. I'm fine being malleable to either side of that. I'm happy to give credit where credit's due, and I'm also happy to call out the things that I don't like, so I'm neither one of those. But if you think I am, that's okay as well. It's okay to have different opinions on a game, because how you like things is so subjective. But that is The Sims 4 social commentary. Second to last topic we're ever going to cover in The Sims Iceberg: the Kind Society. Cult, if you will. We are once again back in The Sims 2 for PSP. Amazing game, fantastic. I'm going to have to finish it. The Kind Society is a cult, which honestly I could see myself joining. Unfortunately, I'm very easily led into things such as the aforementioned cult, and honestly, that is me right there if anyone even cares. And the Kind Society is all based around worshipping Beezle Beef, who I could fix. It's founded by a man called El Toro, translated to mean the bull. And El Toro is none other than our man, Dr. Dominic Newlaw. That's right, he's hit another new law. He started a cult. What doesn't this man do? I feel like every single thing, a bad thing that he could do, he's like, tick, done it, tick, done it, tick, done it. This man started a cult, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. But even though it's founded by El Toro, also known as Dr. Dominion, it's actually ran by Sinjin Balani, this guy right here. And he's referred to as the herd leader, which is quite a funny joke. I love the Sims team's writing. And he did previously start to join a cult about sheep, but people just barred at him, which honestly is a very, very, very sensitive topic for me, because if you don't know, sheep are my favorite animal, always have been ever since I was a child. I tried to get my dad to steal me a sheep from a field because I just believed that there was anything my dad could do, and I just love them so much. And I did pay full price for this sheep that I've currently got on me, and that we are actually in a cult. It's just us two at the minute, and if anyone wants to join, do let me know. I might copy his whole idea. Please bar at me. I would take it as a compliment, really. That's my cult. This is his. So let's focus back on him. As a player in the game as well, you will take part in this cult. Right here, as you can see, you will even experience my man Sinjin dressed as a cow with Beezle Beef's giant udders here. Actually reminds me of my dad, not to bring him up again, because my dad designs cups really badly, and a lot of his designs for some reason just have udders on them. Don't know why. I've learned not to question a lot of things that go through that man's mind. It's a lot easier for everybody that way if you just let him get on with it. But you can actually get something in this game called the Bovinomicon, which I think bovine is the term for like cow. Honestly, love the puns. And it states 4 things. Number 1, the great cow Beezle Beef slumbers beneath the surface of the earth. Number 2, when Beezle Beef rises again, she will be awakened by the elder herd. Number 3, the elder herd will trample all of those who stray from the teachings of the kind. Number 4, once the earth is cleansed, there will be a new era of peace and delicious grass. So that is basically the Kind Society. And I didn't know until now Beezle Beef was a girl. I support women's rights and wrongs, and I support you, darling. Smash. And there are 4 pillars of the Kind Society. Always stay with the herd. A stray cow falls into the thicket. Always keep your eyes on the cow in front of you. Attention yields obedience. Always look to the future. The path behind you is strewn with manure. Always be wary. The enemy tips the cow who sleeps. Honestly, great pillars to live by. I might start them as manifestations in my day-to-day life, because always look to the future. The path behind you really is strewn with manure, and I'm a big looking back in the past kind of... I'm being indoctrinated to this cult as I'm explaining it. This is not good for me. I'm the sheep. I'm all about the cow, babe. I'm all about the cow. I've always been about the cow. This is actually my cult. Welcome, let me indoctrinate you. But unfortunately, as cults are wont to do, it's based in a lie, which I'm kind of curious, because if this is based in a lie, but we can clearly see Beazle beef right here, how is she a lie? Like, I can't tell if this is just the cult in me talking, like if I've been indoctrinated that much. I'm like, how can you be a hoax? I can see you. She spoke to me, actually. I'm a prophet of this cult, okay? I'm down with the cult. Interestingly, plot twist, another plot twist coming. St. John, my man, actually knows that this is a hoax, right? He is very much aware of the fact. I have become aware of the fact. That's Pride and Prejudice 2005 reference. You should watch it. It's a really good film. St. John tries to be a good guy and tries to tell the members of this cult that it's all a hoax. But a lot of them have found peace and happiness within the cult, so they don't really want to hear it, and he decides not to tell them. The Kind Society really nails all aspects of a cult. You've got the leader, evil, checks out. That is cult behaviour. The entire thing being a hoax, questionable. She's not a hoax to me. She's the only true thing in my life. And people living in ignorance. Check, check, check. 3 for 3. But that is the Kind Society. There is an entire cult. Also, there's a part of this game where they're like worshipping around stones or something, and those stones are rumoured to be the stones that are in Strange Town. There's like some Stonehenge looking things, and it's rumoured to be about the Kind Society. If you want to join, just let us know. We're accepting members, so just reply to this, leave a comment down below if you want to be part of the cult. It's definitely not a lie. There is no hoax here. We are very happy. We do a little dancey dance. We've got really nice pillars to live by. And I've never tipped a cow in my life. Rules for joining, you need to have not tipped a cow. You need a clean record. That's the Kind Society. The final one that we've got. Mortimer killed Bella. She dead, yo. And for the final topic, it's only right to bring out the full police board of investigations. Let's get into it. I've often joked that this man, I think he did it, but I just can't prove it. And something smells fishy about this man. I'm not 100% sold on the fact he's innocent. A scientist whose wife got abducted by aliens, something is very suspicious. Then when I started researching this a little bit more, because I was like, is this just emotional or is there actually evidence for this? I found out that in The Sims 3, Mortimer is here, both of his parents. In The Sims 2, his parents are dead. They died by fire, which isn't that bizarre in the Sims franchise. But not just by fire, 2 separate fires. This then made Mortimer the heir to the Goth wealth, leaving him one of the most richest gentlemen, if not the richest gentleman in the world. Well, not like the world in which, of the context of which they live, which is Pleasantview. As BuzzFeed said, this is suspicious enough that real life police would investigate, 100%. But does this mean that he murdered Bella? Because obviously if Bella died by fire, then maybe the cogs will be turning a little bit more. And she didn't die by fire because she got abducted. But does he have anything to do with that? It was on Don's patio. But it is suspicious, once again, that he moves on fast with Dina and / Nina. But the thing is, these kind of have a motive against Bella, and that motive is money. They already knew of Mortimer's existence. They already knew that the Goth family has money. So what would Mortimer's goal in this be? Because he didn't move on with them until after. It's not like he's having an affair with them and he got rid of Bella to try and go forward with the affair. It's not that. And also, these have been together since they were children. They seemed happily in love. They seemed like the perfect match, especially in The Sims 1. They were kind of portrayed to be like the Addams family in the way that they loved each other. It was kind of not a traditional way of presenting a couple, which is really sad because the whole weird thing about the Addams family was that the parents were really in love. And that is kind of the vibe of Mortimer and Bella. But then the plot thickens once again, because if you go through their memories, Bella being abducted by aliens, what type of memory is that for Mortimer? A happy one. And then this didn't sit right with me because they have been basically like destined to be together since they were children. But then you look at this image of them when they are children. Bella is the one who's looking at him. Mortimer is the one who's looking straight to the camera. So maybe Bella's always been more into the relationship than Mortimer has, and Mortimer's just went forward with it because he feels that's what you do in that type of situation. BuzzFeed also posed a question: what happened to Bella? 16% of people also believe that she was actually murdered. So I guess we'll never know because we weren't actually there, and there isn't a Sims game set in time of just before Bella went missing, so we will never know because we weren't there. But who was there? Who was there? Who saw the entire thing? Who saw his father's reaction after Bella went missing? Who saw his father move on with Dina and /Nina? Alexander Goff. His sister was a witch. No, but his sister was actually also a scientist as well. And also, as we've already discovered, there are theories that there was a whole time travel machine. And we also have evidence that this time travel machine was definitely used because Don Lothario was sent to Riverview with it. Another reason we've got evidence for this time machine being used is a book was released, which we've already partially covered. Murder in Pleasant View. This is just a cover that I got off Amazon, but it's wrote by Alexander Goff. So this is not about abduction in Pleasant View or anything like that. Murder in Pleasant View, wrote by Alexander Goff, who saw firsthand his father dealing with his mother going missing. He saw his father moving on. He has the context that us, the player, does not have. So he believes somebody murdered Bella and he is closest to the man with the main motive. Interestingly though, we know that Bella's not actually dead. She got sent to Strangetown and then died in Luna Lakes. So who knows? Maybe Alexander genuinely does believe his father murdered Bella. Either way, I hope this boy has a very, 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 very happy life, which it doesn't seem like he is. It seems like he's stuck in some sort of time travel type of situation because he released this in The Sims 3, not The Sims 2. So who knows? Who knows? Nefarious, nefarious, nefarious. Everybody on this board, apart from Bella, Cassandra, and Alexander, and also the Goth parents who were murdered by Mortimer, are responsible for her death. Well, abduction, not death. But Mortimer is Schrodinger's killer. Because we don't have concrete proof, he both is and isn't the reason that Bella Goth is missing. Obviously, she was on the rooftop, but we don't know if Mortimer said, hey, I'm sensing some tension between Cassandra and Don, which, you know what, he would be right in sensing that tension between Cassandra and Donathan, because Donathan doesn't actually like her. But he might be the one that sent Bella to go over there to talk to him, which ultimately led in Bella being abducted, especially because he's a scientist. He could have been like, hey, aliens, I need you to sort this out for me. Get rid of this last, please. And that could have happened. Either way, we will never know because The Sims 4 refused to be on a timeline, so we will not have any more answers. I'm hoping Renee releases with a timeline, but until then, who knows? But that is the entire thing. That is the entire Sims Iceberg explained. Apart from these images on the side, which are still kind of, well, Pleasant View lore, Strangetown lore, Veronaville lore, the social bunny, the tragic clown. I don't know what that one is. Sims 3 was glitchy, and that is missing mods and missing custom content in The Sims 4. So that's the entire Iceberg explained. I just want to take a second to thank you all. I've had such a blast with this. I think you can tell how much I've just enjoyed my time doing this, and I wish it would never end. And there's so many other videos that I have planned, like reading every single book in The Sims 4, but also a lot of them are going to be gameplay videos, taking video ideas that I've done in the past, but just being able to take them further. Some of them will be a mix of IRL things, like making objects in real life from The Sims. I want to sew some outfits, and just thank you for your patience, because I know it's been like, it might even be a month since my last upload of me uploading this. So thank you for your patience. I'm excited to see where we go. Final image is me crying because the iceberg is over. This has been best experience of my life. Thank you. This sounds like I'm going to die, but it's hard for me to end this video, but I love you all. Please subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you to Declan for recording each section. Thank you to Brit and Tia for helping me write the script. Thank you for all the references that I use. And thank you guys for sticking with me and watching this video. I love you all, and I will see you in the next one. Bye, bitch.